America wants nice and calm. You almost there.
Yeah, I did it. I cried 2 tears in a bucket. Fuck it. Let's take it to the stage.
You dig it? You knock a dude down, you get some respect.
Hey, good evening, good early evening. What's going on, everyone? Hey, listen, welcome to the Black Man Unfiltered Network. You're here with your favorite baby boomer, Payne. What do you mean? Well, I gotta read my goddamn text message. Oh, okay, all right. Anyway, what's going on, everyone? Happy Monday. Just bear with me for a second. I got to read something here. What am I reading? Shit. All right. Anyway, hey, listen, here we are back again with another one of these serious situations. And this one's different, a little bit different. One, I haven't really paid that much attention to a lot of these other, like Kamalo Anthony. It was after the fact. I was going to waste a lot of my time getting deep into it. But this one here kind of hurts a little bit because there's so many unanswered questions. There are really so many unanswered questions. So, welcome to the Black Man Unfiltered Network. And happy Monday. And so we're going to drop the link here in a little while as well. If y'all have some comments on what the situation is. And one of the real questions I had is, how could this not be have racial undertones? I mean, even if you was trying to avoid it, could you really, really avoid, the racial undertones with anything that happens with Black folks in Mississippi? I mean, even if you wanted to, you know what I'm saying? Is it possible? And this goes far beyond the fact that you have one Black guy, with a bunch of white boys. I mean, that's probably not an uncommon occurrence where he's at, right? We don't know what went wrong, but we do know that the investigation is flawed. I mean, we know that from the jump. There's a couple of things, and so we're going to get into some of that. And I have questions that I think that Crump, I'm not really impressed with him. I never have been. And Sharpton are wasting time talking about the bullshit that they're talking about when they get in front of the media. So I'm going to come back to that because I think they're actually wasting time because there's some things they need to be saying that they're not saying. They keep saying, well, we want to get all the facts. I mean, come on, man. Say what you mean. So I'm going to come back to that. So because we're going to go down the list of questions that are unanswered, and that should be part of the investigation. And we should all have answers on this because there's no way to put this shit to bed without having some of these questions answered, and there's a couple of other things interfering with the case as well, and then there's a couple of factions here that we got to deal with, right? It's not just Black and white. That's the easy one. That's the easy one. The other faction we have, the other is the blackity blacks, the race hustlers, versus people who are more ideological in terms of, listen, let's wait for justice to play itself out and not race bait this thing. So, and there's a fight between black camps on that one, especially when you have guys like Crump and Al Sharpton involved. There's a lot of people who are starting to say that they taint things that they touch. And the problem is they cry wolf all the time, okay? When you cry wolf all the time, nobody wants to really listen to you, even if you're right. So this is one of those situations, because they cry wolf all the time, that they may have a point on this particular case, only because of the way it's shaping up, and only because I don't trust the sheriff. I don't trust Mississippi. I don't trust the way when I see him on I don't think they're talking to all the people they need to talk to. And I don't think they're coming down on the three other guys that were with Nolan. So we're gonna go down that list. But first, let's go ahead and do some of the background. I think everybody has seen these things before. So, but I'm gonna play a little news clip. And because the news clip itself has some things I'm gonna delve into. And then I have then the next clip I'm gonna talk about is a clip around 16 minutes long, but it's a compilation of different clips from different people. And it's talking about how some people view Crump and Al Sharpton, and how some people view the fact that they have almost $1 million in GoFundMe already, or somewhere close to it. And is that the reason why they have so much attention from Crump and Sharpton, as opposed to them not want to have a piece of any of this stuff when it came to Carmelo Anthony? You know what I'm saying? So they pick and choose their spots. And of course, I never want to hear anything from Black Lives Matter. That grift should have hurt our community. I don't know why they're not excommunicated from all of our lips. And so I don't, they don't give a shit about anything. So I'm gonna play some of these clips, and let's just get into the first clips of what everybody has already seen, like the news clip and a couple of things. And then once we finish that, we could go on with some of this stuff. So I'm gonna put the background, say what the community's talking about and what the community's thinking about, and then we'll keep moving on. Okay, so stay tuned. Let me put this up here. Let me add that to the stage.
Hey, good morning, Robin. The family of Nolan Wells says they need answers on what happened to their son, and they're hoping their new attorney will help get some of those answers. This morning, the hunt for clues as Nolan Wells' loved ones fight for answers in the 18-year-old's death. Investigators renewing their request for the public's help, asking anyone on Horn Island to July 4th to contact them if they had any interactions with Nolan Wells.
Let me stop it right there, okay? When they say investigators are looking for seeking anyone's help, they have video of a whole slew of people that's out there. What are they asking us for? Aren't they just all the people they could identify? Probably around 50 people that they need to be talking to. Right? There might be others, but this whole notion that they need people to come forward in a reactive fashion as to being proactive. Hey, listen, we saw you on this tape. I want to know what you've seen. And they're not doing that. Okay. So, I mean, what kind of investigation is this? In terms of, I'm waiting for people to come forward. I saw a video there was other black people on the island, believe it or not. It wasn't just him. So let's dispel that. I think it was another young man out there who was black, and maybe a few others. And he said he didn't see anything particular. One of the other guys also said that when people said they heard "Give me my cell phone," he said it was him. He didn't say it was Nolan. So there's a lot of misinformation going around. But one of the young boy, and I don't have his name, he also said nobody interviewed him. You know what I'm saying? So this shit is already off track, okay? I'll get back to you because there's a key phrase that all police departments, not just ones in Mississippi, but police departments all over the place do, which is the first salvo of a cover-up. You know, it's a key phrase, and the news media is complicit in this as well. And you know, I might as well say it. The phrase is when they say, "Well, everything is under investigation," but we don't think there's any foul play. We don't see any evidence of a crime. Well, wait a minute, you MFers. You just said that you're not even finished doing an autopsy. How you know there wasn't evidence of a crime? So they throw that out there. The news media propels the cover up by mentioning that preliminary findings say we don't think anything happened. We don't see evidence of a crime. And then when you say, well, what's the evidence? Well, we're still checking on it. So how the hell are you going to make a statement like that? So that statement is a precursor for them circling the wagons to eventually say, the fucking guy just killed himself. You know what I'm saying? And that's what they're planning on doing here. Well, that's my theory, okay? Because it's inevitable. Every time you hear that statement, it's always some bullcrap that comes after it, okay? So they already said it. The news media already is repeating it because they're complicit. You know, they're complicit in this situation as well. Now, I just talked for like 5 minutes or so, and I didn't say anything about race on that because police cover up stuff when they feel like covering it up. But is there a racial undertone to this? Well, of course it is. There's a couple of, white kids from the neighborhood, one whose mother is a judge, and she already interjected herself into the situation. So we'll get back to that later.
Any unedited photos and videos taken on the northwest tip of the island or observed an argument, disturbance, or other unusual activity.
Now, if we can get those that actually were there and true witnesses to come forward to us, we'd be grateful.
Okay, so that's the sheriff. He doesn't exude, Columbo to me. You know what I'm saying? What do you mean if we could get them to come forward? Go get them. Right? You got pictures of people who were out there. And where's the kids who were with them? These people are witnesses of interest. I was going to call them persons of interest, but they're certainly witnesses of interest. And so, who are they? Right? I think we know one of them because the judge kind of came out and gave out who he is. And I believe somebody knows his name. But there's a lot of shit that we're going to talk about as we go on, especially after all the videos. And anybody wants to come up here, I got the list of things that I think we should talk about that these guys are not, should be being blasted by Crump if he could find a way to articulate the shit, and Sharpton over the news media to put those questions out into the ether, and they're not doing it.
For that would greatly help our investigation.
The beloved football player and a group of friends were celebrating Independence Day on the popular, undeveloped, 10-mile-long barrier island just south of Ocean Springs, Mississippi. New video showing the remote location, which is accessible only by private boat. Wells was last seen alive 3 p.m. Saturday. Family members identified remains discovered off the shore Monday morning. Overnight, their attorney, Ben Crump, telling our Lindsay Davis they now have questions about his cell phone.
The fact that then when the family gets the cell phone back, Lindsay, they're saying they are trying to understand why there are deleted messages. Oh. And so it's very concerning to them.
Ashley Cole, Mississippi Chancery.
All right, before we get to Ashley Cole, who's the judge, right? Because we're going to come back to her. Even Ben Crump talking about the cell phone. Just think about this. Just think about it because we're going to come back to that. The fact that one of the kids had his cell phone and his car keys, by the way, not just the cell phone, tells you that there was an exchange that should be examined between him and my man Nolan, right? Why would anybody? I mean, this is not just teenagers. When they say, teenagers will never give up their phone. Nobody, no one, kid, adult, old person, anybody is going to give up their phone on a deserted island with no infrastructure because it's your only tether and communication to the outside world. Nobody's giving up a cell phone. Nobody. So any lie that he left his cell phone or he gave it to them and let them ride back is just bullshit, man. Come on. You know, I don't have to watch 1,000 cop movies to know that story just doesn't fly. It doesn't make any sense. And I'm going to stay on this island with no untethered with some girl I met, right? And they haven't mentioned who this girl is or did they have interview her or none of that shit, man. I mean, come on. These are the things that Crump and Sharpton should be saying out loud when they're in front of the mic and they're being broadcasted nationally. Not just saying, well, they haven't given us all the facts and all the information. Tell everybody what you think is wrong so it gets out there. It would compel people to give answers to legitimate questions, but they're not doing that because they're assholes. They're just looking at the money. So look at this chick. She broke all the ethics in the whole world by doing this.
Judge and mother of one of the friends who was on Horn Island with Wells, speaking out on social media to dispel some rumors with facts, writing,
now, okay, there's an ongoing investigation. Now, how does this chick could dispel any rumors with what facts? What fact? What fact? So you can see the circle, you can see you could almost literally feel the wagon circling around these boys, especially now that they have a judge who can has influence in all the criminal doings and shit like that, right? She has influence. And she's injecting her thoughts into the ether, right? Trying to say that because she's a judge, what she says is fact. Get the F out of here. You shouldn't even be saying anything. And I'm going to come back to that. And there's a lawyer that addresses this Ashley Cole chick.
our son Warren loved Nolan dearly. Cole, who had deactivated her account as her son and other friends faced scrutiny after Wells' death, returning to Facebook saying Warren was interviewed by the Jackson County Sheriff's Department and cooperated fully. Cole says her son left Wells before returning to the mainland because the boat was taking on water and had a mechanical issue. Nolan, she said, made a decision to stay on the island and return inland later with another group.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Listen to this. Listen to the bullshit, okay? He came out there with some boys on a boat, okay? The last excuse you could use is that the boat has a mechanical issue, but it can only carry 3, but the black guy is just one person too much. I shouldn't have said the black guy, but he's one person too much. They didn't say that. But they said that the boat has some issues. They're going to make it back to land. I should have done this before we had this live. I don't know how far is back to the, the mainland, whatever. It can't be too far, right? And so that's no reason for him to stay. So they're kind of mixing a reason for him to stay. They didn't say they couldn't take him back in the boat. They said he decided to stay with another group of friends. Well, who's this other group of friends? Right? Who's the other group of friends? That's one. And then the other thing, and this is on the list too, but we can go over the list more than once. Was any mechanic commissioned to see what was really wrong with the boat? They made a statement that the boat had issues, right? And if I'm a cop, I play one on TV, I'm going to check out the goddamn boat to see if that was true. Am I wrong? I mean, am I wrong? That's just hiding in plain sight. If I go back and the boat is perfectly fine, then that's a lie. It's a lie. If we go back and we see that there's some mechanical issues, but the boat is still seaworthy, that's no reason for him to stay. So at best, it's a deflection. Right? So you just can feel the wagons just starting to circle around saying it's just easier to let this guy. Here's the thing, right? This guy, and I don't like to use this term, this guy ain't no YN. This dude, this young man was on his way to be a shining star. I'm not saying a great football player or this and that. This is one of the guys that you invested love, time, patience, money, everything in, and you just wanted to have a great young man come out on the other side. And somebody took him from us. That's what I'm saying. It don't have to be racial. Somebody took him from us. It could be jealousy. Because if he stayed there on an island full of white guys and he probably had the prettiest white girl, is it far-fetched to say a couple of guys out in Mississippi maybe didn't like that? And what about his boys? Yo, this is not a good idea, Nolan. Get your ass in the boat. And you're coming back with us. We came out here together and we're going home together. If the chick likes you, just get her number and you could call her tomorrow. Right? I mean, it's just like that. I mean, anybody had friends before? That's what I'm saying. So it's just too many holes in this story. And where's Crump and all these guys talking about, something's wrong and something? Yeah, something's wrong, goddammit. And you're not using these opportunities to say what you think is wrong so we could blast the airwaves with these inconsistencies and force the law enforcement to answer some questions.
Group of friends. Wells' family attorneys plan to conduct an independent autopsy and investigation.
We're trying to be very transparent because the family has some concerns about the state of Mississippi doing an investigation.
Crump, and it's not you that needs to be transparent. Yeah, that's good. That's all well and good. But the law enforcement needs to be transparent. The people who are doing investigations behind the shield, that's the transparency we need. They need to answer some questions that are not being answered. And we don't need to be on TV mumbling this shit out. We need to be asking those questions out in the diaspora to force their hand, because some of the questions are so good or should be so well formed that they have to come back with some kind of answer other than the bullshit that they're saying right now.
The death of a young black man.
Wells' former football coach remembering the teenager as someone who had a bright future and made everyone smile.
The smile he had was $1 million smile, and he just made everybody around him, man, just happy and better. It's a devastating moment for everybody that know Nolan and, just love Nolan. And, man, we all got to come together and be strong for Nolan.
And the family attorney says Wells was an elite athlete and could swim.
Okay. It's been actually 950 years since I was 17 or 19. But I did have friends when I was that age. And we used to travel all around the place, bad neighborhoods, miles and miles from home on bikes. And the group of us, we never let anybody stay behind. Never. Not for no fucking girl or anything else. If you came out for the ride, 6, 7 of us had to come home. That's what I'm trying to say. There's a code. It ain't about cock blocking. If you were going to get some of that trim and she gave you your number, you could get it tomorrow, the next day, the day after. So you don't leave somebody on a deserted island. Anyway, that's just my answer to that. That's all. You can take it for what it's worth.
They plan to have their own private investigator interview witnesses. Guys?
That's right, because they don't want speculation. They want investigation. And that is what they're asking for. Alex, thank you for staying on this.
Yeah. And, the fact is, the guy is young. a multi-letter athlete. Now, I don't know how deep the water is next to the island, but how does he accidentally drown himself? Do you know what I'm saying? It's just, he was swimming out there in the dark by himself. He just said, hey, fellas, just leave, man. I'm out on the island with no phone, no keys. So, when the keys don't matter because the car was in one of his friend's driveway. So no phone, no nothing. So I just gonna skinny dip and shit in midnight on an island where there's nobody, no infrastructure, because I just feel like hanging out here, butt naked to the world with no tether to communications. This shit doesn't make any sense. And up until this point, this guy has been a very sensible kid. No problems, no cover, good in school, athlete, just signed up to go to a college. So now, right on the cusp of getting ready to go to college to propel whatever field he was going to be in, I decided to do something so stupid that I put my life in danger. Just think about it. That's just bullshit, man. It's not plausible. And he's got 3 witnesses of interest who are holding something back. And you can't rely on the police. Already, we know you can't rely on a judge who interjected herself, breaking all kinds of judicial rules to do it. You can't trust them to come to the bottom, get to the bottom of this. You can't. So here's another piece of this thing. So let me.
Of Nolan Wells brought supporters together on Sunday as family members, friends, and community leaders called for transparency in the investigation. They say their focus is not on blame, but on finding the truth and standing with Wells' family as they seek answers. Patrick Wright has more.
The goal of today's protest, I feel like, would be just to say his name.
For me, this means a whole lot because I have my kids in this community too.
I'm a mom.
All right, so you know what? I'm only laughing because he's on an island, right? He didn't have to go into the sea to take a piss. He could have taken a piss anywhere. Ain't nobody watching. There's no ordinance to say you can't piss on the lawn here or whatever, or in the sand. So, yeah, he could have. I guess anything is possible. But I don't think that's the plausible explanation for what happened to him. I really don't. So, anyway, so let's. All right, so I guess these are, Israelites, whatever, these guys.
I have 2 sons, so it hit home for me.
Nolan Wells could have easily been my grandson.
I feel like today's testament is that we want answers. It's not about vengeance. It's not about accusations. It's about the truth, and it's about transparency.
We're going to stand behind the family, and that's why we're out here. A lot of times, these stories go unnoticed.
Because Nolan Wells is not the only one. There has been a long historic string of young black men losing their life under very suspicious circumstances.
I am the family of Emmett Till. And my family is here in support of what's going on because this young man should not be dead.
So I know him personally as a kid before he went out to college. It's hard in this generation to find kids that still say yes sir, no sir. And when he came to me and wanted to work, he said, my mom and dad told me I gotta get my own money. And I said, but when you go out to college, I want you to make good choices and decisions and set you up for a lifetime. And he said, yes, sir. That says a lot about his home life. It says a lot about his parents, and it says a lot about him. The things that he did while he was here on earth, it left a statement in a place in a lot of people's heart. Life is precious, no matter what color you are.
That's a fact.
We just need to get to the facts of what really happened. That's really what it's about. The facts. It's not about the color of the skin. It's about sticking to the facts of whatever it is. And if it's something that happened as a mistake, then just let's speak about it. Let's talk about it. That's it. I'd just like to say to him and his soul, man, rest in peace. And we always loved the man. And you did everything you could while you were here. And you did a great job. That's it.
You know, we have, and I like what this brother had to say. I mean, we have an ideological divide in the Black community. And we're going to talk a little bit about that coming up, right? And I got some clips that I think, you know, of what people think about Ben Crump, I believe, and Al Sharpton. And the fact that even though, I mean, you know, they've cried wolf so much that even if they have a point here, they have tainted themselves with a whole bunch of people. But listen, we have a couple grieving over a son that was potential to be extraordinary, right? Extraordinary, not a regular guy, good student, great athlete, had a future in front of him, you know, and people invest in their children. I mean, it's not like you just invest time, money, sweat, and tears. You invest your soul into your kids. And by all accounts, you know, that investment was a great investment for them. His father's still in the picture, still married to his mother. This kid was, you know, could have been special. We don't know what he was going to turn out to be, but we know he wasn't going to be at a team takeover. So all I'm just trying to say is, you know, we're going to look into how the Black community is divided on how we're looking at this, as opposed to how some people looked at the Carmelo Anthony thing. And I'm not going to get too deep in the Carmelo Anthony side, but there are two camps in the Black community as well. There's a camp in the Black community that's conservative. That one had nothing to do with Crump or Al Sharpton. And they think they taint the waters when they get involved. And that's up to, you know, an individual out there who believes that or not. All I know is that the parents were alone. The parents, grieving parents, Black parents, alone in Mississippi up against law enforcement who was known. I mean, listen, would I say this in New Jersey? Would I say the same kind of feeling if they were up north? Maybe it's true. We got those issues here. But we're talking about Mississippi. There's receipts. You know, you can't give people in Mississippi, law enforcement, Mississippi, the benefit of the doubt. They can't get the benefit of the doubt. You know what I'm saying? And then when the judge came out and said the bullshit that she said, that kind of solidifies the fact that she's circling the wagons. And that could be what you call like a Hail Mary to law enforcement that, hey, listen, we need to be together on this. We need to be together on this. And you can't have Black parents by themselves up against that cabal. Somebody has to help them. And unfortunately, it's Crump and Sharpton. And they could, you know, the problem I have is they're not asking the right questions. They're not focusing on the thing. They're focusing, they say they're not, but they're focusing on racial divide. But instead of focusing on specific questions that they should be broadcasting in the ether, saying, here's what we need answers to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know what I'm saying? You know, they mentioned in one of these videos that there's a independent autopsy, right? So independent autopsy, I'm going through my list again, but we'll get there again. So an independent autopsy means they said they're going to fly the body to Washington, D.C. The truth of the matter is, what should have happened was that they should have brought an independent forensic scientist or a coroner, whoever, and be at the first autopsy as an observer. Because after the first autopsy, the second autopsy, by definition, is going to be inferior. You know, you don't have to take my word for it. Anybody who's done experiments, anybody who understands anything about science, after they do an autopsy to the body and go through all the pieces and stuff and try to put it back together, and then send the kid's body to you, it's been tainted. What evidence might have been there is lost. Right? Because you got to re-rip, re-show, all of that shit is just common science. So your second autopsy is going to be inferior to the first. They should have had an independent person in the room. Right? Should have had an independent person in the room for the first autopsy. So that's my take on it. So anyway, so let me just say, so we got this ideological divide. There's people who really feel that, Crump and Sharpton is not really doing the family any favors, but they think they're grifting because there's going to be money at the end of this rainbow. And it wasn't that way for other people. So there you have it. So I'm going to play this next video and, and you guys can tell me, well, let me see what I got here. Let me play this next video and we get different opinions. And we'll see how you guys think about what you guys think about these opinions that's going to come up. Okay. All right. So here we go. And some of these people are familiar to some people already. So it should be interesting. Right. Now this one is a little longer, so I'll be stopping and starting it as well. But this man, I just saw him. I never, he just came around my timeline. Maybe they thought they knew I was going to do a show on this. And he has some great points. But this particular video, he's responding to Izzy Bands, which most people already know.
Words on Izzy Bands. I'll let y'all hear directly from Izzy himself because he asked a very specific question. Let's go ahead and pull that up.
Out the algorithm now. My man Cole was saying, not Emperor Cole, but Corey Love was saying that they hate.
Before Izzy gets going, all right. So I don't know how long you've been here, but if you think that most of what I said is anti-white, well, you just want to be a little obtuse, because if you don't know the history of Mississippi, I don't have to be anti-white. Mississippi speaks for itself. So no, I think the real issue and the real goal is to get some answers. And for right now, they're circling the wagons, and everybody can see it because they're not. The investigation is bullshit, and they're already saying they don't have all the answers, but they've already said they don't see any foul play because a preliminary investigation. Why would you release that if you don't have the autopsy reports? If you don't have all that stuff? Why do you throw that out in the ether? Because they do that, cops do that all across the United States, because that's when the cover-up starts. When they throw it out in the ether and they prepare people for the inevitable answer is that they can't find anything. And
dumbass.
You know what I'm saying? So that's the deal. So we got to be prepared for that because they're preparing us for that. The Mississippi Police Department is preparing us for this bullshit that they're going to tell us. All right. So you got to be prepared. And they're not, if you know what, I got another one. So I want to keep something for the end, but let's just keep going because this brother and Izzy have some disagreements, and I think it's worth all of us listening to. And I'll comment on it.
When you change your name, but they don't let you change it back until 13 days. So it's going to take 13 days for me to change my name back. Unfortunately, 13 days for me to change my name back. So that's just what it is. In the meantime, between time, tell a friend to come on in. I'm telling you, we about to have a hell of a show. Y'all already know. I'm still not. Okay, there I go. There I is. Okay, there I is. Okay. Put a 1 in the chat if you can see me, if you can hear me. Man, I'm trying to tell you, that's so crazy. It's so crazy how it be doing. So today's show is y'all protested. And I want to add to this. They protested. They called Carmelo Anthony a thug. They called Carmelo Anthony a hooligan. They called Carmelo Anthony a hoodlum. They call Carmelo Anthony everything but a child of God. And these are people from this space, some of which I'm cool with. These are people that are from this space, some of which I'm cool with, that call Carmelo Anthony everything but a child of God. He's a hooligan. He was a thug. He was a this. He was a that. Y'all protested Carmelo. So why is Nolan Wells being met with such silence? Why is Nolan Xavier Wells, may God rest his soul, why is this situation being met with such silence? This is a huge situation. Happened on July the 4th. The 4th of July. His body was found several days later. You know what I'm saying? May God rest his soul. And this is a huge national story. A huge national story. Same way the Carmelo Anthony situation was a huge national story. Why don't you see this outrage? Why isn't this posted as the nature of white men? Why isn't the character? Why isn't the character and the nature of white men being called into question? Why aren't people coming to the automatic allegations and automatic just disparaging comments, remarks over this murder? Why? I need to know.
Yeah, so after this, Izzy's almost done. So my man is going to make a response to him and tell you the difference between this and what's going on in the Carmelo Anthony case. And nobody's really being silent, but we'll let him speak.
No. I need to know. Why? Why Anton Daniels from AntonDaniels.com? Why Angry Man, my homie? Why? Why the Urban Landlord? Why Chaotic Truth? Why Cellulite Podcast? Why? Why Charleston White? Why?
So, with respect to my man's Izzy Bands, right? Me and Izzy then had a few drag out, barn burner, angry conversations. We've had quite a few educated, intellectual conversations. We've shared perspectives. We disagree. We have agreed. And as a matter of fact, I want to appreciate and give thanks to Izzy Bands for putting me up there with some of the greats, such as the Angry Man, Anton Daniels, Charleston White, and a few others who have called into question about the Carmelo Anthony situation. But Israel, brother, with respect to you and your question that you raised, you looked at the energy that we put into the Carmelo case. Me, and I'm only naming the people that you named, me, the Angry Man, Anton Daniels, Charleston White, right? These same people that you put me up there with, I want to give you thanks for putting me up there with, right? But because we refuse to play the race hustlers game and the racial grift game, right? Oh yeah, the urban landlord too, right? You asked, where's the outrage over Nolan Wells? Fair, right? I would ask y'all in the chat. That's a fair question. How come we haven't done a string of shows or had barn burner open panel discussions in debate about Nolan Wells? Well, I gave you my answer on your show, but I'm gonna also give it to you here. But I'm gonna pose a question because it's a fair and it's a valid question, and I hear you, I do. But Israel, really quick, I'm gonna flip that same question onto you with the same energy and respect that you brought. Instead of asking me, because I can't speak for Angry Man, I can't speak for Anton Daniels, I can't speak for Charleston White, I can't speak for the multitude of other Black male and female content creators and public figures and political figures and celebrities and private figures who have spoke on this Carmelo Anthony issue. Instead of asking us why we haven't matched the vitriol and the energy, why are you not asking, why is Ben Crump and Al Sharpton showing up for Nolan Wells when they were completely silent on Carmelo Anthony? Why is it that all of these other content creators who were speaking up in defense of Carmelo Anthony, how come they're not doing a string of shows talking about Nolan Wells? Why not? Why is that not the first question? Why is it that when it comes to a case like Nolan Wells and you try to sister it up with a case like Carmelo Anthony, why is that not the first question? Why is it that the first question is always aimed at Black men who actually talk about Black accountability, who talk about self-accountability, who talk about self-reliability, who talk about self-inclination when it comes to these things? Why is it always about us and what we have to say, instead of the professional race hustlers who only appear when they think a check is ready?
Listen, let me stop it here because he's speaking for a little while, right? So we got to stop it every so often. Anybody who denies that the race hustlers, the blackity blacks, don't pick and choose their spots is sticking your head in the ground like an ostrich. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy that we've come to this point, but it's the ideological divide between blacks that we need to get over, and maybe we don't. Because maybe it's a mental battle that we need to fight. You guys can stay on the plantation with the same old bullshit all you want. It has gotten us nowhere. No, it has not gotten us anywhere. We're still in the same spot, treading water like hamsters in a wheel. Right? So he's right. Now, like I said this before, when I came on, Ben Crump and Al Sharpton, when they show up, right, there's a sigh, like it's just the same old thing. And then we miss the forest for the trees. Because in the end, you want justice for the family. That's what we want. And then in doing that, we don't need to talk about innuendos and all that. We need to explicitly state what kind of information we're looking for, and that's not being done. I've seen them at several press conferences already. I've seen Ben Crump mumbling and shit up there. And I'm saying, I think it's Ben Crump, whatever his goddamn name is, but he's not answering the questions that I asked. That's what needs to be out in the ether. So this guy's going to go ahead and tell Izzy a little bit more of where he's coming from. What happened?
My desire for the truth and my desire
appear when they think a check is ready.
Okay, that's where I stopped. Okay. So that's where I stopped. So I stopped him there. So he said his part. This is April Chapman. So she says some stuff because she has the same feeling about Ben and Al Sharpton. But she says something that I disagree with a little bit because she pokes at a family a little bit. And I disagree with her. So when we get there, I'm going to stop.
My desire for the truth and my desire to get to the bottom of what happens parts ways with the Nolan family. And I don't mean any disrespect, but I am struggling to either take serious or to have confidence in any family's desire at truth. I struggle to be confident in that the moment Ben Crump and Al Sharpton enter the chat.
The chronic victim can never be trusted, says Carl.
The moment these two individuals are on a case, that is a huge red flag to me. It tells.
So here's my issue. Here's why I take umbrage with what she said about the family. Because I saw this post live, and I left a comment for her. I said, "You're being a little too hard on the mother and the father. They're in Mississippi, and they're alone. They have a child who's been mysteriously deleted, and they're up against the history of the most foul racism that America has ever faced. Whether it's true in this case or not, the history follows it. It's Mississippi. And everybody who's black around this whole country knows that in Mississippi, you know what? There's a certain understanding between blacks and whites. Right? And that's true today. It's not like it used to be in the past, of course. But can you take anything for face value in a situation like this when the judge already started circling the wagon? Where the police chief, the sheriff is sounding like he doesn't know how to do an investigation, right? And then, then they put out that missive that, everything, we don't know anything yet, but we do know that we don't see any evidence of a crime. That's a precursor everywhere. Just from now that I said this, everybody in the audience, when we have an issue and you hear the police put out a preliminary finding that they don't see a crime, when they say the investigation is still over, that's a precursor to them telling you that they are going to find that the fucking guy just killed himself, or something. They're going to cover it up. That's a precursor to covering up. Just like, certain DAs overcharge certain defendants when they want to get them off because they know the evidence will never raise to the level of that conviction. Then sometimes they play that game, and you should be able to pick that out when you see it. Especially when that other, and this will have nothing to do with race, but if that other person is like a cop and they want to get them off, they'll overcharge them, and then they will take away the bottom charges because they know the evidence won't elevate to a conviction. They'll find one or two jurors who will always say, "Hey, man, I can't convict on that." So that phrase, and this is just me talking, I've just been around, I just recognize it, right? So they're doing that in this case. They're getting ready to say that this healthy young man decided with everything going on for him that he would give up his phone, stay on an island by himself, untethered, so he could go swimming and catch a cramp and die in the ocean by himself. Shit don't make no sense. But the families alone, they need help. Unfortunately, when people chase ambulances, they're going to be there first. So they get Ben Crump and Al Sharpton.
Tells me that the character of the family is not one that either understands the fact that these men are of horrible reputation. They've never been attached to any case in good faith. And typically the only reason why they are involved because there is some sort of civil payday at the end. There's a pot of money at the end of the rainbow. And they're like a bunch of greedy, money hungry leprechauns trying to get to the end of the rainbow for a payout. So when I analyze this story, two things can be true at the same time. I can empathize with this family who has lost their son, and I can grieve, and I can say something doesn't smell right because there are too many red flags. But here's what I did not do. Because I am a Christian, and I am to not show partiality, but I am to be a lover of truth, and I should be interested in seeking the truth. My first knee-jerk reaction wasn't, see, this is why Black children can't be friends with white folks. This is why you can't trust white folks. And this is why you should have never been alone as the only one with white folks. Like that mindset never entered into the equation as I analyzed this, because I don't understand. I want to show you a clip of some of the things.
But she never goes to the clip. But let's get back to the question. And you guys in the chat, y'all put a 1. Do you believe that a Black person should never hang out with all white people? Do you actually believe that? I mean, listen. I mean, and then tell me why. Because they might get in trouble because these guys might turn on them. Maybe some of the guys are looking for full membership. I don't know. So do you believe that if you're in a town where you're a real minority, where most activities are filled with white folks, do you mean you should distance yourself from the white people to be protected? Yeah, somebody let me know.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I love everybody, but I believe when you have a history with a group of people, I don't think you should be the 1%. Around 99% of people, and out of that 99% of people, everybody's not going to love you.
Okay.
How many times have we seen in history, for you history buff people, how many times in history have we seen the people they call nigger lovers who protected black people, who was a part of the abolitionists who helped black people and hid them and got them to safety? And guess what? Out of those people, those abolitionists, guess what? They hung them right alongside the niggas.
Yeah, okay, but they ain't hanging people now, man.
No, hey, hold on, stop. Arpain, y'all so old. This is driving me crazy. You old niggas are killing me. You niggas, they not hanging niggas in trees no more. They're hanging niggas in the courtroom. They're hanging niggas in police cars. They're hanging niggas with police uniforms on. They're hanging nggers with uniforms on now. The white sheets are gone. We got to understand the white sheets are gone.
Okay, before you go too crazy, all right? I didn't say that. You were talking about the past. The kind of hanging you're talking about, if that's going on, and it probably is here and there. But let me tell you, the point and the question I ask is: are you telling black people that they shouldn't have any white friends that they could trust to be around because they might turn into monsters at any moment? Are we saying that?
You can have white.
I'm asking you.
You can have white friends, but I'm saying, me personally, I'm a grown man and I'll fight anybody. Physically, we can gunfight, fist fight, whatever you want to fight. However, I'm not going nowhere, and I'm the only nigga, and it's 99% white folks. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it ever.
But listen, let me say this, and you're gonna get mad again. So we're gonna have BMU erupt. How many black people hang around all black people and never come home at night?
A lot of them.
A lot more.
But when you say that, because I know the white man coming out of you right now.
No, it has nothing to do with the white man. Come on, man.
It does. Let me tell you why.
No, it doesn't. Tell me why.
Because black people always say, how many black people hang around black people?
You know what? No. The point that I'm making, y'all don't want to say it is the issue.
It's not the issue. We know. Our pain.
Don't want to address that is the issue.
Arpain, niggas been killing niggas since niggas with niggas.
Yeah, and the fact that they don't want to issue.
The problem is we talk about black on black crime when white people kill each other at the same rate every fucking day.
I was going to get to that too. So wait a minute. So I was going to get to that too. So the fact that people get triggered on the fact that if we can't get to that, we can't get anywhere. Right? I mean, that's all I'm saying.
Bro.
You know, so wait a minute. Let me you brought this guy up. Wait a minute. So, all right.
It was good, Arpain.
What's going on, man? So here's my thing. So I wanted to finish some of this stuff that she has to say, but what you got on the topic, man? You finished BMU? Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
What I'm saying to you is we focus so much attention on niggas killing niggas when 3 years ago the FBI said the most dangerous killer in America is the white man. We don't focus on that. We don't focus on that.
No, that's not true at all. What are you talking about? That's all we focus on is white killing blacks when it happens. They don't. Nobody. We just had a Juneteenth massacre in Chicago. That shit only lasted one news cycle.
So now we're talking about massacres?
That's what that shit was.
I'm not gonna say nothing about massacres. Because we can talk about massacres. I have a list of massacres.
About a modern day, come on, man. It's 8 fucking people died in a weekend of Juneteenth when we should be celebrating.
Okay, hold on. And how many people died in Las Vegas with a white man with a rifle 5 years ago shooting them?
Was he just shooting black people?
No. I say crazy white motherfucker, the most dangerous man in
Nobody
America.
saying white people ain't crazy though, man.
What I'm saying to you is this white man went through security with a sniper rifle, was not checked, got that motherfucker all the way up to the roof of a building without being seen, and shot 53 fucking people.
But listen, I saw that. I heard about that. And I think we're missing all kinds of stuff. Nobody's saying that the world is safe from enemies, white, black, or nothing, right? But if you're telling black people, and the caution is, listen, going anywhere with anybody that you're not close to is dangerous, right? How about the sister who went with black women out to this fucking island and they killed her in the room? You know, so absolutely. I'm just saying, so we have to be careful.
What about the black woman? Or what about the black woman that went on vacation when the white man was hung up in the closet?
Listen, you want to go tit for tat. So, well, I'm not saying, see, you're trying to say that one negates the other. I'm saying we got to be, that's what you're doing. You're trying to tit for tat. Okay, listen, let me ask you a question. Are you telling me that white people killing blacks in the statistics, any statistics you get, is anywhere close to blacks fucking killing each other in 2026?
Can I say something about that?
You broke up a little bit.
What's good, BMU?
Ask the question
again. Say something about it.
Yeah.
Ask the question again.
I said, are you telling me that in the modern era, and it didn't have to be modern, but let's just say 2026, that if I looked at statistics, we're going to say that whites killing blacks is comparable to blacks killing blacks in numbers?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And let me tell you why. Let me tell you why.
I'm not going to cook. I'm going to let it go. Go ahead.
No, let me ask you this. This is the problem that I'm having with these dangerous pale night riders. This is the problem that I'm having. When you have a mass school shooting, white people, when those little infant babies and those kindergarten kids got shot, it was a white boy. When President Trump was at the dinner, who ran past Secret Service with a gun and shot in that motherfucker? A crazy white man.
That's not the question I asked, though. You know, I mean, yeah, I'm not disputing any of that. I asked you a specific question. Now, this brother wants to go ahead, Jamal. Is it Kamal?
Yeah, Kamal. Yeah. We gotta be aware that crime is through proximity. So at the end of the day, most groups still live amongst each other.
Right.
So with the whole black folks killing other black folks, it's the same as Asians killing Asians.
Okay.
Mexicans killing Mexicans. Everybody kill each other because they live amongst each other.
Right.
You do crime through who you live close to. So
okay. So that means. So what does that mean? What does that mean? That we shouldn't have any outrage over that? We shouldn't care about that because it's proximity. Are you saying it's okay because it's proximity? Is that what we're saying?
Arpain, let me ask you a question. I got a question for you, Arpain. I got a question for I'm all gonna let you cook. I swear to God, I got a question for Arpain.
Yeah, go ahead.
Arpain, this is my question for you. I'm going to go tomorrow. I'm gonna move to Jersey for 6 months. And I'm going to come there and I'm going to bring 2 pit bull puppies with me.
Okay.
And when I come to Jersey, I'm going to raise those dogs. I'm going to raise them to love each other, to care for each other. And then Arpain, you know what I'm start doing? I'm going to start feeding them at the same time every day. I want you to follow me now. I'm following. I'm going to put food in both of the bowls every day. And then guess what? One day I'm going to say, I'm tired of these motherfuckers. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start feeding, put enough food in there for one dog.
Okay.
And then they're going to start eating together. And then I'm going to put a full bowl in there for one dog. They're going to start sharing. Then I'm going to take that bowl. And as the weeks go on, I'm going to put half a bowl in there. Then I'm going to put enough, a cup of food in there. After about 8 weeks, Arpain, one of them damn pit bulls is going to kill the other one.
Okay.
You know why that pit bull is going to kill the other one? Because at first you were eating good. And then all of a sudden you start to get starved. Then I put you in a bad situation. So now you got to kill the very fucking person that's just like you, that look like you, smell like you, and is like you. You got to kill them to survive. You got to kill them to eat. This is what happened to black people over time. You put all the niggas in one area. You don't give them jobs. You put a liquor store and a cash advance place on every goddamn corner. You redline them. This is facts. This is facts. They redlined, put all the niggas in one spot, gave them horrible housing, and then you expect these niggas to live like they millionaires and not kill each other when they hungry and they look across the street and see the neighbor with a loaf of bread and they ain't ate in 2 days?
Hey, BMU. I like that scenario you just painted. But the black folks you're talking about, they voted their politicians in who put them in that corner.
Exactly. They're
still doing it. And they're still doing it.
Yeah, exactly.
92% of black women are still voting for that same shit, and they're taking office. I'm just saying, man. So it's a self-inflicted wound. It's a self-inflicted wound.
I agree. They got niggas to get on the Democrat plantation, and they won't come off. And this is the thing, Arpain. I agree with you 100%. Why is there no fences on a plantation? My home state is Louisiana. There's plantations on every goddamn corner. Why are there no fences at plantations? Because they had the mind of the slave in prison, not the fucking plantation.
Yes. All right.
And that's how black people is right now. The Democrats say, listen, we want to pass laws for men to suck other men's penises. We want boys playing girls sports. We want all this gay shit. We want these trans. We want rights to black people. Obama came in with his ugly two-tone goat face ass wife. They didn't do shit for black people. They didn't do a goddamn thing for black people. Joe Biden came in office, didn't do shit for black people. Then he gonna say, you ain't black if you don't vote for me. Then his second term, this motherfucker lost his goddamn mind. He went senile. And then now, everybody, Trump. Nigga, where y'all was the 8 years of Obama didn't do nothing for black people? Where y'all was when Joe Biden didn't do anything for black people?
Biden did do something for black people. He put us in worse position by opening the borders.
Absolutely.
And made us compete against people.
We agree, Arpain. We agree.
Yeah. So it was not only, it was actively destructive against us. And then he used, I was going to say the bad word, the C word guys like Brandon Johnson to put those people in your neighborhood.
Yeah, absolutely.
What's the C word? I don't know
it. Raccoon.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah. All right, so what you got to say? Come on.
Can I go back off the politics? And I'll go back to the crime point. The thing that I was making, right, is that we got to compare the stories of a group of black folks killing white people. That's what you got to compare it to, not black on black crime. When we got a group of white people killing a black person.
Okay, so do that. Black people kill more black people than they kill white people.
No, but white folks kill more white folks than black folks. I'm saying you can't compare the
No.
black
I'm
on
saying,
black crime.
well, let's forget about black on black crime. But black people kill white people, right? They do. That happens. But that's still less than how much we kill each other, and that's still less than how much white kills black.
Arpain, you know why, Arpain? The reason that black people don't kill a whole bunch of, do you know why the number's not higher? Do you know why white people? Because we ain't got the gas money to get over there. The niggas broke. The niggas ain't got no money to try to
Yo, man. All right. So listen. Okay. So all I'm just saying. Let's put the statistic aside. Where we are right now is my man Nolan, and this has been most of what I said today. Forget about all this stuff. Is that the family needed somebody to help them, and lo and behold, the 2 ambulance chasers were the first to arrive, and they needed somebody to back them up. I don't think they're asking the right questions, and I think that I believe that the law enforcement is circling the wagons to come up with some bullshit ending, and I think everybody could feel it. So if Crump and Al Sharpton have the bully pulpit and have national media attention, they need to have a list of things they want to explicitly have answered by the police. And they're not doing that. And that's
when have they ever done that though?
That's my problem with them. That's what I'm saying. They need to do that in this case or get the hell out of the way so they could find. Listen, I would have been a better representative for those families because I would have been asking what I just said on this podcast. There's some real questions, like the simple one. Let's go back to that. They said the boat had some malfunction, was leaking and shit, right? Mm-hmm. We haven't heard one word that some mechanic went to confirm that story. Right? Yeah, that's a simple one. right? That's a real simple one. Let's confirm that story. What would make anybody give somebody their phone, because one of the kids had the phone in his house and the guy's car keys where the car was. What would make a guy, a young or old, on a deserted island, give up his only tether to the outside world to just hang out on a goddamn island? This shit don't make no sense.
Okay, I have a question.
Yeah.
I have a statement first. I have a son. If my son went out, he plays football, of course.
Right.
If my son went out with a whole bunch of white players, and they came back and gave me my son's phone, and they say they don't know where my son is, and all y'all went out there together, are paying. They don't understand they don't understand what's going to happen next.
Right.
And then the next day they tell me they find my fucking son's body, and all you motherfuckers was there, are paying. They don't understand what's going to happen next. I'm going to come in and kiss my baby and say, baby, I love you.
Just the last time you go to freebie.
My books stay together while I'm in jail, but I am going to go on a very violent spree until I get answers. The police ain't in Mississippi. They're not trying to do that. It is so fucked up. What? These police? You see the police chief?
I agree with you.
Redneck ass fucking, quarterback ass fucking goddamn armadillo face bastard.
So now I have you guys on here. That's one of my points. At first, if I was Crump or Sharpton, I would demand to have an independent inspector or independent prosecutor question those kids, re-question them, and give me the transcripts of the previous interrogations. I want to know what you asked them. And then I want to have my own independent guy, law enforcement from outside agency, to question those kids and ask them questions that are more probing, because these guys probably just went in there and gave them a couple of hamburgers and shit. And, like they did Dylan Roof, and that's it.
Hey,
go ahead.
Can I ask a question, though? And this to the chat out there, too, and shit like that. Where the fuck is our new black lawyers? Don't it seem like we only got a couple that cycle through these cases all the time? I mean, where the hell are the black lawyers at?
Oh, the new black lawyers are owned by other lawyers. I mean, by other white or corporate entities. But I'm gonna say this to Anissa. Anissa says, you don't know they had gay people in Jesus, they homosexuals. Who fault was it then? Anissa, you keep on supporting these ball-sucking, penis-licking, carpet-munching, LGBTQAI, two-soul, multicolor, platinum-back, big dick-sucking, fucking, ass niggas. You keep on doing it. You keep on supporting these bastards because you're one of the black women. I love you to death, but you're one of the black women that will support it. You will support a man getting a dick slapped in his face every day, and guess what? That gay man, Anissa, a gay man has more rights than you, Anissa. He has more rights than you, Anissa. He can go and get his dick cut off, and they stop you from being able to make choices of your own body. How that make you feel, Anissa, knowing that he can go get his dick cut off and threw up the crack of his ass, and you can't even go get a baby removed out your gut no more? How's it feel? How's it feel that a man can turn into a bitch and get your rights and get everything that you deserve? You lost DEI. This motherfucker got another letter added to the LGBTQAI2 spirit now. How do you feel? How does it feel? Get the fuck out of here.
Can we get the show back? Can I get the show back?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Hold on. I got one more.
What the hell happened to BMU? Who did something to him?
Oh, no. It's the LGBTQ.
I just got on vacation. These motherfuckers I just got into their plane dropped. I just got back today. But they pissed me off. Look at this right here. The call of language says it all. Filthy mouth, filthy mind. This is what we can't follow. A person like this, uneducated. Guess who's uneducated? Your white granddaddy, your white great-grandmother, the slave owner. Look, who else was filthy and nasty? Guess who else was filthy and nasty? The slave owner who went out there and fucked a black man in the ass to prove that he can emasculate him. Who else was nasty? When they took pictures of them holding a big black dick in their hand after they cut off a black man because your grandfather was mad because his dick keep getting cut off under his butt. His butt. How about that?
Hey,
nasty motherfuckers on the planet. We had to teach white people how to take a goddamn bath.
Hold on for a second, though. The chat, you guys are forbidden to talk to BMU for the rest of the night.
Leave me alone.
You're forbidden to send him. You're forbidden.
Oh, God damn.
What's going on, JT?
Good,
What's
JT.
happening, man? What's
How
poppin', man?
much
What's
have you seen, man? What's your take on all of this stuff, man? Because I want to finish the girl, but go ahead.
Yeah, I was my focus was in and out. So just
Well, anything.
where
What's
you
your
got
take in general? Forget about this. Whatever. What's in general? Do you think this is racist, racial overtones, or you think he's getting a fair, investigation? What do you think is going on?
Oh, okay. So you're talking about the young man that
Nolan. Yeah, Nolan Wells.
Yeah, Nolan Wells. I don't know. Have no idea. I don't know what the fuck going on. I know, but yeah, there are racial undertones now.
Thank you, baby.
But I'm not sure in where this stands. Did they even say what his
JT.
His cause of death was?
Nope.
No.
Nah, JT, you might know more than the Mississippi police. Shit. At this point,
Yeah, that's right. You might
at the wall, bro. You might land more than the Mississippi police.
You don't sound like much worse than the police.
They haven't even done an autopsy. They haven't even got the results back from the autopsy, and the sheriff already saying we don't see no foul play.
Right. And that's bullshit.
What the fuck?
Yeah. See, that's one of the biggest problems I have in my whole thing of saying what's wrong with this, what's wrong with going on. There's some questions that should be answered, and I think the best defense for the family is putting these questions out in the ether, right? Over the media. So it sounds, so if you have a lot of logical questions that go unanswered, it's not just a small group of people with these questions, it's everybody. And that could put pressure on the police department to actually try to come up with some answers. And plus we have a rogue judge who tried to exonerate her son on social media, right? Saying she has facts. And how could she have any facts?
Wait, don't the family have Ben Crump and
but that's part of the problem.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you about that. How you feel about Ben Crump and Al Sharpton?
So hold that opportunist, but hold that thought because I wanna finish this off because we're talking exactly about that. Hold on.
I'll pull it back up for you. I got you.
All right. Let me start it again.
People have been saying online that is absolutely wicked and racist, but they're allowed to say it and get away with it. Yet in the next breath, we don't have this same energy and this same level of caution when young Black boys are hanging out with a group of other young Black boys, and then Taquayshawn ends up getting shot by Jaquarius. Like, no one has ever warned Taquayshawn, hey, you need to watch your back and you need to be careful with this group of Blacks. The assumption is that Black children, there is only safety in numbers with one another. But the moment your friend group becomes a little bit too diverse, or you're in the minority, meaning you're the only Black one in the midst of a group of whites, then you should fear for your life.
In loving memory of Nolan Xavier Wells.
So this he's going to get into Ben Crump again.
About 650.
He's going to get into Ben Crump and Al Sharpton from the money standpoint.
Now, and before you say anything else, let's give homage to Jason Whitlock, who believes he is a white man.
And I was going to say, the only reason why I put him up here is because he's polarizing and he don't got nothing good to say about the Black diaspora.
At all.
$1,000 on this GoFundMe. There's a report that Byron Allen, Black billionaire, media mogul, donated $100,000 to the Nolan Wells GoFundMe. This thing, I think, will get to $1 million. They got a goal of 750, but they just keep raising the goal every time they reach it, and it gets higher. It may have started out at like $50,000, but now they're all the way up to the goal is $750,000, and I would suspect by the end of the day they'll have a goal of $850,000 because they'll surpass the $700,000 mark or whatever. It's troubling. is what the only thing I can call this is troubling, that they're following in a pattern that we saw from Carmelo Anthony's family. Carmelo Anthony murdered Austin Wells, somehow started a GoFundMe or a Give, Send, Go, raised nearly $1 million off of murdering Austin Metcalf, and allegedly this was to offset the legal fees of the Carmelo Anthony family. But clearly, people have recognized that if your son or daughter, Black, dies in any proximity to white people, you can racialize that, start a GoFundMe, and collect at a minimum hundreds of thousands of dollars. And maybe we'll see with this case, it'll cross over $1 million. And I'm just like, well, hold on. What are the legal fees that the Nolan Wells family are offset? I want to play Al Sharpton talking about Tyler Perry and Spike Lee being involved, having some connection to Nolan Wells' drowning or death. This is insanity.
We just got off the phone with Tyler Perry, the actor who says he wants to help cover whatever expenses for the funeral. We have with us Spike Lee is in the house. Many of our people that have always supported families are there. This is not about them trying to raise money. We're going to take care of that. This is about, though, they got to keep going forward. But we want justice.
It's not about them raising money, but we've got nearly $700,000 in a GoFundMe for what purpose?
Pause.
And I know many.
Pause. This motherfucker. This what I'm saying. Jason Woodlock is a very intelligent, polarizing person. He really is. And he should have used his mind for good. What I'm telling you is, if you are doing independent, and Trey could probably, what's up, Trey, man? Good to see you. If you're doing independent anything outside of the investigation that the state is doing, you're going to pay for that shit. Why should I have to go into my money, my personal money, and pay for some shit that I didn't fucking do? If I feel like my son was wrongfully accused and people want to give money to pay for these goddamn these third party what do you call it, autopsies and all this other bullshit that comes as third party that you got to pay for out your pocket, then yes, hell yeah, if y'all want to help me pay for it, pay for it. But I shouldn't have to be poor finding out that my son was mistreated or done wrong to a point that he could have been murdered by these people.
Hey,
I
BMU.
shouldn't have to use my own money.
Hey, BMU. I'm cool with the GoFundMe. If a white woman can raise $1 million to call a little Black boy a nigga, and why can't Nolan Wells' parents raise $1 million for his legal?
I don't have an issue with the I don't have an issue with the GoFundMe either. So I just wanted to get through him talking about. He's just trying to tie this into anywhere Sharpton's at and this guy at. But I believe the family, if people want to help out and give them financial support, I trust that that family will put it to better use than the Anthony family did. I can tell you that. That's what I feel by listening to them. What's up, Trey?
Also, keep in mind, one of the kids, you said it earlier, one of the kids, I'm reading it right now, one of the kids, one of the white boys' stepmom, I think, is a judge. Keep in mind, this young man's mother is a judge as well. The white woman said her and the white woman that's a judge say her and the Black judge went to school together. They know each other.
Right. Okay. Right.
So they're both in law. So we're gonna see how this turn out.
Yeah. Oh, why would stop for a second? What you got, Trey? What you got?
What's up, Trey?
What's up, y'all? First of all, fuck Martin Luther King. This is all his fault. This is all his fault. He the one that sold y'all that bullshit dream. He sold y'all that bullshit ass dream in the 60s about white boys and white girl and Black boys and all being able to play together and all. He sold y'all this dream. This ain't the first one. There was a Black girl. She was with a bunch of white girls and she turned up missing. This ain't nothing new.
Oh, hey, Trey, hold on, Trey. And there's another story I got to give to our pain. There's another story as well. Black boy went to this music fest where they do like medieval time shit. This just happened just 2-3 days ago. Did he medieval times? Went with all his white friends dressed up.
That's his name, bro.
Yeah, there you go. And guess what? Went with all his white friends. They found his ass dead in the woods. Dead. And he was there with all his white friends, and they found his ass in his little cloak with his little sword, dead in the fucking woods. And he went with all his white friends, and his white friends thought, we don't know, we lost him. We don't know what happened to him. And this just happened last week. But that ain't in the news, is it?
No, I haven't heard about that one.
Okay. So go ahead. Martin King did say he wanted all black boys and all little white boys to sit at the table and eat together. Yeah, now they killing them.
In particular, hey man, that'll provide comfort for the family. And those of us that are Christians believe that God, Jesus, the Holy Spirit, that those are our providers. That is our provider.
Okay, Chase.
Al Sharpton claims to be a minister.
Yeah, he's tripping.
But
guess what? If God is the provider, why you on a podcast
money
getting paid,
as the ultimate comfort seems to be his mission. Let's play SOT 10, where Al says he's there to, make people sweat.
They are not activists or lawyers. So they only want justice for their son. I'm an activist. When we get there and they say we heating things up, that's what we do. Because sometimes you got to make people sweat to get the poison out their system. I'm the sweat man. And they are the parents that want to see justice for their son.
Al Sharpton is the sweat man.
Yeah, that was wild.
Finally, here's Ben Crump, because here's the target. They want the state of Mississippi to sweat. The ultimate payday is to try to blame law enforcement or someone connected to Mississippi government so that you can then shake them down, leverage them into cutting a check. Here's Ben Crump.
The history of Mississippi is something that they don't just read about in books, but it's a lived experience for many Black Americans, that oftentimes when our children are killed in highly questionable situations, that there is this notion that, oh, it was nothing wrong, no foul play, let's just sweep it under the rug. Well, we refuse to sweep it under the rug. We refuse to just let Nolan Wells' death be in vain. We are going to make sure that we get to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, because Nolan deserves it.
While getting paid. Hell yeah.
Yeah, okay. So let me ask you guys a question, okay? Do you guys feel comfortable if he was your lawyer?
What's his win rate? I've been trying to figure that out for a minute. I can't find that shit.
Yeah, I mean, he's, So anything else you got to say, Trey, while you're up here new on a topic? Because we're going to go into the next part where I want to show an interview on Good Morning America with the family. It's a short one. And
we're going to talk about this, or you just going to show interviews the whole show? What's going on here?
I just gave you an opportunity to say what you guys say. After I show it, gives us talking points. You can talk after all of that. So that's why I'm asking you to go ahead and talk.
No, listen, you guys, I have always felt the same way I felt about these situations. That's not going to change. Anytime that you get the Reverend Al Sharpton flies down to, your shit is already cooked, right? I always found it quite interesting that Ben Crump nor Reverend Al Sharpton were at Carmelo Anthony's anything. They weren't there. They knew that nigga was. They knew what time it was for him, right? But when I see certain people show up at certain things, I already know this is going to be a shit show, right? And what I would like to see is, I would actually like to see some new blood. I would like to see some younger lawyers with fresh eyes, with fresh views, to actually be able to look at these situations and actually be able to help these families. I don't think you could raise $5 million. I don't think that's going to get to the bottom of this. The fact of the matter is that you guys ever seen I can't think of the name of it. Samuel L. Jackson. They essay his daughter and he kills the two boys.
A Time to Kill.
A Time to Kill. It's like one of these little podunk, like little counties. Like everybody knows everybody. Everybody's connected somehow. It's all interwoven somehow. Everybody knows somebody. So the fact of the matter is that the cover-up started long before we even found out about the case. I'm telling you, it's this somebody who's been 14 years in law enforcement. The cover-up started. By the time y'all heard about the story, cover-up had already happened. It's done. It's over. But things have been redacted. Videos have been lost, have been stored away, have been erased. It's already been done. So they're just going to start to find this out more and more and more as the case goes along. And that's what they're going to wind up using that money. And you also have to remember that in the legal system, the easiest way to win cases is to burn up your money. It's just going to stall you out and make you burn your money up. And you're going to run out of money eventually, and you ain't going to be able to actually do what you want to do in the legal system. So good luck to them. But I think the Black community needs to take a long look at what the idea was when we decided that we wanted to become one. We wanted to integrate. I still to this day, and I'll stand by it out down this hill, I don't think it was the best decision for Black people.
Well, listen, first of all, we're the only people who want to integrate. Nobody else cares about that shit. You know, I'm serious. I mean, if it wasn't for us, nobody would care about integration. That's why all of these immigrants have their own enclaves. And they're perfectly fine living in those enclaves. And yes, that's why somebody could be here for 30 years and never learn the language and live perfectly fine. You know, so, and being an American citizen. You know, so I'm just saying, you know, we're the only people who care about that. And that's right where, you know, the Democratic Liberal Party wants us to be, because our Black women champion that shit. And Black men who follow them, you know, champion that. And we're just starting to try to get off the plantation, where there's not enough of us. And, you know, but we still, the fight goes on. And it goes on for more of you guys than me. I'm close to the other end. You guys, if y'all want to save yourselves, you're going to have to bring some more people with you. You know, so I have a list of questions there, though, that I thought need to be answered, and that they're not really addressing, because it's like just simple shit that they're not really asking. And I think there should be an independent investigators, interrogators of those kids, you know, and asking the question, at least, where's the transcripts, right? Because when they do an interrogation, right, Trey, there's some transcripts, right? A recording or something, correct?
Yeah, it should be recorded. It should be recorded.
So let me ask a question, Dan. Why is this case getting so much national attention, though? It doesn't feel normal anymore, right?
As opposed to what? The Carmelo one? You think this got more than that?
I don't even understand why that got so much national attention. None of this seems, it just doesn't seem right anymore, man. This shit is, I mean, somebody asked earlier, was it a racial undertone? Of course. But there's so many of our people being slaughtered and killed, and they don't even get half the attention.
Well, you just missed BMU, or he argued that one down. Yeah, you're right. You know, it's like we're resigned to the fact that, you know, Black lives only matter when white people kill you.
That's what it just seems like. It's like very clear now. How you can't even argue that anymore. You can't even argue that anymore. There's a racial undertone when you have case after case after case. And I'm talking about, let's not even talk about the adults. Just talk about the kids. I mean, do you understand?
JT?
Say that again?
Yeah, in Michigan.
He was at the electric festival in Michigan. The black people went missing with all the white folks.
Who was in my neck of the woods?
The dude, look at the chat. I mean, I just put it up on the screen. You see it?
Yeah, I guess
he went to the electric festival in Michigan with all the white folks, and he came up. They found him.
Yeah, the electric, and that's the thing. The Electric Fest is not all white people at all. It's not. It's for one, it's a global thing. Motherfuckers come from all over the world to go to that. It's one of the biggest fests in America. I mean, in the world right now. Like that what's that one they got the one Kobo or whatever that shit those kids be doing, smoking loud, and it's another one. Right? Those are huge. Coachella. Those are huge, right?
Rolling Loud.
That's just as huge as those things. And these folks, so the thing is that when you're looking, I can understand that. The Electric Fest is a huge. That's probably what the smallest has ever been.
And guess what else they found at the Electric Fest? I gotta look this shit up. They found a black dead baby in the porta potty.
Mm-hmm. So what? Okay, what I'm saying is that
Jesus,
there's more than just, man. When I tell you,
JT, you're asking for white media to give a shit.
No, I'm asking why. No, I'm not.
You said you said why is it popular? We don't control the media.
So my angle is this: we do now. We definitely do.
Well, how you figure that?
Hold on. What media do we?
Roland Martin said he controlled the media. Roland Martin said he controlled the media.
No. You would have this story that you guys are talking about right now. Everybody is covering this shit right now. When I say we're the media, the thing is this: the algorithms is what causes it now. It ain't national TV. That shit does not have the power that social media has at all by a long run.
JT, you have.
That's
lost
why those
JT, if you think the majority of people are feeding through an algorithm, you have lost the plot. The majority of people watch TV still to this day. The majority of people wake up in the morning at 6 a.m. and watch their local news. That's what they watch. I see people still.
No, the majority of this is the thing.
Read their Washington Post. What we see on the internet has nothing to do with real life.
The majority of people now. The thing is this, Trey. The majority of people that is 50 and over, yes, but anybody under 50, they're not watching TV, bro.
Who do you think controls the media? What age would they be, JT?
Who controls what media? Which one? That's what I'm asking you.
All of it. What age do you think that they are?
This is of my opinion.
What age is George Soros?
Regular TV, network TV is losing compared to social media. It's losing.
It has nothing to do with their influence. This isn't a competition. You misunderstand. This isn't a competition. This is about influence.
So this is what I'm saying though, Trey. My thing is this. It's very clear now to me that the way that they've been doing this shit, they've been doing this shit for years. The shit is very clear to us. We already see the racial undertone when it comes down to it. It's just certain things that we do have control over with it. I'm not just saying just a couple of us. Dog, social media is way huger than TV is now.
Who has the control, JT? Who?
Well, like I said, when you're looking at it, yes, you still have the. How about I just say this, Trey? I'm not going to argue that network TV still doesn't have power, but network TV has moved over to what? Social media. Every one of these network they have what? They all have whatever you can watch on TV. You can also watch on YouTube and whatever other platform. But YouTube is the biggest platform out of all of them.
I think what he's saying, JT, the white folks own all of it. That's what he's saying. I think he's saying the white folks own all of it.
So this is my whole thing. We don't have to fall. We don't have to fall for it like we used to fall for it. The whole thing is this. We know that we have an American problem, period. Nobody's talking about that. We keep falling into this whole black-white thing. We keep falling into it where we do have some form of control over the social media. Now,
JT, the point I'm arguing is that you initially said that why is it getting a lot of the coverage? It's getting the coverage because it pays the bills. They know that this pays the bills.
This is the thing. That's an answer. Yeah. That's an answer. So I'm not going to argue. I did ask a question. So that's an answer. Absolutely.
All right, man. So
I will say this, JT. I do agree with you to this extent that independent media is much stronger now than it has ever been. We saw that during the last presidential race, that a lot of people were going towards independent media. They were getting a lot more of the information from people who weren't necessarily on national TV. But we got to be out. We got to understand something. People still watch TV.
No, I didn't say that. Yeah.
And the fact is, we do not control that. We don't get to choose which stories go out and which stories don't go out.
No, I understand that.
Until we get to that point where we can control what comes out and what goes out, what doesn't go out, then we have to put up with whatever the story is as it's mainstream. And they are always going to play the story that's going to get the most people, most eyeballs. And they know that race stories get eyeballs.
That's the point that I'm saying, that just to me, I don't know anybody else, the shit just don't feel right no more. I've seen this so many fucking years where it's like it's too fucking easy to see that there's the racial undertone. So I do agree that they're still controlling it, no doubt about it. But that's what I meant when you said the independent. That's what I was meaning, and it's getting, you know what I'm saying? It's changing. The platforms are changing and shit like that. My whole point is that at some point, we can't keep falling for the banana in the tailpipe. That's all I'm saying.
And JT, what else are we in this year? We're in an election year.
We're in an election year. Yeah.
Right, we're in the midterms, yeah. So what do we know what's going to happen around the summer of whatever midterms or the summer of an election year? We already know what time it's going to be. Yeah. They're going to start shooting us race stories because this is how this goes. We know the cycle, like you said. We know how it's going to be.
Yeah.
Yo, JT, can I ask you a question, bro?
Yeah.
Should we be covering other stories, or are you saying that like what should be like the solution to us not falling for the banana in the tailpipe?
Yeah, but I think we should be the ones covering it, though. I think we should be the ones that if we feel that these stories need to be out there, I think we should be doing it, and we're not. We're falling for the banana in the tailpipe.
Okay, JT, because so I do media and shit, right? And so I talked about the Tonya Miller situation. Y'all heard of that? Y'all hear about that story about that? Right,
man. You have to tell me the story because I just been seeing so much fucking. You know what I'm saying?
What about
people getting killed, bro? It's like it's enough of us doing. That's my whole point. It's enough of us doing media where we can make these things more important.
Well, what I was going to say was the Tonya Miller situation I talked about got 8 views, but the Nolan Wells situation I talked about got almost like 300 views. Sometimes the viewership just don't be there. Sometimes people talk about it, but if they not pushing it out, it make it seem like we not talking. So I get what Trey talked about. Like it's them folks.
Yeah. So that's why I said. That's why. Yeah. That's why I said that. That's an answer because I did ask a question, and that is. But the thing is that it's just so. It's so fucking much, bro. This shit. If you out here, you don't even really have to look. My whole thing is that we are still being moved as if we have to argue amongst ourselves about the racial tension. It seems like black folks are arguing more with each other about this racial shit than anybody else. That's my only thing. Well, and at the end of the day,
let me ask you though, JT. I mean, is that a bad thing? Because the ideology has to change, right? I mean, there's some people who don't want to go for the grift, but they get vilified because they don't want to do it. If you're a black conservative, man, listen. The black conservatives take more shit than anybody else out there if they're willing to identify themselves as conservative. I mean, family members might not be talking to you. You got all kinds of shit. Think about
that's the biggest. That's one of the biggest issues we got right now. Families are really separate right now, not only because of just the whole gender thing, but it's racial, it's political, and a lot of people ain't even talking about that. You got siblings that ain't talked to each other in 15 fucking years, bro.
Yeah,
20 years because of their political views and you know what I'm saying. And one of the things, even when it comes down to religion, right? This is one of the things that I grew up knowing with a lot of people that was like the boomers and all them. It's just certain shit they never wanted to talk about at the dinner table. They never wanted to talk about even at parties and stuff. And that was religion and politics, right? That was now we understand why. You know what I'm saying? But that still wasn't the answer, right? Not to talk about it wasn't the answer. So now it's at a point where, okay, this is what's going to have to happen in the wash, though. I don't think we should not know where we stand at with one another in America when it comes down to our political views, racial, all of that shit, gender views, all of this shit. I think that was the problem back then that now is we have to just suffer that shit because we're not going to be silent anymore about that shit. However, we got to find some balance with it. We got to find, like, I don't want to have the argument with my people about black on black versus racial, because we never go anywhere with the conversation. It never gets anywhere. That's why one of my things is that us being in America, you have to first, as being black, got to say that I'm from fucking America. And I ain't planning on going no motherfucking where. And I am a citizen.
Well,
then we can start talking about the problems, and then we can start putting those and compartmentalizing that. But the shit that we talk about, man, it just goes to a big argument.
You ain't gonna see the Africa, bro.
So
the motherland.
We got a big issue with Africans now. Hey, listen. So JT, you think the majority of black people, if you ask them, if they, you know, what they choose, if you say, hey, listen, are you American? Well, you know, I think there's a lot of black people. I think the majority of black people have trouble identifying themselves as Americans.
I think so. I just think we just had a big divide.
They have a hard time identifying as American because they ain't never been nowhere. If they actually get out of this country and go to other countries, they'll be happy. They'd be happy to
be American.
Trey, representation, right? You have to see it to know it, right? I said this the other day, the whole panel went nuts on you, nigga. I said, it's representation. You have to be able to see where you're going. And if you stay stagnant, you ain't gonna learn shit. I said this a week ago, niggas went ham on me. Oh, no.
Absolutely.
Oh, no.
Yeah, absolutely. People get on me about being patriotic, but it's because I've been to 30 plus countries.
Right.
There is no else I would rather be. I've been to countries where when Shorty said you could take a shower, she handed me a bucket. I said, well, where's the shower? Shorty handed me a bucket. That was in Ghana, by the way. That was in Accra, Ghana, by the way. Shorty handed me a bucket and said, here's the bucket. So I think that a lot of people just don't understand what they don't know. And when you put them in situations, and I promise you, there's a guy, he just did a video. I don't know if it went viral, but he was like, I'm coming back to America. I can't wait to get back to America. He had been gone for 8 months, and he was talking about, like, he's like, nah. He's like, do you realize?
No, man, you froze up.
Oh.
Yeah, he froze. Well, anyways, you know, it's kind of funny about my cousin is a Muslim, one of them, and they went to the Hajj. And, you know, with all that, you know, when you go to the Hajj, you got to do that for your faith. And I couldn't get past the question. I couldn't guess. I said, where did y'all go to the bathroom? I couldn't get it. You know, he said, listen, if you want to go to the bathroom, what they did was they had like these big stalls. You go to the bathroom. If you and there's a hole in the ground, so if you wanted to shower, it's the same bathroom with water coming down, but you sit squatting in the hole.
I'm from the South. It's just an outhouse. It's just an outhouse. I'm 42. I've used one. You've been here since you gave Jesus his first pair of slippers. You ain't never seen an outhouse.
No, listen. We're talking about the modern era. I've seen an outhouse. Yes, I have. And that's why I time warped into the 21st century. You know what I'm saying? I have a phobia.
Are you a vampire now, RP?
What I'm trying to say is, I went to camp, man. We had a place called a La La, and to me it was
what?
You know, so we've been there, man. The communal showers, the communal shit thing with all the damn shit stools by each other, man, and everybody going there, man. I used to brave the bears and shit to get to this. I could have a seat with nobody in there, man. You
ain't brave no bears. Shut you lying.
Thank slaves.
Yeah, I didn't know. Hey, I could have been.
Hey, JT got us. He want us out there believe he out there with the black bears. And
Right.
Hey, Camp Minnesota, man. With that beers and shit, everything out there. Anyhow, man. So listen, I had one more thing about the lady talking about the judge. All right, so I think that, so like you said, Trey, yeah, the fix probably was in long before. And this is a real short video about the lady who was a prosecutor saying how the judge overstepped her boundaries. And from then, with just no more videos, we just cut just like a couple of seconds.
Okay.
A couple of minutes, 1 minute or less, because it's like a, let me do this.
Prosecutor, I'm shocked a sitting judge would do this. Judge Ashley Cole, the mom of one of the men who was with Nolan Wells before he was found dead, got on Facebook claiming she wanted to dispel rumors with facts, and then laid out this whole timeline of what she says are facts of what went down that day, even though she wasn't there. And this is still an active death investigation. A judge commenting could influence or intimidate witnesses before they've even spoken to investigators. That is exactly what you don't want in an active investigation. It's the reason judges are held to a different ethical standard. This is not how homicide cases go. Law enforcement investigates. Detectives interview witnesses. Prosecutors evaluate the evidence. Judges don't even get involved until legal issues are brought into the court. When you're a sitting judge, you're not just another parent on Facebook. This is exactly the type of situation the Mississippi Code of Judicial Conduct is designed to prevent. Judges are expected to uphold public confidence in the judiciary, remain impartial, and avoid not just acting improperly, but even appearing to act improperly. She literally said she was going to dispel rumors with facts, and then publicly filled in the very facts investigators are trying to figure out. None of this is okay. What do you think about her comments?
Yeah, so there you go. That's the last one.
I don't know why we even trust women judges. I don't even understand why we even trust these motherfuckers, bro.
You
I don't even understand why we even do.
Damn, JT.
Do you know how many? You know how many female judges just this year got arrested?
Yeah, you know, I did a whole show on that. I did a whole show on that.
Also,
you know what I find? You know what I find funny when women talked a lot about men being in powerful positions. But I find it quite interesting that when they are in the same powerful positions, they do the same exact thing or worse. I always find it to be quite interesting. Yeah, or worse.
But let me ask you.
By the way, the fix is in. I don't know if y'all can see it. It's already in.
We already know. Yeah. But let me ask y'all this: if y'all was in the judge position, would y'all do that for y'all kids?
Absolutely.
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 So that's why we ain't no damn judges. That's why.
This is my problem.
Hey, JT, when I was going through the academy, and they would ask you questions like that, like if your kid was one of the ones that did this, would you cover it up? Like, would you cover it up? And you try to do, you answered the right way, but deep down inside, you like, hell no, I'm gonna protect my kid.
If y'all want to see something crazy, go online, look up the judge that got arrested in Louisiana because somebody videoed her at a party while she was fucked up, while she was drunk. And she said, guess what? Last year, I put so many of those niggas in jail. It was ridiculous. I locked their asses up. They said 2 words, and I said, no, 10 years.
And the other thing about this is, even though that judge may not be assigned a case, they all know each other. It's a small little world.
Yes.
That little legal system is a very small world. And I used to tell guys all the time, I said, do you guys know when they make their deal? Y'all think this like how it is on TV, like they go and sit in some big office with big windows and overlooking the city. I said, when you walk into a courtroom, there's typically 2 sets of double doors. You walk through the first set and then you walk through another set. That little hallway right there in the middle, that's where they determining your fate. Right there in that little hallway. They making a deal right there in that little hallway, because inside that hallway is where all the witnesses and the officers typically sit. They'll sit in there's little rooms. So they'll sit in that room. They making a deal right there
Yeah.
Misdemeanor, such and such. They go into the room and they say, hey, we don't need y'all. Y'all go home. He gonna plead this out. like that's how they do it. So you got everybody don't understand. They all play golf together. The kids go to the same schools together. The whole system is entered. It's all fun. The best thing to do is to stay out of the legal system all together. That's the best thing for you to do, because once you get in there, you are at their mercy, and the people that you think are supposed to be protecting you and working for you are just as much a part of the other side as I felt with the Carmelo Anthony case. I was like, that boy didn't even have a good defense system. He didn't even have a good defense attorney. That defense attorney was trash.
So let me ask you, what kind of questions? See, that's why I said Ben Crump and Al Sharpton are wasting time with their rhetoric. What kind of questions would you put out into the media that could try to put pressure on that that the fix is in already?
Let me tell you the first thing I would do, Arpay. I would ask for a change of venue. I would get the hell out of there. That would be the first thing I would do. We got to get out of there. We got to get people that are not closely attached to this entire case. Because when you have these little communities like this, they're all going to protect each other. That's what they're going to do. That's why this fix is in. It's all that judge. What judge you ever heard getting on social media? Come on, man.
I know.
Come on, man.
And blatantly come out in the middle of
the fix is already in. The first thing you got to do is you got to get the hell out of there. You got to get a change of venue to get them out of there, so you get fresh and people that are not dealing with this case. That's one of the first things I would do.
Yeah. I think what happens with a lot of people, Trey, is that they've been protected by that, their community that they're in, where they start being careless, right? They start being careless with their words. They start being careless with their attitude. Like, they literally think that whatever it is, they would be protected because they're right there. And they've known, and especially if you know the people that has the powers, and especially, man, when you talk about judges and congressmen, come on, man. Yeah, you talking about politicians, and you talk about everybody that's married to one another, and everybody that's brother-in-laws and sister-in-laws. And so it gives you a sense of, it's kind of like having a sense of security, like you got a bulletproof vest on, and you just talking shit to anybody that'll say whatever when you have to, right?
But one of the problems that I do have is that there's still some obvious thing. Like, for example, they say he stayed there with a girl, right? I haven't heard one peep that they try to find this girl to question, right? And
because what you have to do is you have to separate all of them. You have to get them individually, and somebody. Pressure bust bites. You gotta get one of them to crack. I don't know who
here's
to
my
be.
thing, though. Here's my thing, though, Trey. These two guys will come down here to help the family. They should be saying these things. They should be the ones who project what needs to happen out in the public, so people could know what's on their mind, other than saying we want.
I don't agree with that.
Well, how are they going to get it? What are they? If they keep saying, "Well, we want them to treat us fairly." But go ahead.
You got to work. You got to work in the shadows on this one. One thing you don't do is you don't want to put your strategy out on Main Street. You don't need for people to know, because listen, you're already behind our pain.
Yeah, but
you're already behind. By the time you got down there, you're already behind. They've been covering this up for weeks. They're ahead of you.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing with that. But if okay, so you think behind the scenes, Ben Crump and Al Sharpton is actually asking, well, we want an independent investigators to question these boys.
I don't think Al Sharpton's doing anything. I think he's a piece of shit, personally. That's what I think. Now, Ben Crump, on the other hand, I don't know. He does win cases. He has won multi-million-dollar cases before. I don't know. I'm still indifferent about Ben Crump at this point, right? I'm not really sure. But
Trey.
Go ahead, PMU.
I got a question for Trey. As a former police officer, law enforcement officer, think about it. It was 3 days before they found the body, right?
It was at least 2.
As long as that body stay in the water, there's no evidence. That water's corrupted the evidence of that body.
Absolutely. And on top of that, the part that a lot of y'all don't understand is the person conducting the autopsy can use that as an excuse and say, well, I can't get the evidence that I need because the body was so, because of the water. And like they can use that and say, well, I don't know. I don't know how this happened because his body was in the water for 48, 50, 60 hours. They can use that as an excuse, whereas, well, we just found him and maybe his body was even still warm. They can't really have that excuse. I'm telling you, man, you by the time they found the body, you're 72 hours behind. I'm telling you what I know. Listen to me. You 72 hours behind. You already behind.
This shit a rap then, basically.
That's what he's saying.
I said it immediately. When they first said the case, I was like, oh, y'all just figuring this it's over. So the only way is it Kamal? Is it the only way they can figure this out? Somebody has to break. They have to break somebody that was there that knows the truth and break them and get them to come out and say, all right, this is what actually happened. Yeah, we were fighting over a girl, and yeah, he did kill him. Like that's the only way. That's the only way it's gonna happen. Outside of that,
there's some obvious things like the guy's phone was in the house of one of the kids. How did he get his phone? I mean, that's like, how could that string not get pulled?
Logically in your head, that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
But you got to remember, they've had time to work on that.
Yeah, I mean, we already know it's some bullshit anyway. We still don't have the cause of death. we still don't have the cause of death. So if all we got is somebody saying that they ruled, did they say that they ruled out foul play?
But they're saying preliminary findings, they can't find any foul play or some shit like that. Any evidence of a crime. That's what they said. And that's, to me, the precursor of them covering it up. But I do have one for Trey. The secondary autopsy, they sent the body. They said the autopsy, the original one, the results aren't out, but they said they sent the body to D.C., right? I don't know if you can hear me, Trey. That point is that the secondary autopsy is by definition inferior to the first one.
That's right.
Okay, it has to be.
Think of it like a plate of food. When the chef makes the plate of food, it's perfect when they set it down in front of you.
Right.
If you have to come in behind the first person who already ate, what's left of it? Whatever is left of it, that's all you have to work on from the autopsy. And the person who conducted the first autopsy may not be so generous with their notes.
That's right.
They may not give you everything. They told you.
Absolutely.
They should have had somebody in the room. They should have had somebody in the room for the initial autopsy. That's what
that was gonna be my question to Trey, because Arpain, you said that they should have had somebody in the room. How would they come about doing that though, Trey? And how would you have that knowledge to know? Was it Ben Crump job to tell him that, or
yes, that's your legal defense job, is to say, do not conduct that autopsy until we get an independent person to get in the room with you.
Okay,
but you got to remember, they don't have to fight that battle. They don't have to. You got to fight that. They don't have to wait on you.
You got to go. You got to get an order for the motion or something. You got to file a motion and all that shit.
Yeah, you probably got to go talk to a judge. You probably got to
fight that battle.
You see what I'm saying? Because the argument from the person conducting the autopsy is that time matters.
Yeah.
Right. And I don't need. You see what I'm saying? Like there's so much into this. There's so much politics.
But that's my problem, though, Trey. See, that's what I'm saying. If I think their eye is not on the ball, because that's exactly what Crump should have been doing.
It's going to be very difficult if.
No, I mean the autopsy's done already, right? He should have been doing. Say, listen, I want to stay on this autopsy for 24 hours, 30, so I get somebody in there.
He probably was talking too damn slow.
They
was moving, boy. They was whatever they needed to get done. They was moving. He was sitting there talking too damn slow.
About the guy, but
then there's this, JT. What if that person who conducted the second autopsy says that they found something that the first one didn't find?
Yeah.
Who's right? Who's right and who's wrong now?
Yeah. Because now you can implicate that the other one. Like automatically they neglected to see, dog, that shit, you get in trouble. Them damn medical examiners, bro.
Yeah.
That ain't nothing to mess with right there, bro, for real. And so that's why they have to move. They got to move fast.
I think ultimately this is going to be ruled a accidental drowning or something along those lines.
Oh, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah, it's going to be something that he accidentally, it's going to be ruined. It's going to be ruled something along those lines. I can't. Again, unless somebody is willing to come forward and say, this is what actually happened. And in this world where, judges are making social media posts and pressure's being put on them, that's going to take a lot of courage for somebody to stand up there and go against the entire community. You know what I mean? Like, that's tough.
So there's another thing too that we have to also understand. There's a detective or a group of detectives that's also working that case too. So it has to be. There's, you know what I'm saying?
And what's their connections to the family?
Yeah, what's their connections? What is it? Because, you know, sometimes you got those detectives that don't give a damn about none of that shit. They just be like, "No, I'm about to do my fucking job. And if I have to take this goddamn judge's son down, then he going down." So, you know, that's why, you know, you got a lot going on right now, man.
Well,
and Trey was right.
Mississippi detectives, why wouldn't they be in on it?
Say that again?
Why wouldn't the Mississippi detectives be in on it?
Because they're detectives. Motherfuckers, their integrity, like
how we know that judge ain't got nothing on them.
Yeah, it's a lot, bro. That just, and Trey said something also when he was saying, well, that was my whole thing too. They're not gonna lead to letting somebody know that we got the person right now, right? They're gonna let them think that everything is whatever it is right now, and then when they come off, this is the thing about those detectives, bro. In certain places, they just don't give a fuck about none of that shit y'all talking about. Them motherfuckers like their job. It's the same thing with the medical examiner, right? A lot of those medical examiners, they just love their fucking job, bro. But we don't know because of that town that they in, and everybody shit. You know, you got some towns, dog, where the sheriff is the deputy.
Well, no,
and the fire chief.
Come on, what you got to say, man?
So do y'all think that would this be a great time for them to hire like a PI or like a private investigator?
I think they got one.
They got one already?
I don't know. I'm just saying that. I mean, what you just said, I'm pretty sure they thought about getting a PI or somebody that's there, because if they're saying that there's foul play, then somebody will be like, okay, we're gonna get Columbo over here.
Well,
and, you know what I'm saying?
I agree. I think that wouldn't be a bad idea to go ahead and interrogate or at least question some of the people that the police are ignoring.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that.
But in those small towns, y'all, just being representative of the South, everybody know everybody.
Yeah, I can imagine.
That sheriff can walk in there to that fucking medical examiner and say to her, "Hey, good morning. Good morning, Richard. He died of drowning, accidental drowning. Did you already put that on the death certificate?" Oh, no, I haven't put it there yet. I'm not done. No, he died of an accidental drowning. Okay, thank you, man. Have a good morning. Breaking news: he wasn't killed. He died of an accidental drowning. I'm telling you, in the South, in these little towns, they covering this shit up. That's why JT, we covered a story last year about the same shit. A sheriff said to his, they recorded him. They recorded him saying, "Next time you get caught up in a shooting, don't call out to your other officers for the media to get a hold of it." He said, "You come to me and we'll bury him where the rest of them niggas at."
Hey, JT.
They got him on audio
What up,
saying
man?
this shit.
I'm so disappointed at you. You let black men talk to you on the toilet for the last 15 minutes. I've been hearing you. I was like, I know JT ain't gonna let this man talk to him.
Hey, listen, if I got a mic that sound this good in the bathroom, nigga, I may do all my shows from that motherfucker.
That's funny as hell, man.
That boy, I hear echo.
Talking on the toilet.
Now we don't hear no echo, bro. That shit is cool.
You sure you got your mic? You sure it's your mic? You might not have your mic connected.
JT, he in the bathroom. Tell you, I know what that sound off the. It's hitting the shower.
I've been talking on the damn display mic for the last hour.
That's what I said.
Okay, let's see if it changed now.
Hold on.
All right, how about that? That's better.
Now you sound like you're in the living room.
Look at it.
You did sound like you was on the toilet. You right, Eda, man. I was off on that one. You right. He was
funny.
sitting
So
down
what
on
you
the
got on
toilet.
the topic, Eda, man? You've been following this whole case.
He said he disappointed in us.
Well, no, so I don't know, man. I'm starting to look at y'all older black men in a way, right? You know what I'm saying? Because I heard, and it's not really y'all, but I heard when y'all know with the Austin Metcalf and that stuff, right?
Yeah.
Happened. I seen a lot of men trying to hold that young black straight A student accountable, right? And then when it come down to, since we got these rich little I ain't gonna go. I'm out here in the public. These rich folks, I'm gonna call them folks, and my mama call them butter cookies. These rich folks, it's like we give them so much. We give them so much excuses for their actions. If this was the opposite way around, say it was a white boy went to a hood problem, everybody would have been holding them hood boys accountable. And like I said, it's not a shot to y'all. I'm just talking about, I've seen hundreds of people cover this. And so many people is literally trying to sweep it under the rug like it's okay. Either we gonna say wrong is wrong and right is right. If we gonna hold that straight A black student accountable for defending himself, we still gotta hold these because I think this boy was murdered.
Oh, so do I.
Yeah, he was murdered for sure.
So do I.
Yeah, so
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
So and then the whole thing, and like I said, shout out to R Payne. I don't agree with him much, but he said it. He said, yes, if my child was murdered, we should be able to do a GoFundMe. We're supposed to be able to reach out to the community for help. But it's only a problem when black people reach out for the community for help.
Yep.
But if we go watch GoFundMe, who do you think 90% of GoFundMes are? White folks.
White folks.
Yes, probably. Yep.
So now we need to hold them to. I don't care if your uncle. Listen, I knew right now they was full of shit when they was lowering up. I ain't never seen nobody lower up that quick.
And it was free.
And so we need to start having a conversation about what do our interaction with our kids look like with these folks.
I agree. I said it
Hey,
earlier.
either man, can I ask either man a question?
I said it earlier.
Do you feel that black folk shouldn't be the only black person in these social settings when it comes to these folks or any other group?
Explain what you mean. Like we shouldn't. No, so let me say this right here because I want to say this. Because shout out to my business partners. I got some white business partners, the greatest people I know. Right, I want to be clear. All white folks are not the same, which I believe all black folks is not the same, right? But we need to start holding these racist ass white people accountable. When black people start going missing around you, we need to start looking at y'all funny.
Yeah.
Like Scam Likely. I served in the military with some great white folks. I'm not saying that it's something cast over all of them, but they got a scarlet letter on them. And so when black people start looking at you funny and saying, hey, you got to prove myself that you ain't part of them Klan niggas, I think that's a valid feeling. Because it's enough of them out there. So
the last thing we should do, either man, is go on a fucking boat ride with their ass.
Well, I want to answer this question.
I'm not going on no boat ride with their ass. I don't care how good they are.
Exactly, JT.
This is my opinion on it. It's no problem with young black people hanging out with white folks, but you need to bring your damn cousin. Listen,
come on.
I ain't got no. Listen, me and my cousin, rest in peace to my cousin Cortez. It's like, hey man, I'm going with these white folk. I need you and my other cousin to come. I know one of us gonna be able to at least tell a story.
That makes a lot of sense. Hell yeah.
One of us gonna be able to do it, and we know it's gonna be a couple of us. Then listen, you ain't gonna take us one out. You have to come with an army to take us out. But it's nothing wrong with it because I do think we do have to. We're in America. We're in the mixing pot, but we gotta start saying I can't be the black eyed pea in the group. I can't be the only. I can't be the only. I need to have somebody who's at least a line that I can go back to back out the foxhole that we gonna make it out of here.
Yeah.
Or at least somebody else to tell the story. So I'm not saying it's like completely segregate. I know that's kind of the conversation a lot of people are having, but no, we gotta have a couple black eyed peas in this pot. I can't be the only.
Yeah.
So that's my take.
What you got, Scam? Yeah. What's up, man?
I just got here, so I don't
What
know.
up, Scam?
You don't know what the topic is, man. You know what the topic is. We talk about Nolan Wells.
Okay.
And whether you see any racial undertones or overtones or whatever, how you ever look at it. How do you look at the situation? You think the fix is in? Huh?
One problem, one question. Who is Nolan Wells?
Oh shit, man! If you don't know the
That's my point. Listen, you see what I'm talking about? Y'all see why I'm looking at these?
on a panel with you. Hey.
Y'all see what I'm talking about now, right? Y'all see. Y'all
Sam,
see
do you know what
exactly
we're talking about? You know what story we're talking about?
No, just
No, you
got
don't know.
Oh,
You
white
don't
boy,
know.
black boy goes out with a whole bunch of white boys on a vacation trip for the 4th of July.
Mm-hmm.
He comes back, the white boys come back with the black boy's cell phone with deleted text messages. The black boy missing. They say he wanted to stay on the island. 3 days later, they find his body floating in the water.
Sounds like they need to do a better investigation than that. That don't sound right.
Yep. But they're not, because the sheriff came out in Mississippi and said, we don't expect any foul play.
Yep.
How about no? How about do an investigation?
Oh, and keep in mind the kids that were involved, their parents are in law enforcement. One of the kids' mom is a judge in that county.
So you kind of probably know what this. Yeah, that don't look right.
Yep.
But not much you're going. Yeah. They cheated. Which
But that's the problem. The problem with what you're saying, Scam. If this was the color was opposite. No, listen. If the color was opposite,
yes, sir.
Example, when we looked at what happened in Texas, I seen people talk about it for 6 months. It wasn't, it is what it is. Because I think it is what it is. Some big old white boys run up on a black boy and he protect himself with a knife. Why can we say, you know what? It is what it is. They shouldn't have been bullying that young boy. That's the point, is that we don't give that pushback unless it's typically somebody of our complexion.
Okay, well, here's the deal. You need to have 4 black judges and 3 black law enforcement officers to do that. But does it fix anything? If you get what I'm saying?
Well, everybody up here know my pedigree. They come tell me that shit about my son. It's gonna be World War III in this bitch. It's simple for me.
Yeah, so okay. Not saying it's cool what happened, but you got the story and they cheated. If this is what I think it is, or sounds kind of funny, they cheated. Just like this is an away game. They got home field advantage, the referee, the judge, the owner, and everybody else on one side, and it's probably rigged.
Yeah, but see,
Not a problem.
I play football.
If it's just 3 clowns over here, one's a janitor and one works at a call center and AutoZone manager, a little different. But when you got mob bosses and judges and stuff, you got a problem.
The point that I'm saying,
that's power dynamic. That's a problem.
I want you to understand. I remember when we used to go play those cornbread fed white boys in football, right? I say, hey, BMU, make a pile. I'm getting his ass up underneath this pile. And we'll all jump on him. I'm at the bottom of that pile, punching, poking. And I just trying to figure out when we going to kind of get in the game. We know they cheating. Why we can't cheat too, Scam? Why we always got to play by the rules, but everybody else get to not play by the rules?
It's not, okay, it's not about playing by the rules. It's about winning. But how can I say it?
Yeah, and you might as well
complain about being a judge or being a law enforcement or being anything. Then they want to complain about the rules. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, so you saying that, if I'm hearing you correctly, you saying that you believe that more black people need to go into these tight fields so we can tilt the favor to the black people.
Okay, for example, I'll just say it as it is. If it were military, and it was so much race stuff in 98 when I went in, people more military, and you understand what I'm saying. There would have been a lot of people with bullets in their back and not their Kevlar. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we saw that. We saw that. It's a whole movie about the black the soldiers who
we can make it black, but not even just black. But if it's black, if that were the battle, and this how you gonna do, stick us on the front line and all it in 98, there would have been bullets in the back of the head, back of the neck, spinal cords.
Well, scam likely. I used to work with a guy. He dead now. I used to work with a guy. His name is Henry Kirkendorf. He was in the Vietnam War. He was very old, still working.
Okay.
And he said they had a very, very racist leader of them when they were in the Vietnam War. He said him and his boys, I can say this now because he dead and can't nothing happen to him. He said when they got off the helicopter, he knew when they got in that war zone, he knew that the chances of him getting shot by this fucking white man who hated niggas was very high. He said that him and his black boys got together and said, when we get off this fucking helicopter, he the first motherfucker gonna be dead. He said when they got off the helicopter, they shot his ass to pieces.
But you never heard about that. You never heard Black Man Unfiltered. You never heard about that story of the black platoon in Texas went through the town killing all the white folks.
Yeah, it's the 42. I know. I know you talking about.
Here's my thing.
I held on that story. I ain't heard that shit.
No, it's big. It's one of the biggest court martials in
U.S. history.
In U.S. history.
I'm not.
Let me say this. I'm gonna scam Cook. Hold on. Let me tell you this. So what happened was it was a lot of racism going on. The Army did not want to collaborate with the police. The Houston police at the time said the Army, we don't want these. I don't care if they're military or not. We don't want these niggas basing at a base in our town. And so the police start going into the neighborhoods. They couldn't fuck with the soldiers no more. So they started fucking with the residents. And it started with a man shooting a gun, a police officer shooting just randomly at black people and almost hit a baby. Well, the woman defended herself and said, don't shoot my child. And he said, you black bitch, who you think you talking to? So the two soldiers that went to help her, they got them, beat the shit out of them, jailed them, they disappeared. One of the black men in the town went to the soldiers and said, hey, listen, two of your soldiers dead. You may want to go check on them, they dead. The police didn't kill them. The black dudes got to the point, they said, oh, we tired of this racism shit. Because they was getting beat and stabbed and they was killing black people in front of the soldiers. Like they was killing them. And the black dudes got pissed off and they said, hey, listen, fuck it. We gonna kill them before they kill us. They loaded their guns up, went through the whole town, killed every white motherfucker in there.
No, hey, black
this
man.
was like 19.
Here's the thing. Let's take Rodney King, for example.
I never heard that one.
I give you it's one of the biggest secrets in the military that they don't talk about.
What year?
I'm looking it up right now.
Yeah, I'm not supporting that either. Because here's my thing.
I am.
Nobody.
I am too.
No, I'll explain it. Rodney King got beat by 4 officers in LA.
Okay.
You saw they were out there barbecuing in the suburbs, watching it on TV, while black and Hispanics are tearing up the neighborhoods and community and everything else. If you're gonna tear something up, don't you want to tear up those 4 officers' houses?
Yeah.
What you doing over here messing with, or the Dallas police officer? What was it? I think it was Dallas about 15 years ago.
Scam, can I say something?
They were mad because something else. These officers did something over here. So you go find the innocent white police officer because of white and take him out.
No.
The one who did it.
Scam, you got no scam. You missing the point. Scam, you missing the point.
I wanted to ask Scam something.
Hold on, real quick, Kamal. He missing the point. You missing the point. Hold on, real quick, Kamal. I'm gonna let you cook. You missing.
I'm talking about aiming at a target and hitting.
No, but you missing the point. The point is, back in that day, if a white man was riding down the street and it had nothing to do with him, and he saw them shooting back at the white man that shot at them, that white man has a duty to go snitch and bring more motherfuckers to come in and kill your ass. So you got to kill him too. He's just
hold on. You guys are off the rails. You guys are really off the rails at this time.
I'm talking about if you're gonna go that route, get the actual target. If you're gonna go Rodney King, get them 4 officers who did it. Don't go get the 4 managers in AutoZone.
This whole conversation though is fucking crazy, man. Why are we talking about this?
So hold on. So I'll say this, then you can have it back.
The ones who are doing the stuff.
The Army platoon was called the 24th. It was the biggest court martial in United States history when they fought back against the white police officers. The white police officers.
What year was this?
And this came 1917.
Okay. Wow.
And they loaded up. And the white men came out there and they endured a lot. A lot of their soldiers got killed by the white police. They didn't respect them as U.S. Army soldiers. They seen a lot of their women get abused in front of them, and they have to sit there and watch because they couldn't fight white men. And they just got to a point they say, fuck it. They loaded up and said, hey, listen, we tired of seeing our soldiers die, our women get raped in front of us. We're going to fight back tonight. And so the white police officers thought they had a chance. And them black soldiers tore their asses, killed every one of their asses.
Let me ask you.
And the reason I'm for this, I mean, because I want to answer our pain question. Why are we talking about this? There's got to be some repercussions for their actions. If not, they're going to keep doing the same thing, our pain.
No. Hold on for a second. I didn't say it should be repercussions, but why are we talking about this? Which particular actions are you talking about tonight? You know what I'm saying? So are we? Well, hold on. I just want to try to bring it back to what we're talking about. So are we looking to try to get revenge for Nolan's death?
Now I think our pain. What happened was
no. I want him to answer that. So I'm just saying, because we could go off into the ether and talk about scorched earth, and because I agree that there's got to be some normalizing or fighting back from being a victim, but you gotta. This conversation sounds like the average black guy is being mowed down by white people, and that's just not fucking true.
But it's enough.
When convenient, that's true. When convenient.
No. See, that's the point. The point is, one death is too much. Our pain.
There you go.
Even if it happened once every year. Listen, because this is what I'm saying. I have a problem with the stance that people are taking. Listen, this is what I'm telling you, Arpain. Let them go to court. Let them get murder charges, and they get tried by the law and they get locked up. I say cool. They deal with it in court. But let them walk free like Zimmerman walked free. Let them walk free like we see countless people. We have to have at some point that says, you know what? Enough is enough. It's 2026, Arpain. How much pain do you want us to go through?
Here's my thing. Countless people are not going free. And I was, countless people are not going free. They just sentenced a white boy in the last week or so to life in prison for killing a 16-year-old black girl. Life plus 45 years. So I'm just saying, I hear it sounds good that we're under this kind of cabal where we should take up arms and say, the Lord doesn't work for us, and let's go get ourselves completely fucking annihilated because we're going to go and take up arms so we can level the playing field.
I understand both.
Our pain, that's what we're saying. You know why? You know one thing I love about white men? White men are consistent. If you fuck with one of their daughters or their children, they're going to squad up and they coming to get your motherfucking ass.
That's not true.
And history tells the truth. History tells the story. Their mother, even now, you go fuck with one of these little white men daughters, 15, 16-year-old daughters, and see what happens to your ass.
You mean these fucking
That's not
guys,
as true as you say.
You're talking about these white men that's today who's giving the fucking country away to these fucking women? Are you talking about these same white boys out there today?
What
the feminized ones? Then maybe down in Louisiana, they still got the real buck-eating cornbread white boys.
They do.
But so the average white guy is those fucking dye-tie shirt motherfuckers, man, who are reading Nietzsche and shit like that. Man, they ain't fucking
like the white man in Baton Rouge when they passed a law where men with dicks can go in the bathroom with girls.
That's what I'm saying.
Guess what? A group of white men were standing in front of the bathrooms with their AR-15s. Ain't no trans motherfucker going in this bathroom today.
I don't disagree with some of that. I mean, I don't disagree with protecting the little girls in those bathrooms. No.
Yeah.
I'm just saying we got to just be. I just want to know where the conversation feels good that we're saying these things, but I mean the ramifications of what's being said is just absolutely crazy.
Yeah, you don't want
just not answer. Go ahead, Scan.
No, to that. Who's touching the girls now? And who has been doing it for the last 100 years?
White men.
Oh, black men don't. That's right. They're all touching the black women in Spanish. Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah. The majority
just white men.
The majority
hold up. They're all wearing dresses when
no. The majority because I know he'll know a lot of history. The majority of sexual assaults and rapes were done by Caucasian men. It's facts.
Okay.
Facts.
I got it.
That's probably fact.
No. You sure it wasn't single moms that did it?
No, facts. It was white men who was raping and pillaging and raping little girls and selling them into sex slaves and selling them. And even now, it was slave sex back then. But even now, sex trafficking mostly done by white men selling young girls and women. It's facts.
I can tell you that's not true either.
And hold on, let's not.
That's not
Hold
true.
on one second, Scam. And then we act like we forget that Trey Reed was hung September 25th on a campus with the news. Like y'all keep saying like this stuff ain't happening. I'm like, open up your eyes.
Eaterman, I agree on I understand what our pain's saying. I understand what you're saying. One is too many. I do understand that because if it's my cousin or that's when you're gonna see eyeballs popping out. I understand that. I'm just saying when people throw a random narrative out there. Like you can't go to the gas station or every white person's gonna get you. That's not true. Or
but we're not saying that this.
Or
this
like
is
the
what I'm
narrative
saying.
black women
But
threw out.
No, that's what we do. Hold on, but Scam, hold on. Let me.
White guy.
What's the Scam? Hold on, wait 1 second, Scam. Hold on, no, Scam. That's what we do. If we know them, if we related to them, then we take up arms.
You were correct.
I'm telling you, white people don't do that. They look at unity as a color.
That is not true.
Yes, they do. Yeah, it's
That's
true.
crazy.
That's true.
I know you ain't stayed in the South. I don't know what Scam stayed at.
He
But it definitely went in. He ain't stayed in Georgia. He ain't stayed in Alabama. He ain't stayed in Mississippi.
I lived in Texas. I lived in Virginia.
E-man. Even in Louisiana, bro.
When
football season start, I'm gonna go home for homecoming. The football games are still segregated. All the white people sit on one side, all the niggas on the other side. They don't even sit together. This in the South. Listen to me.
You're taking that and making that the whole universe.
No, I'm not saying the universe, but the South. But listen, hold on. But the South is the heartbeat of racism. The South is the heartbeat of it.
What are you talking about?
South Carolina, Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama. You got to get some people up here and ask some questions. There's still sundown
I do that
towns.
when I lived in Texas, I lived in Florida, I lived in Virginia. I got family from all of these places. So somehow I live in the sky somewhere and this ain't happening.
You know what, Scam? I'm gonna send you to a sundown town. I want you to call me the next day after 9 o'clock. I'm gonna send you over there. I want you to call me after 9 p.m. and tell me you made it through that motherfucker. Ride through there with your windows down, with your music bumping.
Black man, how are you alive and breathing? If it's so bad.
I don't get because I don't live there, but I don't mind riding through a town because I don't mind killing nobody. That's the point I'm making. I don't mind killing nobody, Scam. I'm sorry. I don't mind shooting at me. I don't mind.
Wouldn't you be dead by
what you sipping on, black man? Hey, black man, you sipping on something in that bathroom, man.
Arpain, I don't listen, Arpain. This is the difference between me and the younger generation versus the old. You niggas bow out your head and kiss the boot. I don't mind shooting a bitch ass nigga for disrespect, or bitch ass white man for putting his hands on me and disrespecting me on a Mississippi road in the middle of the night. He pulling on me, punching me upside the head. I will blow his fucking brains out.
What are you talking about?
That's the point that I'm making. I'm making that point.
I want Scam to go to one of these white clubs. And I want you to fight a white man. I want you to tell me how many other white people that don't know him jump in.
They're gonna stomp his ass out.
They're gonna jump in.
They're gonna stomp his ass out.
All right.
Give me some of that, Billy. Fucking nigger, bitch, fucking bald-headed black bastard, motherfucker. They're gonna stomp your ass out.
Somehow all these in real life is just somehow been missing me for 45 years.
Yeah, because you ducking them.
It's happening. So just going out and having a real life, doing whatever, living in multiple states, somehow they keep missing me.
No, because you bowing.
Somehow it's not happening.
That's
so
it.
Because I'm not involved in this madness. Somehow.
Hold on, Scam. So what you
Scam?
Scam trolling. He trolling. This is what he does. Scam. You telling me right now, out of all this stuff that's going on in America right now, you're telling me that racism don't exist. White people not doing no real bad belligerent ass shit to black people, and guess what? We all hoorah. We can sit around the fire and have mushrooms and fucking Hershey's Kisses. That's what you're telling me.
I'm telling. If that's what you want to hear, then
I'm asking you a question.
That's what you want to hear. Sure.
I'm asking. What's your answer? What's your answer?
My answer is I only hear this stuff Only time I hear most of this wild stuff is when I click StreamYard.
So the black dude that just got,
Okay, hold on.
his body just got
Never
found.
heard of it.
Hold on. Right, Scam? Because you're not connected. That's what I'm saying. You disconnected from the world, period, bro. That's
So
what I'm
this
saying.
is if this was the world, how come I'm not getting beat on every Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday?
Bro, because you're not connected.
And I'm not saying it's not happening.
At the end of the day, a black young man who had a life ahead of him going to college went out with a bunch of white boys. He didn't come back. The white boys gave his phone back to his mama and said, "We don't know where your son is." 3 days later, he floating in the fucking water. What are we talking about?
No, man.
There should be no repercussions for that. If these motherfuckers get free, these motherfuckers shouldn't have their fucking head cut off.
And then BMU and then the sheriff. Hold on, no. Then we gotta tell the rest of the stuff. Then the sheriff doubled down, say he ain't gonna do nothing.
Exactly. He said, "I ain't no foul play." What the fuck you mean no foul play? My son went out here with these white motherfuckers, and all of them came back, but my son 3 days later floating in the same water. About it. Man, listen, bro.
Okay, so let me get this right.
I can tell you this, Scam. If 5 black boys came back and 1 didn't come back, they would have charged all 4 of them with murder.
Exactly.
That's
what are we talking about?
100%.
Yep.
Yeah, y'all are saying stuff I never even said, but I mean, if that's how y'all want it.
No, but I'm saying we talk about the race divide. Like
Hey,
Arpain
hold on.
knows, if it was 4 white boys and a black boy, it was 4 black boys and a white boy. Oh, these motherfuckers already be in jail, guilty to proven innocent. They'd be in jail right now.
Black man, you ever got in a fight with a white guy?
Absolutely.
How come you're not in prison for life? By your narrative.
Because growing up we didn't have that. They didn't call the police. Growing up we didn't have that. They didn't call the police for everything. We go behind the school where nobody sees and beat their ass and walk off like ain't nothing happened.
But they didn't just go and say black guy got me and then all y'all got 30 years?
No,
by your narrative. How are you here?
We fought every day. We didn't have no police coming in arresting nobody for fighting. The fuck?
Scam, what state do you live in, Scam?
Yeah, we ain't had that
I live in
problem.
the sky.
Okay.
There's no white people exist in my state. No.
Hey, E-Man, he gonna be a troll, E-Man. I'm from Louisiana. We watch road. These smart white people thought it would be a good time to bridge the gap between black and white people because it was segregated out of school. They had whites on black one side, the white on the other side. They put rosewood on for the whole school to watch together. White and black together. And we watched it, and guess what? White people started laughing when Ving Rhames started hanging from the tree. They started laughing, and you heard one sentence: "What the fuck y'all laughing at?" And now a riot ensues. White bodies everywhere, and people getting stomped out everywhere. You shouldn't have put rosewood on in front of a student body of fucking 700, 800 goddamn kids, and white people laughing at niggas being hung. You shouldn't have played it. So it's not our fault what happened after that.
And I understand, Scam. Listen, I've been staying up in Washington, and I was like, things done changed because in Washington, I just left my mama's house in Augusta, Georgia. Listen. Me and my wife was having a conversation. She said, they racist down here. I said, yeah, baby. Like sometimes, like we move to places that is inclusive because Washington is one of the most inclusive places in my opinion.
Oh,
right. Because you got
State or Washington D.C.
Washington State.
Oh yeah,
I lived in both of them before.
Yeah, so the reason and this is, I've been saying this for the longest, and I get a lot of pushback for this. I believe that black people need to move to states that became states after slavery. Washington State, they didn't even become a state in the United States until black people was free. So they only know free people, right? So like we have these conversations like it wasn't a big thing of the Underground Railroad and people's leaving the South trying to go to the North, but I guess the North and the South is all the same if you ask Scam.
That's not what I said, right? Because I don't agree with everything y'all say the way y'all say it. Instead of going and like y'all say, let's go do something and help the white. Let's go find a black person, blame everything on him.
Yeah, but this is where I have a problem.
And so he said stuff he didn't say.
I don't think that racism has the impact that it did even in the 90s. I just don't. I think it's always gonna be a problem with racism, but I think we have an American problem. Because even the way that you guys are talking about the racism, we can talk about motherfuckers killing one another.
That's
at
true.
a high fucking rate.
But I'm not gonna say racism ain't a problem.
Why?
It ain't a
No,
problem.
I said, so don't say what I didn't
I'm trying
say.
to get what you're saying.
I hear what you're saying.
I
JP.
said it's not as impactful as it was even in the 90s. It still exists. But bro, if you go out here and you look, and especially so I hear your account, black man, when it comes down to like Texas and all of that, but you also understand too that we are our own biggest enemies too right now.
Yeah, but you still sound crazy, JT, to me, because it's almost like we said, serial killers ain't that bad. We go back to the 90s.
I didn't say nothing wasn't that bad.
Listen,
I didn't say nothing. The way that you guys know, I'm speaking the way that you guys are talking as if we gotta watch ourselves around motherfucking white people because they just gonna be out here to kill us. I got hoods right now. I guarantee you wouldn't bring your ass even out there to even talk about those hoods. This is why when people listen.
Because you're missing my point. How long? Because this is the problem that I have.
I'm not missing your point. I heard you guys talking.
Hello, no, listen. It's like I'm failing math. Hold on. I failed math, and you want to talk about us failing English. I'm still failing math. Yes,
what I'm saying is this. We have to be able to speak of these things because what happened is that we end up mixing all of this shit together.
I agree.
America right now, we have some issues that we have. But black folks, we got bigger issues with ourselves. And we're not highlighting that shit.
Absolutely.
I think AJT. Can I say something real quick?
I come from a place. I got you, bro. But I come from a place in the Midwest. It's a huge problem. Motherfuckers and this is the craziest part. Every day in the summertime, somebody is in this mass people getting their ass handed to them. They getting shot. Airbnb is getting shot up. We just had 2 big ass shootings in 2 malls. And mind you, Detroit don't have a mall. And these malls are in other cities.
You're
and
right.
Motherfuckers is sitting here.
You're right. They're right outside the city, each one of them.
Right, and then some of them not even close to them anymore, and it's very few malls. It's very few in-house. It's very
information. Go ahead.
It's very few in-house malls, even in America. Right, most of the malls are strip malls now. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So to have these malls out here, and one of them big, I know, Scam. You know where Great Lakes Mall is, right? Great Lakes Outlet. It was just a shooting there, and Dearborn, Fairlane. It was just a shooting there.
Expected at Fairlane, but Great Lakes is Auburn.
But JT, I don't think you realize what you're doing.
What I'm saying is this.
Hold on.
What I'm saying is this. When we talk about like a lot of people, they ain't saying a whole lot of shit. In the Midwest they are, but when it came down to the 4th of July, you know how many motherfucking mass shootings it was? In the Midwest, Detroit, Chicago, even when you talk about New York, over in Philly, we talking about people, mass shootings, and they're not talking about this shit. We're talking about motherfuckers that's out here and just regular ass people. I ain't even got to say it's just a fucking black. It's a black and a white. It's an American thing. Niggas getting shot on fucking freeways. They're getting fucking, and that's what I'm saying. When we're talking about these things, we have to be able to talk about them in some type of totality to a point where we got to say, yeah, it is, there's still something that's going wrong. But the way we talk about it is like,
JT.
Hey, hold on. JT, I feel exactly what you're saying. It's an American problem, and the thing is, it's like usually crime is through proximity, right?
No. That shit is bullshit. I heard somebody say that earlier.
JT, I said it earlier. I'll let you finish your thing, though, bro. I did let you finish.
No, go ahead.
This is the problem I have.
Is he talking?
Yeah, no.
Your internet's messing up. My bad.
He can't hear him. Go ahead, bro.
So this is my thing. Why is it that black folks get killed by white folks in affluent areas, but the opposite don't happen? You said the hood, right?
Where? And not in Detroit. You can't say that in Detroit. I show you a story right now. White boy was out there and he had autism. Motherfucker just came out there and 2 guys, they seen him walking in the hood. Them motherfuckers unloaded on his ass.
Let me finish.
I got another one. 2 other white boys that sit there.
Let me finish. You said the hood. The hood usually means as despair. It ain't really economically popping, right?
Have you ever been to Detroit?
I feel like the same thing would happen if somebody go to a fucking trailer park where the
No,
white boys.
have you ever been to Detroit?
What I'm saying is, I haven't been to Detroit. What I'm saying is why that when black folks is around white folks in an affluent area and it's only them, they end up magically there. But if it's a white person, they're going to a
rare, man. It's not like it's a
big throwing anything out there at this point.
But JT, hold on.
Our conversations is never going to get anywhere.
But JT, hold on, JT. Hold on, JT. I want you to understand. I mean, because this is what I hear you doing, and I might be hearing you wrong. If we had the subject tonight and we was talking about women, and if I brought up men all the time when the subject was women, you would say, "Hey, why can't you stay on subject, Edie man?" We holding. Hold on. Let me land it. We holding the women accountable now. Right now, the conversation is about what's happening with the white man to the black man. I get it. We got a whole bunch of problems. We could talk just like we could talk about all the problems that men have. We just need to stay on subject and not try to put it back on what's happening in the black community. If that's the subject, JT, that's all I'm asking.
So you listening to me wrong? What I'm saying is that it's a problem that we have when we take these racial these racial stories and we make these motherfuckers blow all the way up. My whole thing is this. I don't, and this is just me. I don't think that this shit supposed to be fucking in a fucking national fucking story. I just don't.
I got it.
I think it should be a story that should be. I think it should be a story to have where you give, you know what I'm saying, you give it, you know, some you know, whatever it is, but to push it the way it is, bro, I'm telling you, we falling into this whole racial ass divide thing all over again. I think it's being conflated to a point. I think it's just being conflated to a point where motherfuckers are sitting here thinking that motherfuckers, the way that I'm hearing it is like motherfuckers in America need to watch out because these white people are just killing us.
No, that's not. So JT, can we acknowledge what JT, can we acknowledge what Rockstar said? 60 black people have been hung by white people in the last 4 years. Hold on.
But I need to see some evidence of that.
Hold on. Okay.
Yeah, you should have put it.
Now I know when it comes down to black people, we got to bring all the evidence.
No.
I do.
The link. Send me.
Hold on, but let me respond to JT. That's the problem, JT. When it happened to us, we sweep it under the rug. We sweep it under the rug so much that our pain is claiming that he don't even think it's existent. So it do need to be national news.
I'm the one doing this show on that topic. How could you fucking possibly say that? This is the show we're talking about the Nolan thing, and the question on here is, do we think this is a racist undertone? So you're telling me I have a whole show on the topic, and you saying I'm trying to run away from it?
No, I'm talking about what JT said. You missing our pain. JT said he don't think it should be national news. That's what I'm responding to.
But it is national news.
It should be.
Let me say this.
National internet news.
This should be. Listen, I understand it not being national news. It should be adjudicated just like any normal case of potential murder.
And we agreed with that, but it's not going to. That was the first thing I said, and they blasted me with all this other stuff. Started making up.
That's what. Yeah. So what I'm saying is,
so you think the Metcalf shouldn't have been national news? Arpain?
No.
What's it?
No. Let him answer the question.
No, I can't remember. Austin Metcalf was which one? Which one in the
the track meet?
I thought his name was Carmelo Anthony.
Yes,
Austin was the bully.
Yes, listen. The fact that one got traction, the same race grifters didn't go do that. The guy stabbed the motherfucker in the heart.
This man is dead. This black kid is. What are we talking about? This is crazy.
It was in real time. People saw the fucking thing. It's not the same case.
That is crazy.
It's not the same case. It's not the same case.
But you're justifying why white people die should be national news, and when black people die, it should not be national news, bro.
I didn't say that.
I did not say this shouldn't be national news.
So you disagree with JT? Tell JT he wrong then. That's why I want some old people to tell other old people that they wrong.
Listen,
Tell him he wrong, Arpain.
Well, hold on. I understand where he's coming from. If we're so skewed as a society that these things can't be handled normal because of the racial component. They can't be handled like because we know, and I said this before, you might have missed the beginning. It's Mississippi. If Mississippi, I know I say for a fact, but there's no way we could excuse or think that in Mississippi, those black parents are going to get a fair deal. So that's why people went down there to try to help.
We already know that. That was the first thing I said. It's an away game. They got the ref, they got the judge. That's what it is. And so it's right and justified. No, all I'm saying is that is what it is. Expect it to be rigged.
Yeah.
And
okay.
still,
so then we went off. Hold on. Then we went off into this tangent where we had to
they didn't agree. And just that was because they didn't like it. I didn't say everything word for word that they wanted to hear. That was where the tangent came. Because I'm supposed to just say, man, I'm scared and I can't even go eat a sandwich because I'm black. The white man's gonna come out and pull me up. Because I didn't tell them what they wanted.
Extreme as usual.
No, it was extreme as you were talking about. All of the sexual violations is all white men. Knowing in your age, all younger.
Scam, likely you love white people so much. Scam. I'm surprised you ain't bleached your skin yet.
Huh?
I'm surprised you ain't bleached yourself. Listen, bro. Listen, you love you. Listen, I'm surprised you ain't bleached yourself.
Anytime I don't agree, throw a white man in the sky.
Okay, so hold on. So
I don't agree with what you're saying.
Hold on,
that ain't even true.
Ask you a question. If I pull ChatGPT up right now, and it shows you that white men have been the most sexually abusive toward women, can you give me $500?
The question was black women.
Can you give me $500 if I pull it up on the screen right now to show you that white men have been the biggest rapers and pillagers of black women? Will you give me $500 if I show it to you?
I won't give you $500 Monopoly dollars.
Exactly, because you know I'm not lying to you. You know I'm gonna look it up and prove you wrong, bro.
No, it's not true.
Oh, okay, $500. Put your money where your mouth at. $500. If I'm wrong, I'll give you $5.
Question to the panel: do you know anybody?
Exactly. I'll rest my case, Your Honor.
Yeah, question to the panel.
I can just be dismissed without prejudice.
Do y'all know any black females who've been touched, perved, fondled, or any of the above? Do y'all know any?
Yep.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Now's the time where it's time to tell the truth. What did the man look like who did it?
Majority of them? Majority?
Well, out of the women that I know, they all look like us.
Yeah, well,
my internet went out.
I'll put it this way. I'm in San Diego, so there you go. There's your answer right there. It was them folks. It ain't a lot of us out here in Dago like that, so.
Yo, listen.
Hey, come on.
But the BMU is probably telling
Hold on, BMU asked me something, brother. What's up?
Yeah, I mean, what BMU said is actually true.
Man, I don't see why what he's saying.
My internet went out. I missed what was said after that.
No,
I wasn't expecting the truth. I was expecting them to throw some white men or single moms out there and blame it on.
No, I said out of all the ones that I know of, they all look like us. The men look like us.
And I just looked
up. If you ask Hispanic men, they'll tell you the same. Hispanic, they'll tell you the same thing. Hispanic touch Hispanic, white touch white. So we're gonna throw a white man in the sky.
Proximity argument. That's the proximity.
But we're gonna throw a white man in the sky and say that's the one. This is how far we're gonna go.
Yeah, but no, he's talking about over the diaspora. He's probably
those people are dead. What are we talking about?
Hold on, Scam. No, hold on, y'all. I love Scam to death, but I gotta check his ass. Scam. I gotta check you, bro, because I'm telling you, my grandmother's 93 years old. I keep telling you this, bro. She's experienced this shit, and you trigger me when you talk about these people being dead. When I have a living relative, blood relative, who experienced seeing women like her get raped by motherfuckers that don't look like her.
Black man,
we gotta stop, bro. Please don't piss me off, bro.
You want me to tell you what you want to hear?
What's the statistic this year, BMU?
Well, I looked up the statistic. Hold on, but I'm glad E-Man said that you tell him yet. E-Man, I got you. In 2026, from 2024 to 2026, there have been 70 hangings of black men. 70. Now, guess what? They say most of these hangings, watch this, Arpain, watch this. Most of these hangings were officially ruled as suicides or accidents. So now I climb up in a tree in front of a college, put a noose around my neck, and jump off the top branch. It was an accident. That's what it says here. They were ruled accidents or suicides.
Hey, give me the link to that.
I'm on ChatGPT. I'm on ChatGPT.
Oh, okay, ChatGPT.
Yeah,
I mean, I would like to see it. Is there a cluster, or is this like across the country, or what the hell is it?
Hold on, I'll pull it. Hold on a second.
I just remember when it was happening on a college campus or something a couple years ago, maybe 2021, 22.
Mm-hmm.
And they ruled it, yeah.
Yeah, but he's talking about a lot, man. 70? That's
60. No, I didn't know that. That's insane.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. But they ruled suicides. So they killed themselves.
I'm not gonna argue against it. 60 or 70?
Hold on. I'm gonna go back down. Hold on. Pause. That came out real bad. It says here, if you question the specifics about Black people being hung between 2022 and 2026, 70 individuals of Black descent have been hung. It says, but most of them, the officially ruled suicides are accidents, while families and civil rights advocates have questioned these findings as called for further investigation. These cases remain disputed in some instances, and there is no consensus that they should all be classified as lynchings.
Yeah, I'm not pushing back on it because people usually know when their family members.
Hey, BMU, man, my man Rockstar. I don't know if he wants to
family and friends.
Oh, Rockstar, you turn your camera on for me. Let me see if you're real. I need to see you real, Doc. I can't pull you up unless I know that you're real. Oh, flip your camera on real quick.
I know who he is.
Oh, what up, my boy? I see that nigga. Cam up, nigga. Why you ain't on camera?
Man, I ain't in. Man, I'm in my room and shit. But fuck it.
Yeah, man, we see that damn Keith Sweat velvet bed you laying in. And shit.
What's up, brothers? Yeah, man, got me out there looking like I'm begging for change.
So what's going on, man?
I'm only pushing back against the narratives where you grab one story and act like that's the whole thing going on for everybody.
I'm personally not here to debate it. I think both sides have some meat in the game, but I mean,
whoa!
Nah, I don't do the party shit.
Whoa! So now you go too far.
I don't do that shit. Yeah, I'm good. I ain't thinking about them sassy bastards. That don't run in my mind. But now, so those sources can easily be proven because it's public information, right? And there's large statistical data that can prove it, kind of like marriage and divorces. It all goes through court, so it's hard not to verify those stats. So you got the CDC. If you look up the CDC, they'll tell it. And then you got the other one, which is the NIM. That's the National Institute of Mental Health. They have to track these, right? So you have several accurate sites that can document these. And let's be real, man. 70 Blacks hung in 5 years, and they all was labeled suicide. Racism is it's more covert now than overt, and I think we got to be careful when we mine out. Has it gotten worse or has it gotten less worse? It's just more overt now. You know what I mean? And so we got to be careful with that. I mean, yeah, we ain't getting whipped on the back and all that, but it's a thin line.
It's it's just a different way and that's the only point I was making. It's a different way, it's a coverted way on how it's portrayed now. So, and the thing is that we already understand that shit ain't gonna never go nowhere.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, it can get worse than what it was because if it's covert, guess what you can't do? can't really prove it.
Exactly.
So you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So we definitely understand. That's my whole thing of being at a point where we have to look at different angles on how we're having these conversations. That's the only thing I'm saying, y'all.
JT, can I say this real quick? Because I'm over here looking this stuff up for my boy Arpain. It says in the United States, federal data generally tracks race and ethnicity, not nationality, based on a national crime victimization survey in 2019 to 2025. Victims identified approximately 57% of rape and sexual assault. Let's see what it say. Okay, I lost it. 57% of rape and sexual assault perpetrators are white men. 57% are white men. 27% are white, black. I mean, hold on. I'm reading it wrong. Rape and sexual assault as white men, 27%. And 57%, black people 27%. So black men is 27%, white men is 57%. They do the most sexual assault, most rape. They do. White men.
You don't see the problem. You don't see a problem with those numbers.
But that's the point that I said. You said black men do the most raping. It ain't the fact.
That's not what I said. I never said that. I never said
who's touching. You said who's the majority of the men touching on our girls. And it's showing right here that it's the white man.
And you somehow skipped over and just threw the white women out the picture and made it all black women that they're touching.
What?
And you
That's all we
missed.
care about. That's all I care about.
Okay, all right.
I'm just being honest. Why should I care about the
but to be honest to the conversation,
not only white women don't care about the statistics of black men and women, so I'm not going to care about it.
So to be honest with the conversation, though, what Scam asked, he asked us out of the women that we knew.
No,
so that's why I said that
was black women. Yeah, who's touching?
That was,
you somehow, and you know it ain't 50. You know it ain't 57% of. Okay, what it is?
Yeah, I mean that's what it proves that it was proximity.
JT, he said that. Secondly, first of all, he said who is the most sexually violent? Basically, who's the most?
That's not what I said.
Who commits the most sexual assault? I said white men. He said that's not true. That's not true.
That's not what I said.
Oh,
I said who's touching black?
Let me go clip this real quick. Hold on, I'll be right back.
You said both though. At one point,
he said both. Let me go clip it because I know what I heard.
You know what? I'm out. You know what? I'm just give you what you asked for. White men ain't never did anything. It was always a black guy. That's what you want. There it is. Because it doesn't matter what I say.
I want you to be balanced in the way you think.
I can't finish my points, and you're gonna throw a white man in there anyway. Let me go. Anybody got any?
They are part of all the problems.
Here's the problem I have when it comes to conversations like this, right?
It was a basic question, a basic statement, and you turn it into.
Hold on, Scam.
I don't negate the truth in when someone says, "Oh, but them" or "but they." The problem I have is it, and when that example is used to negate, you know what I'm saying? When we are the victim of things, and you talking to somebody that hates when black people live in victimhood, but the truth is there are times when we are victims, and when it comes to this situation like what just happened and these suicides and they all being labeled suicides and stuff like that, no, that's justifiable victimization when it comes to the conversation.
Right.
You can't just go run and then turn around and say, "Oh, but they, oh, but them." And
that wasn't what happened. Now there are people who do that. But that wasn't what me I did. It wasn't what JT did.
No, I was speaking in general. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
No, when they first asked me about the scenario, I said, "This don't look right. This looks like some foul play." And I'm not going to say because they white they did it. I'm not going to say that. What I'm going to say is it looks like some foul play in these investigations.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And
it's already coming out.
I was getting this live. And y'all saw, I didn't know what the story was. As y'all were saying, it was a judge and a police officer. I'm saying, okay, this is rigged. It's going to be a problem, which means you're probably going to lose because they rigged and they cheated already. Yeah. That's what I said. I didn't say, well, it was white. They didn't do it. It was a black. I never said nothing like that.
No, you didn't. I ain't accusing you of that.
But just throw it all and just because I don't agree and say everything you all want it to be said, just throw and make me white. All right, white I am.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, right? Like I'm gonna tell you what I don't like.
I give it to you.
Nigga, Irish.
Y'all want to see?
Whoa. You must be on something or coming off.
I'm gonna brush my teeth again.
I don't know what happened.
Here come white. Here come.
Hold on. Damn, no, I did have a question for you because you did bring up a point. Yeah, because you brought up a point before all this shit got derailed, right?
Mm-hmm.
You said that we have to get black folks within these systems, like being judges and police officers.
I can go more in detail about it, but go ahead.
Okay. I did want to ask, how do you do that when it's like in that area of Mississippi? What if they don't hire your black ass to be a police officer?
Boy, you better talk. You better talk.
Okay. What about the other areas of Mississippi?
Them redneck motherfuckers ain't finna put no nigga over them. You crazy?
Black man, pick one. If we can't do nothing, and let's all just not do nothing, we can't because of white. If we can't do nothing, then let's do nothing.
There's been times where black people turn.
He asked what can we do.
Hold on. There's been times where black people say, you know what, we're going to vote and put people in office that's going to take care of us.
That ain't going to do nothing.
The rednecks say, no, we're going to put our guy in office who's going to take care of us. They go out in droves out of these trailer houses and off the backs of mules, and they go vote, and they don't get their guy. They put a motherfucking hit cracker bastard in office or whatever. And
every time they ask me, what can we do? And I give an answer. You always come back about white man shutting it down.
Because I know it. Because if you go look at the counties, okay, right now, go on your phone and Google how many black representatives are any county in Mississippi, and it'll shock you. Go ahead, Google it.
Okay, cool. JT, what city are you from? Detroit.
Google it. No, we're talking about Mississippi. That's the state. That's the question.
Mississippi.
Let me answer this. I just
because some town I never heard of in Mississippi can't do it. Can't nobody do nothing no more.
I'm talking about Mississippi as a state. Mississippi is a state. In the state, there is no black representation. 1% probably.
You know there's 49 other states. You know there's 49 other states, right?
What I'm saying is we're talking about the state that's in question about this crime that just happened.
Hey, JT,
it's less than 1% of black representation in the whole state.
Until we get blackity in Mississippi, everybody don't do nothing about racism.
We can hear you, Arpain.
My bad, Arpain. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Listen. I just looked it up. They say 33% of law enforcement in Mississippi across all their departments is black. 33%.
Okay, look at that number.
The population is about 37%.
Now look at that number. Let's look at that number. 33% in the whole goddamn state.
33 across the law enforcement in a whole.
Hold on. You said officers. I'm talking about judges. I'm talking about fire chiefs.
I didn't ask him that, but okay,
exactly. That's what because them the people that make the decisions, not the people that's on the street. The decision makers.
Can we do nothing? Can we do something?
Decision makers, governors, mayors, police chiefs, people who make decisions. Shit, that's what I'm talking about.
And I'm gonna tell you the truth, and I don't mean this disrespectfully. But hell, most of the field bosses was black. That doesn't necessarily mean
boy, you man, Rockstar, you about to cook.
That don't mean that don't necessarily mean.
Hold on. Can I point something out right quick?
Equality.
Yeah, go ahead, my brother.
Can I point something out right quick? These two brothers right next to each other, don't they look like they before and after? Don't they look like they can be goddamn twins?
Yeah.
But that light skin
No, if I wouldn't have known, I would think that y'all were family. They got the same goddamn dialect. Go ahead, talk, coach. Say something, coach.
And they say niggas can't be racist. You just proved it.
You ain't shit. Hey, okay, so I got some more statistics while you laugh. They say Mississippi leads the whole nation in a number of black elected officials.
So say it again. I can hear. I'm sorry.
I said Mississippi consistently leads the nation in the total number of black elected officials.
Okay.
Which hundreds of
Yeah,
African
and
Americans
one of them doing Fed time right now.
Yeah, exactly.
He was Chota. He was cheating.
And look, and guess what? And guess what?
he
Hold on,
was a
Arpain. I
coon.
looked up
He was a
judges.
coon, but
I
he
looked
was
up
a
judges,
thieving
Arpain.
coon.
It says statewide in Mississippi Supreme
Justified
Court,
rock star.
out of 125 justices in state history, only 4 of them have been black.
Oh, I can dig it. So you got to work your way up.
That's the judges. Out of 120 of them, 4 are black.
All right.
So, a black man and filter. What did those 4 judges do?
Shit.
No,
Getting locked up for crimes and giving people bail and giving people. Look, you got to look at these motherfuckers. A lot of them in jail right now.
They was thugs.
Yeah, they was thugs. There you go.
You're right. Ask for black people to do something. Now complain about the ones that do. Let the
Scam. Arpain did a show on this a couple of weeks ago. Hold on. Arpain did a show on this a few weeks ago, and he gave us a list of all the people who are in these small towns and small cities, or who all of them are indicted and going to prison for doing stupid ass dumb shit.
And the white ones too.
Arpain, pull the list of Arpain and show it to him. How many of them going to go to jail for doing stupid ass dumb shit?
I don't want to trigger Scam because it was just black women I was looking at.
Anything I talk about close to a solution. Anything close to a solution. You got 78 negative things of why it can't won't work. And
yeah, you know why, Scam? You know why, Scam? Because
why not just quit?
Scam, I look at it logically. If you get arrested, if a majority of these motherfucking black people that get in office are being arrested and indicted on crimes, they're going to replace these niggas with white folks. And because they say, oh, this is why we don't vote for niggers. And so I look at it logically. They're not going to keep putting niggas in office when Arpain got a list of 50 of them motherfuckers about to go to prison for going dumb shit. Look, we just heard a judge in there cheating on her husband, getting fucked by the police chief. Hold on. A judge in her chambers getting fucked by a police chief loud. You got a whole fucking husband at home and everybody in the building hear her getting fucked. That's who you want to represent you? A woman who cheating on her goddamn husband?
What you want, Coach? Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
How y'all doing, man?
What's going on? What's going on, Rockstar? I mean, Coach Furry.
No, man, I heard BMU over here whining just like he's just whining, right? He ain't even got no roots in the silk.
Hey, y'all, give me a moment to heat up this Crisco I'm finna cook his ass with. Go ahead. I got some Crisco for you. Go ahead.
Did you grow up in Texas or Louisiana? Which one?
Louisiana.
I'm from Louisiana, but I reside in Texas.
Oh, okay. So even right now, BMU, here's a unique factor, right? You in that Malcolm X age, that Martin Luther King, right? Y'all peers can step in those positions, right?
More Malcolm.
Hold on. Can y'all galvanize the 40? I don't know how many y'all niggas are here under 45. Look like at least 4 of y'all. Scam, all you. Who's that Rockstar? My man Kimmy look like he about barely 30, 34. Still trying to figure it out. I can tell in his energy. But it's in y'all position right now. The whole future is on y'all hands. Are y'all willing to step into a position over the next 5 years?
Absolutely. Because we got to do what y'all
I'm already in a position.
We got to do what y'all want to do.
You're getting into a political position?
Hey, Trey Ford, I would if I could.
I don't get into politics.
That's what I'm talking about. But listen, you are the politic for the future, though. But and yes, the people that don't.
I can tell you how I'm helping.
I'm in it involuntarily. I mean, if you Google me, you'll see all kind of stuff. But I can't legally get in a political position.
But yeah, that's probably not true. You probably can.
Not in Texas.
What you into, man?
One thing Scam will tell you, I've been doing this for a long time.
Doing what?
I've been in this political sector for a very long time.
Yeah. I think you should run for office.
I just can't hold in
I've been in the streets. I've been a part of politicians. I've sat in the courtrooms. I've sat in the schools. What? Run for office? You want me in office?
Yes, I want you, brother.
Yeah. Hey,
brother
that's an idea. That's an idea. I'm raising 2 million kids right now, though.
They can all join. They can all be in office with you. They can run for the.
So guess what?
You
know what, Coach? You right, Coach. In 3 years, I'll be an empty nester. Then I'll run for office.
Well, I ain't saying do it, but
I just want the narratives to die.
I think it'll be
in the worst case scenarios and the gloom and doom. That can't work.
Don't let
scam. We live in a world where motherfuckers are living and dying every day. Doom is dying. Living is living. It is what it is.
When are we going to talk about the living?
Here's where I got to give you some pushback, right?
You're in the living right
because
now.
one of the things that these folks in this country that done tricked a lot of us into believing that it ain't a war going on. There's a war going on, my nigga.
I never said that. I never said it wasn't.
Well, I'm just that's the vibe I got out the comment you just.
Well, what kind
the
of
biggest Rockstar, the biggest war.
What kind of war?
Between left ear and right ear with most people.
Nah. It's a real war going on.
That's the real war.
What kind of war going on?
It's a real war going on, bro.
What kind of war is going on?
Most of it is economic.
Hold on, Scam. What kind of war is going on?
Spiritual, economic, all the above.
For one, the only difference between
I agree with that.
The only difference between the war now and the wars back then is the war is using different weapons. It's psychological, but that's the worst one.
Okay.
They're using the same weapons.
Are you talking people or nation?
Are you talking ideological?
No, I'm talking about within this country as far as black.
As far as the people, black people.
Yeah,
specifically.
I mean, think about it, right? Like, think about it, right? Like, we're even the victim and the casualties of war just through immigration. That alone.
Yeah, but immigration. But there's today,
an attack. What I'm saying is I'm not picking one. When I say war, there's a war on us on every front.
Yes,
every front. The only thing that creeps me out is when so many of us black people, we be ignorantly and blindly defending the war against us on these different fronts.
No, that's not it. What it is
that is it. That's a fact. Okay, let me give you an example, right? Let me give you an example. Okay, when I see niggas defending and being anti-ICE and defending immigrants, why are you defending something that is going against your own production?
I agree with that.
All of those people.
I missed what was said.
You see what I'm saying? Like, that's stupid.
I give you the answer, Rockstar.
What was the question? I'd like to answer it. I keep going out because my internet.
Some shit we just shouldn't give a fuck about.
Like
right? What? Okay, for example,
whether or not they
political parties, right? Political affiliations right now. Now you have a right to vote for who you want. But what I'm not gonna do is put my political who I choose to vote for above my people, and then go against my people based off of my political feel. Like, it's not that serious.
I can agree with part of that.
Right? Like for example, look, my grandfather used to tell me this, and I'm gonna tell you why this message is powerful to me and it resonates. He was a 2-time war veteran in the Black Panther, right? He fought in Vietnam. You want to know what he used to tell me? He say, man, it's 2 birds on 1 wing. He say, I ain't never seen a goddamn bird fly in 2 different directions at one time. So when I see niggas arguing over these parties, not arguing, are heavily defending these parties as if one of the other part, as if the party you claim and give a fuck about us. They don't.
I said that on Terusha's show.
That's why niggas should vote. I said niggas should stop voting. Niggas should just stop voting.
Well, here's the thing. I'm okay with you voting. I would never tell nobody not to exercise their right. What I'm saying is, I wouldn't put so much energy into something the way it doesn't help me or it hurts me. Just like, for example, these fucking sports teams. Motherfuckers will watch 50 hours of football or basketball a year, but then complain about their income, but they won't go take 50 hours of goddamn college courses.
Or just go to work 50 hours.
Rockstar. Those are kind
Go
of
learn
my
a skill
complaint.
trade.
If there's
You
a
can,
war
but you
going
can
on,
invest 50 hours in arguing over a goddamn sports team, but then whine about talking about times harder. These bills and shit. Motherfucker, shit, you could have used some of them hours and go take a trade.
I agree.
It's true.
So, Rockstar,
It's football, bro.
my argument is
And that's the problem to
It's
us.
football.
We look how you put it on the high level of it's football. Fuck football.
But this is
Rockstar.
But Rockstar,
It's beyond that,
Rockstar, I don't have
If
no
there's a
pushback.
war going on, if there's a war going on, the first thing you need
Hold
to
on,
do is
Scan,
train your coach.
real quick, Scan, and I'm gonna leave y'all alone. Rockstar,
That's
I
not
want to say
true.
this to you. We got to start re-looking at college too,
Of course.
because I had this
No,
conversation yesterday.
yeah, you're right. That's why you
Because
noticed
guess
I
what?
even said a trade. said
I
a
looked at
trade.
it right now. It says here, children that who are in college right now that's going to graduate in 2 to 3 years, 4 years, what they're graduating in, they said in the next 15 years, all the jobs that these kids went to school for will be AI will take 55% of those jobs.
Yeah.
And
look,
So you're going to college for what? What you going to college for now?
But here's the thing, though. Again,
that's
it's
not the
just like
problem.
voting.
That's not the
It's clear. It seems clear that after 60 years, our votes don't mean shit. But it is not my job to tell somebody not to utilize their right, their freedom.
Right.
I'm not going to promote that. Right.
Our
So you
votes
got a
do
right
mean
to get an education. I would advise you to make sure you get a degree in something that may be beneficial to you. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so go ahead, Coach. Let Coach say something.
It still goes beyond that, though. It still goes beyond that because traditional college is always a flux for any average working man and family. Some people, and especially a lot of men, are not built to just sit down and learn through reading. Trade school, the military, and the biggest function is the fatherless homes. It's a lot of niggas 40, 50 years old didn't have a father and they just figuring it out. And their time, as far as the creative side, is going to have to be sort of within their own self. I believe most brothers, whether you're single, got kids or not, as long as you done served your time in the pen, you're out, you done served your time. I think most brothers between now and 2035 could be in a position of settling as they mature. But it's going to take intentional learning. Not every man can do a YouTube panel. Some people still got to go to work. I believe all men must learn some form of skill trade, be able to barter some form of skill from each other, especially as a brother and a black man growing up. You either have to make a decision, go to the military, which is really a cheat code in a sense. You have to spend money, go to traditional college. Some of y'all niggas made C's and D's in school, so college is going to be expensive for you. Unless you got your report cards and it was all A's and B's, you get free school. If you got a kid that can play sports, NIL, that plays good money. Even the lower schools, they get a full scholarship and get $5,000-$6,000 a year. It pays off in a sense, especially if you know that you got a smart young folk now, because young folk, they have all the skills that y'all niggas didn't have. Y'all just figuring it out. And I'm not speaking about the panel, just in general, people seeing it for life for what it is. And I agree with my man, not even running with the politics, right? Because for years, all of my life, it's been like we've been played to believe that one side is doing us a great justice and sort of fighting against the side that at least when we were at our strongest, that's who was rocking with us, right? So we was able to build that. And now us modern niggers that do the most talking about life, we seem to be struggling with being examples.
Yeah, you know, I'm like how long we gonna keep falling for the good cop, bad cop game? That's what we doing when we dealing with these pilots. We playing good cop, bad cop.
Listen, the answer is not dropping out of the system altogether. I don't see how that's going to work.
Yeah, exactly. Not at all. Yeah, that's why I say I
But
would never tell nobody not to vote.
So here's what I say. I know we can't stand the lesser of two evils, but there's a couple of things that's going on one side that makes the other side, regardless of who's in charge, much better. I can't, just like you said, Rockstar.
You're doing it right now.
No, hold on. Let me just say what the fuck I gotta say, okay? Before you say anything. I can't vote for a party that's gonna let people run into the borders and just fucking flood our country with mongrels, okay? I can't. We spend too much fucking time trying to get some of the American dream just to give it away. And there's one fucking party that's going to do that, right? So I don't give a shit about everything else. We got to have closed borders. We got to make motherfuckers who want to be American citizens have some kind of allegiance to this goddamn country. And if they don't, they should get the fuck out, man. And we have too much of that bullshit going on. And guess who gets hurt the most? Black people, because they're in all of our spaces. They take all of the lower hanging jobs. They do all of that shit, man. They're getting all kinds of free money, and we get fucked up over it. Maybe not me, but the black people are hurting because of the immigration policies that exist right now in all the blue fucking states. And I'm just saying, you know, the schools are overcrowded. Everything, losing jobs at the lower end. And, you know, so I know if we don't want to vote, they're going to put those same chicks with dicks back in office, and they're going to be in the women's locker room. They're going to be everywhere. We're going to have to worry about conjugating fucking pronouns and shit like that. I don't want to live like that. They're going to take out kids and cut their breasts off and giving them gender affirming care. All that shit's coming back.
They doing that now.
Rockstar. Remember when I told you the war? When you're talking about this being a war? The first thing you do, regardless of war or peacetime, the first thing you do is train your soldiers. Yeah. He's talking about wars. He's talking about the stuff that's getting us, taking low-hanging jobs. Okay, why are people applying for low-hanging jobs?
Because everybody can't be a fucking rocket science. That's
in
why.
In 1984,
we got to work the jobs.
Or 1826, regardless if you chopped off and people had 4 penises or 3.
Be in a high phone job, we got to fill the void, and then
you're proving my opinion.
You got to be able to eat. You got to be able.
Right. Instead of what's really in front of you and what the real problem is, you make it about.
So I'm not going to work it, man. That's stupid, man. If it's a job and somebody's going to pay you, somebody's got to do it.
Instead of making it about what's really going on, or what's between the left and right here.
What the fuck do you think is going on, Sam? What do you think is going on?
4 penises and 8 vaginas in the sky.
What the fuck
throw
is that?
A border illegal and make it about something else other than why a person.
What the fuck do you think is going on, man? We got a battle of ideology going on, and you talking all this bullshit.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question.
What kind of America do you want to live in?
Come here.
What kind of America do you want to live in? I'm asking you a question. Just answer the goddamn question.
It ain't about
what kind. You got to live somewhere, right? We ain't got nowhere else to go as Black Americans. This is our country. We ain't moving anywhere.
You're not saying anything.
You ain't saying anything, man. You just giving us bullshit.
It's pretty clear,
shit, man. Stop.
It's pretty clear.
Can I say something?
No, JT. Let me ask you a question because our plane gonna just say anything.
No. It's my show.
Or if there's what I might have to get kicked off the day then. Regardless of who's in office, were the same people losing and broke, and the same people ugly, and the same people fat, and wasn't the same people with the same problems no matter who was in office or who's coming across the border? Or did 3 people come across the border and now all the Black people?
3 people.
No, scam. You being disingenuous. It's
3 million.
No. 7 million people. Stop. Scam. The thing is, you don't educate yourself on these things, and then you get up and get cooked by people that do. 7 million people came across.
Answer my question.
7 million people came across the border under Biden.
Cool.
7 million people. 7 million.
Let's make it 8. Were the same people doing the same thing in the same problems with the same complaints, no matter if it was Obama, Clinton, Jenkins, Davis, Smith, or did all of a sudden the Mexicans came and all the Black CEOs had to step down and work as janitors? What do you see going on?
You're an asshole, man. Talking like that. That's what you're.
Look, I'm gonna say this.
It's easy to just go blame somebody else.
This is exactly what I'm saying. This is exactly what I'm saying. Because check this out. Y'all want to know who don't give a fuck about none of this shit we arguing about? Asians.
That's
Asians. You see what I'm saying? We sitting here arguing about white folks' problems. Hold on. We arguing about white folks' problems.
I'm trying to argue about the real problems, but they want to make it about.
You arguing about white folk problems, nigga.
Right.
Oh, now they're white.
Yeah, that's what you arguing, Scam. You arguing white folk problems.
But you see what I'm saying, Janex?
I wasn't arguing. I'm trying to burn those
about none of this shit going on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Watch this.
Hold up. I want you to tell me how I'm arguing white folks.
Going on.
Tell me how I'm arguing white folks' problems.
Because you are. These are white folks' problems. Here's why. Hold on. Because you want to know why.
I'm the one saying stop worrying about that and worry about the people.
Here's my point. Scam. We thrive through slavery, nigga. We thrive through Jim Crow. We thrive through the crack era.
There you go.
You want to know why? Because we wasn't invested in these in white folks' problems. The laws have always been against us.
Rockstar, you're arguing my point. You're arguing my point.
Hold on, before you go on, this ain't got nothing to do with nobody on the panel.
Rockstar, you're arguing my very point.
Hold on, Scam. The people in the chat said 7 million people didn't go across the border, and they're absolutely right. It was fucking 8 million. So here it is, right? The ChatGPT. The border encounter 8 million Southwest border encounters in 2021. It was 1.7 million. 2022 was 2.2 million. In 2023 it was 2.5 million. In 2024 it was 2.1 million. And the total is, for 1,000 points, 8 million motherfuckers came across the border under fucking Joe Biden. Do your fucking homework, you dumb bitch nigga, in the goddamn chat.
But that's not
Black
a
man
fact,
is filthy.
though.
Can I ask you a question?
God damn, you get on my motherfucking nerves.
Let me
test me. I know the fuck I read, nigga.
But let me explain why that's not a flex. Because you want to know why? Think about this. See, that's why we gotta pay attention to things, right? So check this out. Okay, so Trump, right? For example, he's screaming, border, protect the border. We can't be letting all these aliens. But here's what y'all gotta peep the play. Out of those 59 banned countries, you want to know what majority of those countries were? Black countries.
Of course, yeah.
Banned the Haitians, right? Now, check this out. Now, if you can go to the NBC.org, and it'll tell you how many visas. See, this how white folks do you. See how they break the law, making the law to use the law. But guess how? You want to know what are the majority of the races that are legally coming over here that they're trying to argue? Asians.
Asian motherfuckers. Yep.
Whites, Ukrainians. In fact, Russia has always been one of our biggest threats. Do you know they are in the top 5 of visas granted?
Yeah, but this is not This is not new to us.
We argue over their problems.
None of this shit is new.
Rockstar.
Let me tell you.
Rockstar, you're arguing my points.
But that's why it's a bigger level. Because it comes through the world conflicts.
Here's another thing.
The way they play chess, man, white folks pimping game is crazy.
Everybody from all these
It's not even about that, though.
ain't at the same goddamn level. I'm not so sure I really care about not having fucking people that was going to come here that we got to put on welfare. You know how many Somalians are on welfare? 80% of them motherfuckers, and they've been here.
But that's Somalians, though.
Listen, all I'm saying is you got to be productive to the country too. You can't just come here and suck on the tit of the fucking country. It's going to impact all of us.
But what about the 75%?
All of us, man.
But okay, what about the 76% of white people that are on food stamps and welfare? What about them?
I mean, listen, I'm just saying.
What about the 75% of white people that's on food stamps and housing?
That's why we got a problem.
America is not for you, Arcane. It never was.
How y'all go to the Somalians?
Hold on,
I don't subscribe.
America is not for you.
So let me.
It is.
Come here.
It
ain't for you.
Get some water, JT.
It's more white people on food stamps and housing. It's mine.
So
but you don't want to talk about that.
Okay, first point is this. Goddamn, I just can't get through. I can't get past this. Goddamn, Coach Bird.
They ain't slaves.
Coach Ferg and
White
goddamn
people
Rockstar
apply.
is like Gemini twins.
Our pain is the problem.
Rockstar is what Coach Ferg used to be. I guarantee this shit. When I hear these, it's amazing to see these two brothers together.
Hey, you can't even look that much alike.
That's why I don't care about white folk crowd. Look what I got to deal with niggas I got to deal with light skin racism. I got bigger issues to worry about.
I got something for you. I look more like a light skinned you than a light skinned him.
You and him. You the young. He the young you. That's all that shit is. He the young you.
See, it's these niggas we gotta worry about.
So Rockstar, you're thinking that Scam Likely and you were having a conversation. You think that Scam Likely is arguing Caucasian problems?
I was not.
No, I think
accusing me of arguing what Arcane was arguing.
I think we in general get caught up in arguing about things that I think we just put too much energy into them and we start making they battles ours. I'm not a fucking Democrat. I'm not a Republican, okay? I will never be none of them motherfuckers.
So let's break it down, though.
Let me
break it down.
I do exercise my right and my freedom to vote for who I think is best for the job. Right? Like I got jumped on when I had went to the barbershop when I was visiting Houston because I'm from there, right?
Damn.
And I didn't realize that I was in a motherfucking barbershops full of gang members called Democrats, right? So, and I was talking, and with the crazy part about it, they was asking me what I vote because what happened, it was something about some bullshit Trump had did at the time. And then I was like, damn, I say, ooh, I say, boy, it seemed like I'm always regretting for who I vote for as president. And so my barber gonna say, you voted for Trump? And these motherfuckers tried to jump on me. We got into the debate, and I held my ground, right? And so, but hold on. And that's what I had said. I had asked one of the person, I had asked the people, I said, so let me ask you a question. I said, when you go into the voting booth, I said, damn, do you vote Democrat all the way down the line? These niggas said, yeah. I said, man, y'all can't tell me shit. Y'all some slaves.
Can I clarify?
Hold on. Think about this, because I've been wanting to talk about this. What kind of man can make me assume he a man with his own thought that will walk in a goddamn voting booth and go press a button and vote for 65 motherfucking political positions and say, all Democrat, you's a bitch, not no man.
Thank you. How old were those guys?
I don't know. But I was going to clear up.
So you got grown ass men that walk into a booth and swear they free thinkers and vote for one party down the line.
Well, Rockstar, hold on, Rockstar. Rockstar, Roland Martin said, vote like a black woman. That's what Roland Martin
said. But they raised by feminism on the black man. That's all it is. They raised by the feminists. We've all been under that spell.
But do y'all understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
How do you go into a booth? Like, come on, like you didn't mean you mean to tell me you didn't research none of these motherfucking politicians and say, well, I think this Republican is better for this one. I think this Republican is better than this Democrat. I think this Democrat is better than this Republican.
BMU.
Like, this shit is crazy.
Bro, Rockstar, go teach the young man how to move like that, man.
Black man,
he's scared of it too.
I'm gonna say this to let y'all finish. Tomorrow night, guys, if y'all available, come to the show tomorrow. We got a great show tomorrow called Street Soldiers versus Military Soldiers. Is there a difference? We talk about this tomorrow, so make sure y'all tune in to that.
That's gonna be a short show then.
Black man, I was clear with the argument.
Go ahead.
That shit gonna be dope as fuck though.
Man.
Come
what
through,
time? I want
Rockstar.
to come in on it.
What is it? 9:30, right?
Yeah,
9:30.
It's 9:30. No. It's 8:30 Central. It's 9:30 Eastern. Yeah, 8:30. Yeah.
Hey, Black man. Well, my argument was, and I agree with part of what Rockstar was saying, but he was accusing me of arguing what Arcane was arguing.
I was speaking in general because both of y'all right. You know, two things can be true at the same time.
Now, here's my thing.
We arguing about being right,
No, one thing is it. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that problems aren't problems.
Yeah.
A girl watering 3 penises and somebody throwing 2 vaginas. That's not. It's weird.
Pause. JT, when he get done, I want you to help him understand what you helped us understand last week, because now, like Scam Likely, he's making light of the LGBTQ2 spirit community. He's saying that they're not effective.
That's the only way that y'all understand it. But
JT gonna cook you when you finish. Go ahead.
Sure, fine. My point, in which y'all are adding on to it, that it's happening. 5 Mexicans, Asians, whatever, Yugoslavs, is happening. Every other problem that y'all complain, racism, the dog looking at people, they're happening. There are people over here that are black that are winning. They have money, they have their house, they got their dog, the kids, and everything the way it's supposed to be. And then y'all claim to be those people anyway. But then spend all day talking about stuff I never even heard of from 1426. And then talking about we can't do nothing, ain't gonna be nothing. Which one is it? The problem, Trey Ferg, did you lose your house last week? Are you good?
I'm good, man.
You got your money? You good?
Yes.
Were you good when Obama was in office?
I was almost, but Obama was tripping, so it hadn't flourished yet. But
did you lose everything and end up under a bridge?
No, man. You know, my training is different. But yeah. No,
okay, meaning even if it goes up, down a little bit to the left and the right, you're gonna figure out a way to actually go be all right. Make sure you and your family, you go in the gym,
cool in office,
eat turkey and vegetables, sleep, pray, drink water, and do the things you need to do to win.
So Scam, yes, most mature men, if you 35, 40, you should be on the grind. Should nothing be stopping you, right? But there's a whole sector of 21 to 35. That's the most important.
I'm hearing it from people older than me.
But
they older than me.
But a lot of y'all Scam, y'all, and I ain't gonna say you, but you know my favorite generation, man. Y'all run in fear. It's about what they doing.
I'm sorry, but they older than me and they run into fear.
Yeah, actually, the older people. Hold on. The youngsters not really caught up on this political party.
So, right, they don't get into it. But see, this is what I'm saying. For the future, they're gonna have to figure out which side they choose, because we have power in our numbers, but we so split on socialization.
I'm not talking about that side. The side of winning and losing. I'm picking the winning side. I'm gonna be all right. I don't care who you put. I don't care who you put in office. I made a decision. I'm gonna be all right, and I teach my nephews and people I'm around. But that's what we decide on.
Yeah, but it's not gonna always be like that.
We got our complaints. We have our bad days. That's life. But we made decisions. We're gonna win, and we figured out a formula that works. That's the thing we're trying to push versus, look what happened in Arizona. Look what happened in Kentucky. They came across the border. Okay, they crossed the border. Cool. Make some money off of them. All right. A black guy, something happened to him. Okay, what can we? I can't control all of that, but I can control me and a lot of the environment around me and do something positive and win. Trey Ferg, can you do that? JT?
Yeah.
Where is that?
Okay, so listen. First and foremost, black man, where would you saying that?
I
didn't hear what Scam said.
He said a bunch of people, like he was downplaying what he always does, and they always say that there's no effect happening with the rainbow coalition. Oh, you live in a bubble under the sea. Listen, you said
nigga with square pants, but
yeah, you said specifically, one dick, 2 dicks in the air, one this and that. Dude,
yeah, it's happening. It always was happening. Now what?
But at a higher rate now than ever.
Cool. Now what?
Right? Hold on. So now, Scam, it seems to me that you're okay. So, Scam, and I'm
going to be okay regardless.
I would never disrespect you as a man. So I would never do that, because we cool. We debate, but we cool as fuck. We family. I'm saying, is it going to get to a point where we say as men, okay, now that this is happening and the majority of niggas in Atlanta, it's a sissy fest over there. But imagine, are we going to get to the point like Malik Yoba, one of the most profound black actors in the 90s, early 2000s, and like he said right now, it's okay to date any woman?
I don't care.
So now they're dating. No, they're promoting that men should date these envelope dicks niggas, right? The ones that got to cook and seal.
Black man, are you going to get along with? Okay,
I'm never going to go along with it.
Some actors said that we should go out and do that. I say no.
No, JT.
That's not how that go. That ain't how that go.
Yeah, JT.
Yeah,
That's not how that go. This
a lot
shit
of
is
people
like
influenced by celebrities and actors. Like
those people are gonna lose.
Yeah,
Now
but
what?
this is the thing. This shit is spreading like a fucking cancer. When you still seeing that, you think it's gonna stay the same how it stays. It's growing.
It's gonna stay the same. Okay, cool. It's growing. Now what?
But hold on, Scott. Hold on.
The worst.
The thing is this. We're seeing that the ones that are being made weak is the ones that's up under us. Our children, right? They're lacking. No.
Nigga, don't you say that.
This is the problem that we have. They're lacking fucking not just education, formal education. They don't even understand where they come from anymore, and they don't care about where they come from. So when you're talking about this whole thing, this is the thing. We're being made weaker. Our people are being that song. I believe the children are the future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Right? None of that's happening anymore.
Raise your hand if you're being made weaker. Who?
No, listen, nigga, you 40-something years old.
Nigga, you raised your hand.
No, I'm saying raise your hand.
But you're 40. You're 40-something years old. This is where I have This is why I have a problem with the disconnect.
Okay.
Like when we're talking about black issues and we're talking about black and white issues, then we're talking about gender issues. One of the problems that we have right now is that we have, and I'm talking about black men, the poster child of weak men is us. Us. And the reason being is because the older of us have lost that the younger of us is being raised by guess who? Not just that they mama ain't raising them. It's the fucking hood or the motherfucking environment and all these different things. So we sit back and we'll argue that it's not going to, that it's not that many. Like you had a whole bunch of people talking about it's only less than, remember they were saying that black man? It's less than 1% of the LGBT.
Tyrus.
Where we at now?
Tyrus said that long time ago.
We about 7% of these motherfuckers now, dog. 8% now.
Did you send me a video of a nigga walking down the street with his dick out in front of kids?
Yes, in front of the goddamn kids in that goddamn. That's why this year, motherfuckers said we cannot do that LGBT that shit. Right, because now they see where the war is being. Now understand where we're at now. The thing is that we got the 35-year-olds. Gen X Train just said that. The 35-year-olds, the 40-year-olds. Black man, you old already. You it, nigga. You over here with us. I don't give a fuck how you try to. You with us now.
You niggas are soft as flour.
No. They're the last breed.
Hey, I ain't gonna tell
you. Them 40-year-olds are the last breed. Shit. They're the last breed of men being men.
Yep, it's over.
That's it.
It's over.
So now what we got to do, trust me when I tell you, going back to what R. Payne was saying, we have to be cognizant of politics. And we have to be able to bring our kids, when we say we, it's actually our fucking kids. How many of our fucking kids is talking about being something like just in their community, being what is it? What's the easiest thing that you can get in politics? City council. A council member. They ain't talking about being no fucking council member. They trying to be a YouTuber.
Yep.
Well,
they're trying to be. This is the thing. They're trying to be a fucking YouTuber. There's nothing wrong with it. However, it's always going to be something wrong, especially us being black, where we already been behind the power curve already. And everything that's happening to America, we're the canaries in the coal mine.
No doubt.
We're the ones. We have to change our attitude. We need to be, and I'm talking about as men and women, but I got to talk to the men. We got to be the assholes. We got to be the ones when we talking about socially, leave them hoes alone. and call them hoes out, right? When you got the whoremongers, tell them whoremongers that nigga, you out of pocket. You got daughters and everything, and you been a fucking whoremonger in front of your goddamn daughters, right? We have to tell our people, the younger ones that's out here that's doing their thing, that what they're doing right now is wrong. Give a fuck if I did do something wrong when I was out there your age. I learned better now, and I'm gonna teach you better. We ain't doing it no more, y'all. We ain't doing it no more. I got a show that I got coming up right now because people don't understand how bad it is in the black community. I'm talking about, bro. I'm specifically talking to men. We've been attacked so many times, dog. We have attacked on every angle. It don't matter. It don't fucking matter what angle it is. We're being attacked, and we gotta stop. And we gotta stop as black men going along with all this fucking bullshit. We're gonna have to be worse than our fucking parents were. We're gonna have to start saying no to a whole bunch of shit right now.
There you go.
No, we're not fucking with this shit.
Absolutely,
We're not doing it.
Hey, JT.
We're not doing it.
JT, but who don't care? Or what man on the panel don't care about being an asshole? I don't care about. I could be an asshole.
I don't give a fuck about it.
I don't care.
I'm not going to be that. It's not.
I don't move in my feelings. JT, man, you said something.
Here comes the feelings bullshit.
And it's the first time I heard you speak like that, right? Because I've always mentioned to y'all brothers, especially me and you brothers,
no
right?
feelings, heartless caveman stuff that don't work, never work.
I mean, listen,
Coach, what you say, Coach? Coach, you said black man. What you say, Coach? I couldn't hear you.
No, I'm just saying I've spoken with y'all, right, taking from what JT was saying, right? Because the messaging is important for young brothers. It's important for brothers like y'all with passion. I listen to y'all talk. Y'all tell our pain. You need 10, 15, little 17-year-olds. And it's tough because they don't have nobody giving them that direction that's in a place of accomplishment instead of it's sort of like being less than, and those messages carry a lot of weight because y'all looking at it from a holistic point of view and not just a personal thing, right? And that's what I'm saying, man. If brothers are intentional over the next, I would say 3 to 5 years, maybe sooner, because after 2028, there's going to be some changes across the board. But brothers who are in position, and it doesn't have to be on any level. See, people look at trying to, I got to have the money to do it. No, I think people have learned enough, especially if you out of school for the last 10 years and you ain't learned nothing new, your ass is behind, just straight up. But if you take time now to really start figuring something out for yourself, whatever you desire to do, I think most brothers, especially if you don't have no children, would be able to get ahead of it. And that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing because the United States is not going to be the same old handout state, handout country. You're going to have to be able to provide something to be able to live in transaction in America. So
I'm going to be honest, man. And it's just, it's one of them ugly truths. Everything that you and JT said is true, right? But guess what? If black people don't fight with their dollar and progress, none of that shit matters. None of it.
Part of that.
Yeah.
Hey, what you mean? Hold on, wait. Well, hold on.
Go ahead.
Black people own less than 1% of land in America. Black people, there's no black-owned hospital. There's no black-owned, maybe one black-owned bank. When it comes to black-owned warehouses, factories, I'm talking about real infrastructure. These are things that we can actually get, and racism is not stopping, but we don't.
That's a good point.
So now, man, none of that matters. It's like talking about going to war, but you not using the right weapons, so you don't have no damn bullets to put in the gun.
Or didn't train your soldiers.
I'm just being honest. It's a sad truth.
What is?
But it just. Do you know that if 10 million blacks donate $5, that's one hospital to operate for 5 years before it has to turn a profit? But we don't have one hospital, right? like, I'm just being honest, and this is the point where black people, not y'all, but black people as a whole, where we have a problem here, right? Because we all got a voice, we all got an opinion, we all got an idea, we all got a solution. But you want to know the difference between black people as a whole and Asians and Hispanics and whites? They put their money where they goddamn mouth is. Because the last time I checked,
Exactly right.
It's a Mexican town in y'all city, it's a Chinatown in y'all city. Hell, it's a Nigerian town in y'all city.
There's more to go to that, but I won't get into it.
Well, listen, okay,
But
so
it is true.
you are right.
I can't argue with truth.
Lady D said, take care of your own asses. Black women are done.
Let me ask you, Rockstar,
You're not done, you're through.
why do you think that blacks don't get together and do those things you just said?
Why? Because we thought the white man ice was colder than ours. Segregation was the beginning of our integration, was the beginning of our demise. Think about this.
I agree with that.
Think about this. You want to know what happened? The first month that integration passed,
people flew.
Black-owned businesses went out of business all over the country. Within 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
We had our own infrastructure, own black-owned businesses. We had nationwide networks.
Mm-hmm.
Black-owned hotels. So when if JT in Louisiana and he had to go to Michigan, he knew go to the black-owned hotel.
Yeah, because he had a green book. He had the green book.
The green book.
Importers, man.
Yep.
So you know what the biggest problem that we have right now, and I'm gonna be very, very vulgar with it when I'm saying this, and it's gonna sound crazy, but trust me when I tell you, we need to get our young adults to stop doing it. First and foremost, we got to get our young ladies to stop sucking random dicks.
Jesus.
And the second thing is that we got to stop. We got to try to get our young men to stop eating random pussy.
Now, JT, let me give you a little pushback. I agree. You're right.
Thanks, EBT. Go ahead.
Hold on. Horn ain't gonna stop. Hey, listen.
I ain't talking about hoeing.
No.
I ain't talking about hoeing.
It's an Asian spot in every fucking major city.
That ain't what I'm
but
talking
they
about.
still got their shit together.
Yeah, but we got to talk about black though.
Going on, regardless.
No. So we got to stop doing that. We have to, black folks, man, we are so fucking resilient. The only reason why I can tell you that the best of us was so resilient was because we had discipline. We had social discipline.
You're
and
proving my point, JT.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, I'm not talking about.
Here's my point. Watch this. I'm finna hit you. I'm finna hit it where it hurts. You want to know what part of the black community's not doing the job that they need to be doing?
Who's that?
It's the goddamn educated middle class and high caste black people.
So that's where
we're the ones who not doing our job.
This is where it comes down to discipline. This is what I'm trying to tell you. It's not that. What I'm saying is that socially,
niggas ain't doing your
we've
job.
been too.
Arpain, look at the screen, Arpain.
We've been too invested into the social diaspora of black folks because we're here in America. What I'm saying is this. I was being crass for a reason. One of the things that we have a problem with is trust. You guys were just talking about that. The reason why we can't come together is because we don't trust one another. So the thing is this. In order for us to be able to trust one another, the man and the woman has to be able to trust one another, right? Now, it goes down to this. Siblings. It's a reason why we have siblings. They have to be able to trust one another. Do you understand that most siblings don't even fuck with each other by the time they 35 years old? Most siblings don't even fuck with each other. Secondly, what we end up doing is we end up procreating with strangers. All right, and I'm talking about when you look at the diaspora and you understand what these young folks are going through right now. They're going through it's like this whole thing where, like, y'all here, the young men ain't even approaching the young women. The young women, they so fucking mean. They're so fucking mean, right? And now what we have right now is motherfuckers saying, I'm not even trying to have kids anymore. So we kind of overcorrected it to a point where nobody is going to be fucking with each other. I'm talking about black folks now. Nobody is going to be fucking with each other. If you guys have a family reunion, or if you've been to a family reunion, tell me if that family union was actually like the family union that you was used to being with. Guarantee it's not. It's all cliquish.
We becoming more and more like white people.
So
we're
we're
becoming more and more like white people.
Hold on, man. Before we start talking about being like
because white people been like that. White people don't have family reunions. White people are nuclear. They don't have that many kids.
So wait a minute, Rock. So hold on.
To me, that's not necessarily going to fix it.
Maybe my mic is broken because you guys are.
I hear you. We hear you, right?
One of the things I'm saying is this, right? The biggest problem we have is that we have factions in the black community when we talk ideology, and we don't want to. We want to be right. We got motherfuckers like Scam and all these people. If it ain't his way, it's no way. If it's another guy, if it ain't this other guy's way, it's no way. So when we talk to each other, if you have this idea. And I have this idea, and you got this idea, but if it doesn't coincide with the way you want it to be, we don't cooperate.
We say fuck it. Yeah, I do it my own way.
And that shit is the biggest fucking problem we have. Right? So people have to be right.
That's a problem, but that's not the problem that's going to solve it. Again, I'm going to
tell you bullshit.
Here's
if
why.
it's bullshit, I'm not going for it.
Okay, so check this out.
Rockstar, I have a question.
People can put money to. Black people can invest money into going to expensive concerts to see their favorite artists, expensive sports games. They can put money together for barbecue. They can for get-togethers. They can put money together for alcohol, recreational drugs, and recreation. The problem is we all that y'all saying is true when it comes to our money going to something greater than those type of things. It ain't that we can't, it's just that when it comes to what's more of a benefit to us as a whole and not necessarily a direct benefit,
Rockstar.
That's when it's a problem. And that's why I say it's psychological.
Rockstar, I think it's a mindset thing. Let me tell you why.
Exactly.
I think it's the mindset in the black community. Let me tell you why. My neighbors, listen to me. They got a nice home over there, guys. Really nice home over there. I like it a lot. There's a new build in our community, right? And they got a nice home over there. And I watch them. And I got cool with them, right? And he got a nice motorcycle under the garage. I go talk to him. And I got to know him really well. And I said, God damn, it's a lot of nice cars over here. I said, these motherfuckers visit this nigga a lot. So I started asking questions. Hey, you got a lot of people over here a lot, man. Y'all must be really family oriented. He said, yeah, we are. I said, oh, how's that work? He said, my mom and my father just moved in. Mm-hmm. My wife's mom and her father just moved in too. The two guest rooms at the back of the house, they got 5 bedrooms. The 2 rooms at the back of the house belong to those 2 married couples. He said, me and my wife have the 3rd one. The kids have the rest. He said, we don't have the expenses that you guys have. I said, what expenses? He said, we don't do childcare. We don't do fast food. We don't go to restaurants. He said, when I get off work, my father and my father-in-law, they mowed the yard, trimmed the trees, trimmed the fucking thing. The wives are in the house, the grandmamas cooking dinner. When his wife get home from work, he said, when my wife get home from work and I come home from work, he said, all the money that they get off subsidies or whatever they get, the father and the grandmother and the mother, they put it in.
What did I just say?
The kid, they are together. Now you tell me what black family you know will have the mother-in-law, the mother-in-law, the father-in-law, the daddy, the mama.
Did he just
same house?
He just described it to a T, didn't he?
He described it.
It's financial.
No. It's not. It's not Rockstar.
It's financial.
No, listen what I just said.
Hold on, JT. This is my point, JT.
Both are right.
Everything financial don't have to be literally financial exchange.
Right, but
saving
both
money
of y'all right.
is making money.
Right?
And let me add to what Arpain said.
That's the benefit.
You wouldn't believe how many niggas actually work and go bust their ass and slave on jobs every day and won't even invest into a 401k that their job will match them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that could be a trick.
5%.
Hold on. I don't want to go coach.
But JT's on it. I'm with JT on everything. BMU just explained through JT.
Won't get life insurance.
He just, that was my whole thing, was that we have to be able, because socially is really was where we're at the deficit at. Yes. You cannot We can't have a community that's going to be able to thrive if we don't have the woman and the man working together, y'all.
That's right.
That's exactly what BMU just illustrated. There's no way you can't get around it. All that shit by myself and trying to do this shit, we see how that shit is working. You have to have woman and man. You have to be able to bring that on to your children.
And BMU and JT. Here's the crazy
can I ask you a
part.
question?
Hold on,
But
let me say this. I'll be quick. I'll let you. I'll be quick.
Okay.
Everything y'all spoke about in this BMU, you just explained it. You're talking about a family that has damn near 4 generations connected in one.
Yeah.
Just imagine, right? If we all, and I ain't gonna say I'm old, maybe Scam have a little Scam likely son. If he's in that opportunity to grow with him and teach him the rights and wrong, teach him how to fight, teach him how to ride a bike. If that opportunity is made available for our men in the future, the laws change with this child support shit, make it automatically joint custody. That's where Rockstar, I think we can leverage our dollars at, is saying, look, some of this shit got to change, especially men, because we spend a lot of money in the entertainment bullshit, right? So but I think that's where we can leverage our money.
I told you y'all was family.
Listen,
and that's what I'm saying. Everything that JT said and everything that RP said, whatever they said that's connected to some type of financial benefit, that's where we win the war at. You know
that's why we got to go to the younger dudes. That's why the younger dudes got to get the message early.
Y'all didn't answer my question. Y'all didn't answer my question.
Hold up on that dollar.
Y'all didn't answer my question. Bro, I be at home at night. I look in the backyard. Them motherfuckers having quinceañeras or something. But they be all you hear is man. That's all you hear. They dancing. They having a good time. They enjoying each other. But y'all still ain't answer my question. My question is simple. What black family you know is willing to move in their in-laws plus their mama and daddy to help raise them kids? They don't pay daycare. You know, daycare fucking $4 grand, goddamn $3 grand a month. That's $3 grand in their pocket. They don't pay daycare. He don't have to come home and mow the fucking yard. His daddy and his father-in-law already mowed the yard, trim the hedges. Like, they don't have to do nothing. When he come home, all he do is take a shower and lay down and eat. The women didn't cook. The mother-in-law and the mama didn't cook. Yeah. And him and his wife come home from a little cleaning gig. He come home from his little construction job, and they living. And so I'm asking y'all, how many black families you know would do that?
They won't. Like I just said, and it sounds crazy, but y'all just listen to what I just said. Tell your daughters and make it be bad. Quit sucking random penises. Tell your son, stop eating random coochie. You better start. You better be intentional. And you better understand exactly where this is coming from.
Let me say it the right way, y'all. Let me translate for JT. Make marriage important, goddamn it.
No, I'm just saying because we're in a hypersexual. This is why I said it. We're in a hypersexual era.
But some of them ain't gonna get what you're saying, JT. I'm just.
But they need their father. They need their father there. They need that relationship with the father.
Yeah, but if all you guys got wives and things like that, and if you don't, you have probably girlfriends that you spend time, right? Ain't nothing like having the most nastiest fucking sex that you can with your fucking wife, a woman that you know. You can't get us to random ass women. Look at what we have right now. We just got a bunch of fucking people fucking each other and being mad with each other. Mad because they fucked each other.
And JT, it's what JT, I'm gonna say this to him. I'm gonna let y'all have it. I'm gonna let y'all have it.
Random adults.
JT, I'm gonna let y'all have it. It's a lady. I work with a lady. She's Indian. And when I see her at work, in passing or whatever, we don't work on it in the same area. She works in another part of the bank. But she comes in, she says, "Hey, good morning." She's always very nice. And you get to know people, and she starts talking about her family and how the Indians do things. Listen, blew my fucking mind. Mexicans doing their thing, but them Indians on a whole nother level. She said, "My sister, I'm going to take some time off. I'm gonna take a leave to go be with my sister." I said, "Oh, she's okay?" She said, "Yeah, she just had a baby." I said, "Oh, is she everything all right with the baby?" She said, "Yeah, sure." I said, "Okay." She said, "It's just a cultural thing." I said, What do y'all do?" She said, "My sister just got married. They're living with my in-laws." She said, "This is what they do now." She said, when they first get married, the couple stay with the in-laws for a year, and they stay with her mom and daddy for a year. During that 2-year period, any income that comes into the home is stored for them. They don't have to buy grocery. They don't have to buy food. They don't have to pay bills. They don't have to pay car payments. The mother-in-law, the mom and the daddy, and the in-laws come together, pay all their bills for 2 years so they can stack their bread. She said, my sister just had a baby. She said, for 6 months, all the women in the family are going to take care of that baby with my sister to show her how to be a mom, how to nurture her child, and everything else. She said the next 6 months, they're going to go to his women on the side of his family and get nourishment. She say when when the baby becomes a year old, the family comes back together, move into their own home, and have their own money, their own savings, their own car, whatever they have earned in that 2-year period, to raise that child. Bro, I said, I know you motherfucking lying. I don't know. I think black people are so fucking selfish, bro. And just like Rockstar said, if we did that, do you know what kind of financial stability we would have as black? Oh my God!
So we have to slow it down. But this is the thing, black man, because there's a big reason why that happened with us, right? But we have to slow this shit down. This is why I said we have to be able to instill this into the younger ones. And now I'm 50-some years old. I got grown-ass kids. Fuck all that. Whatever I ain't teach them, they got to learn on their own. But I will employ them to tell their young ones, right, to do it and do it a certain way. We didn't have that because our parents didn't have that either. By the time you were 16 years old, you had to be your ass to fuck up out of that fucking house. By the time you're 18, you too fucking old, right? So it was just a condition. But what I'm saying is from every generation, I'm gonna end it with this, RP. I'm sorry. Let me just end it with this. From every generation, we have to understand now we have to change the trajectory. It may take more and more generations to do it, but just like what you just illustrated, black man, the thing is this: we have to have a starting point. We can't keep going back all the way back to the past. We got to have a starting point. That's a dope ass illustration that you gave, bro.
Yeah. So that's my life. Because I lived with my paternal grandparents after my mother passed away. My father was, working 16 hours a day. But my grandparents had 3 of their daughters in the house. 2 of them were married. And, so we grew up that way in Harlem. Up until we moved to the Bronx in 1965. They bought a house, 2-family house, full basement. And everything. And so the whole family moved in there. At least 3 or 4 generations of us came through that house. And that whole family, we just call it 642. If I say anything to any of my family all across the country, you mention 642, they know we're talking about.
Exactly what it is.
That's dope.
That's good shit.
So we all grew up that way. That's one of the reasons why when my daughters graduated, they came back home and they stayed here. I made sure they stacked their bread. They didn't pay any rent or any of that stuff. Hey, you got a 401k on your job. What's the matching? You got to put the minimum of what the matching is. If you could do better, do better. But so those are
but black people kicking their kids out at 18 years old.
Well, I left at 18, but back then it was a different time.
Hold on.
Yeah, I got a question too.
I didn't want to just vamp out and just be like, I'm
Go
about to
ahead,
get
man.
out.
What's going on? Come on.
I appreciate y'all. You feel me?
She bothering me. I'm busy.
I'm about to get some food. You feel me? You feel me?
No, man, come back, man. Come back.
Like I wasn't like, you feel me? Oh, BMU, check your email too, bro. I emailed you, bro.
Okay, cool. Hey, Rockstar, you can email me too so I can send you the link to the show tomorrow.
Shout out to the young light
blackmanunfiltered@gmail.com.
Yeah, I got a question. JT and R Payne, y'all talking about, though I don't agree with it always having to be about another race, because there are black people who are doing this with their families, and every Indian is not doing this with their family. But
see how negative you was? See how negative you was?
Can I finish?
See how negative you was? See how you turn a positive thing to a negative? See what you just did?
Actually, I didn't, but I can if needed.
Every Indian family not like that.
It did come out.
Yes, that's true. Everyone is not. My point was take black and make them the negative they ain't doing right, and then the Indians is perfect. That's not good for black morale. But there are black people who are doing this was the first point. Edaman talks about that very point all the time. But JT and our pain, this what you're giving is called solutions. I don't see it being productive. I have nephews who are straight men. I was spending 8 hours talking about chopped off vaginas and penises when I can be talking about something. Let's be real. You're either straight or you're not. If a person is straight, all them chopped off penises in the bushes don't mean nothing about nothing. Why not talk about stuff like the 401k, the moving in with family, and all this stuff that's actually solutions versus, oh man, the Mexicans.
What's up, Sarah?
Oh man, the white man gonna get us.
What up, dog?
These are solutions.
What's going on?
And they're attainable.
Yeah.
Well, you know, man, me being a hands-on guy all my life, and I was always raised like that, man. We all got good ideas, man, and I'm not into arguing about whose solution is better than who. I think if we all apply, I think if people that's watching apply some of all of these things, then we're headed in the right direction at the end of the day. But what I always want to say is this, man, because it all comes down to, man, be the change you want to see.
Yeah.
If more of us really truly adopt that, bro, we would fuck the game up in 5 years or less.
Well,
I just want to say this real quick.
Rockstar. When I talk to my nephews or my mentee or whatever, I don't talk to them about what they can't do, and because of this, because I don't. I tell them the things that's going on are going on because it's the way it is.
How to work around it. Yeah.
I want to know what you can do. I want to know what you can do tomorrow that you didn't do today.
Because that's how we got here. That's what we forget.
That's how we got here.
We didn't get here by staying stuck on a problem. We got here because we as a people historically was always in positions to where we couldn't change nothing except how we move and by what we do. It was a time where nothing we said could change nothing, but our actions.
That still happens today.
Now, let me say this real quick, Scam, real quick.
That still happens today. I can't fix everything.
Hold on, I'm gonna let y'all say this. I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna go. Listen, Rockstar, it's already bad. It's already bad enough that Rockstar and Coach Ferd look alike. But then to have two niggas from Detroit on here, it's even worse. Okay, these fucking Detroit ass niggas, JT and fucking Giselle. God damn, man.
They already look alike too. You ain't put that hat on.
If you put this fucking hat on,
I'm talking about. Y'all talking about these white folks. I gotta deal with you niggas. Y'all boys.
My family's from Michigan. I can't talk about
we can't even get out shadeism.
No, my family's from Michigan. I can't talk about Detroit.
We
God, look at him. He keeps throwing his shit. God damn, man.
Hey,
big wide ass head on.
Hey, what's the best Fago?
He look like a member of D-Twin.
That's old school right there. Yeah.
You with him and them whole group.
Oh man,
Roy Five.
What's up, Sale? Hey, you can take it from here, Arpain. Go ahead, Arpain.
What's going on, man?
What's the best Fago?
What's the best Fago?
JT, best Fago.
Red Pop, nigga.
Red.
Hey, Sale, man, I wanted to tell you too, man. I was
grape and red.
Kicking ass on Ham Show the other day, man.
Cream soda.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, you kicked ass that episode. I say, I was in the chat. Say, boy,
yeah, it was.
Looking y'all ass.
Yeah, it was. He came prepared.
Well, go ahead, Arpain.
He was clicking on.
I hear you, man. So you know about this topic because I saw one of your videos earlier. This is the first time I saw one of your videos. You talked about this topic with my man Nolan, and I think the video you had was you was talking with Izzy Vance. I saw your reply to him. I thought that was pretty good, so I used that. I used that.
Sure, it's not a problem.
So what's your thought about all of this, man? What's going on? And we had the topic. Is it any way, even though we don't like the race hustling part of it, is there any way to look at this situation and make it devoid of race?
The hope is that one day we do. Unfortunately, the racial topic is still so heavily addressed. It's only because a lot of people really just haven't accepted the fact that they haven't gotten over the racist aspect of America. And I'm not saying it is ever going to happen, because America is racist. That's just something that we're just not going to be able to get away from. But the more we keep giving value to the racial stereotypes of America, the more we're going to keep talking about it. It's just need to be devoid of the conversation at some point. At some point, we just can't keep saying it's the white man fault, or, oh, as black people, we down on this or that and the other.
I agree with that. But let me ask you another part on the same topic.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the family is going to get justice? And even if you take the racial component out of it, or it's just the boys in blue, quote unquote, the police department circling the wagons with you think they're going to get a fair assessment of what went on? And let's just say they weren't racist; they're just circling the wagons because they're cops, and they're in the community.
The number one thing I always tell people, I do not trust the United States government, and I do not trust the police department of any kind. But also at the same time, it's hard to draw distinction and conclusion before we know anything at all. Right now, we just know what people have been saying rather than what it is that actually happened. Prime example is the Carmelo Anthony case. When that first broke, I said, I don't want to speak on Carmelo because I don't know nothing. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
But then all of the stereotypes of why it is that conversation, which was so heavy, start coming out. And then, lines start getting drawn and, oh, you're not so all this, that, and the other. So eventually I did end up speaking my piece on Carmelo Anthony. And after the end of the trial, I'm just like, y'all don't want to admit it, but everything I said about Carmelo was right. He was behaving like a young YN. He's up there acting a fool. That's what I'm just going by what the witnesses reported. So in this particular situation with Nolan, I don't want to be right, and also I don't want to be wrong. I just want to wait because there's too much speculation and suspicious stuff going on. I don't understand how it is that y'all brought the boy and mama's phone. What we doing? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, those are the kind of things that bother me.
Yeah,
I mean, even more subtle than that, like the boat. They said the boat has some problems, but I get to hear the police department or anybody commission a mechanic to go see if the boat really had a problem.
Right.
Those simple things ain't going on. They said he waited there with a girl. Well, who's this girl?
Right. Where's the girl at?
Yeah, those kind of things are not being answered.
Mm-hmm.
And so those are the problems I have, that I feel that they're circling the wagon, or the judge coming out and making these definitive statements where she's completely out of line doing, that kind of stuff. So,
well, that's one of the biggest problems with how it is that cases are handled. People are making commentary on. I'm not talking about us as regular people.
Right.
I'm talking about those who have hands on the case, those who have access to the information. You're coming out and you're saying salacious things, whether it be true or false. What you're doing is you're causing public discourse, and then now we on YouTube, or we in our households, we at work, or we in politics, and we like, oh yeah, just like those white people with Nolan. It's just like you don't know nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it's too many. I just know that the whole argument of we all come together, we all lead together, that's not always true. Because if I go somewhere with my boys, prior to me being married, if I went somewhere with my boys and I met a hot chick, guess what? Hey, I'll holler at y'all later.
You better fix that shit.
Quick.
Yeah.
But what you just said though, that has to be a little bit age related too, though. I mean, if you're a grown man, that's one thing. But, these are all, they're all 18-ish, 17, 18-ish.
Yeah, but the problem that I would have with that is, I don't know, maybe it is how I grew up, bro. It's just 14, it was normal for me to see a nigga with a thumper, you know what I'm saying, with the heat. You know what I'm saying? It was at 16, most of my friends had cars. 99% of us had license at 16. And then another larger percent had cars already. And everybody they were working, and we was hanging out, and it was just certain shit that I'm like, my parents just, like, when I tell my parents a lot of this shit, I'm like, y'all almost had to get somebody to tell you your son got killed, right?
Yeah.
I was in the middle of a fucking shootout.
Right.
I didn't tell my parents until I got grown. Because they were sitting there talking about the only reason why y'all was real good kids and y'all didn't get into no trouble. And I was like, no, on the contrary, mon frere, we just didn't get into the trouble that got us where you would have to know what was happening. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But I had to literally tell my mom, like, no, this shit. So when we look at 18-year-olds and 16-year-olds and shit like that, no, them niggas was, if they parents trust them enough to get them on a boat to go 10 miles off the coast from where they was going to a fucking island, you already know what was happening. It was some fucking going on that damn island. When it Horn Island, I guarantee somebody was calling it Horny Island. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And it was a part of their culture. The part of the culture that their parents didn't know anything about. Something happened. Somebody ended up getting their ass dead. And now look what's happening. The parents are running around trying to fix all this shit to fuck up. And they telling these kids to shut up. That's why they had the lawyer to fuck up. Because they already know, if this is my kid, they get a hold of my fucking kid, he about to tell it all. Or she about to tell it all.
But people act like that, you know, this was like a sacred little spot, man. The Coast Guard patrols all that. The Coast Guard know every boat's coming out there. They know that there's going to be drugs, alcohol, whatever they do out on a small baby Epstein Island, right? Yeah. And I would think that, and I don't know, and I haven't really heard if the brother could swim, right? Because you live in the so if he could swim, then I don't buy the fact that, you know, he looks healthy. He looks stronger than all you weak ankle niggas out in YouTube. So with that, I would think that he could wrestle his way. To me, it's foul play because are not parents tracking the kid's phone when you're going out on the water?
Apparently not.
Apparently not.
So but you have to move in. You should be moving in a safety move.
No, they knew he was going to the island.
I know they knew he was going, but they still, to me, as an adult, logical thinking like, oh, it should happen in the South. It's stuff, emergencies that could happen. And I would be tracking my baby's phone.
Which city in Mississippi?
And I'm a person that I wouldn't let you go. Listen, I just need growing up in the.
Which city in Mississippi was they at?
I'm not going to do that, bro. I would never let my son go nowhere if I didn't meet the parent.
Hold on, fellas. What city? Let me ask a clarifying question. Hold on, let me ask a clarifying question.
We're talking Mississippi.
What city in Mississippi were they in?
I think it was Ocean. It was somewhere, I forget. It might have been Ocean Springs, Mount Pascagoula.
It matters. It matters because all parts of Mississippi ain't the same. I don't give a fuck what nobody tell you.
No, it's not.
Jackson, Mississippi ain't nothing like. What's the one that's an hour and a half away? I was just there last year. What's the name of that fucking city in Mississippi? It's an hour and a half away from Louisiana. The one that had the flood and everything, just like Louisiana.
You talking about man? What's that? You talking about down?
What's the name of that fucking city? I was just there. I had the
no,
it wasn't Biloxi. Biloxi is an hour and a half away, right? Yeah. So, and that's right off the Gulf.
That's right there.
So what I'm saying is, I'm with Sale when it comes down to it. I don't want to make too many assumptions, right? That was why my whole thing was, what was his cause of death, right? Because that's going to tell some things. That's going to lead us a little more. Was he poisoned or was it this? Now, we got to admit this. That culture, those are young folks. What's the number one thing they're going to be doing?
Smoking, drinking, and fucking.
Smoking. And they ain't going to be just smoking no motherfucking, just no regular ass weed. They going to be dapping or with those damn oils and doing all kind of other shit, plus drinking, plus whatever else that they're doing. It's a different type of culture. Them parents don't be knowing what the fuck their kids doing. The only thing happened was some shit went haywire, and the kids need to get out of that shit. Lure the fuck up. Didn't they tell them that? All the motherfuckers had lawyers.
Now see, this the thing, AJT. This the thing, right? Ain't no reason. I'm 17 years old on 7 Mile and Hayes at 11 o'clock at night.
Man, what the fuck you doing over there, little nigga?
That's what they do.
That's what I tell my nephew. Why are you over there?
If something happened to me on 7 Mile and Hayes at 11 o'clock at night, motherfuckers gonna be looking at me. You should have had your stupid ass over there.
But if I'm out there on 7 Mile and Gratiot, where you got the McDonald's and you got the Church's Chicken, and it's still 7 Mile, but it ain't 7 Mile and Hayes.
It ain't 7 Mile and Hayes. It's a whole different ball game.
Exactly.
Whole different ball game.
You just said it right. We gotta teach the young ones better, right?
Well,
but it's things that they don't tell us.
Hold on for a second. Are we teaching them this? Is this what we need to start?
You shouldn't be the only. Well, that is being reported that he wasn't the only black person.
He wasn't. No. He wasn't with that.
Don't be the 1 of 5. Don't be 1 of 10.
But also, but wait a minute. But wait, because here's the downfall in that statement. I appreciate him making that statement. You shouldn't be the only Negro out there in a group of white people, but you shouldn't also be the only black man in a group of niggas. The problem is you don't know who niggas is, but you be at the bus stop like a 7 Mile and Gratiot, prime example.
You said you stuck on that cracker, right, your boy?
I'm not stuck on
that shit is now. That shit is now. If I could take you over that way right now, he's not lying. That's where it comes down to the point with what you're doing over there, right? It's the same thing with them fucking islands, because guess what? Guess what we have in Michigan? We have peninsulas, Belleville. We have all those other ones. And guess what their lifestyle is? The same fucking lifestyle in the South. The motherfuckers be out there getting them on them damn boats. If you ever know anything about the southeast part of Michigan, where we got all them goddamn little lakes and shit like that, motherfuckers getting boat crashes and motherfuckers get arrested because they driving boats. And these are 17 and 16-year-olds because they driving intoxicated. Motherfuckers end up dying. Right now, we already have probably about our death toll probably over there, and this is kind of like what they call the suburbs, but the death toll is definitely about 5 or 6 motherfuckers that already died, drowned or whatever. It's not national news though. That was my whole thing about what that is, where I said, and I understand it. I just was making a a point when I say, well, why is this so nationally done? It's not the same. It's the same thing in Florida. All them goddamn teenagers is driving boats. It's a different type of style that they have right now. What we have right now, that's why I said, if it's close to Biloxi, and especially when you're talking about in Mississippi,
it's going towards Florida.
We have to deal with the culture of what was happening also, right?
Yes.
It could be a racial thing also. But my whole thing is that when we are looking at something this way, we have to be at a point where we can be a little more condescending. My biggest thing is, what is the cause of death? We have to understand what that is first, because we don't know nothing right now, y'all.
Yeah.
What you think the cause of death is going to... listen, I
don't know. They done muddied up the water so much, man.
But see, hey, our pain, I'm sorry to cut you off, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
That's the dangerous part, right? Because no one knows the cause of death, and everyone's drawing speculation about the cause of death. And if you don't say what a lot of people is already agreeing with, you're now almost seen as an op, right?
Yes.
That's the hard part about the conversation. And this is why the conversation was hard about Carmelo. A lot of people feel like it was self-defense. A lot of people feel like he was just on some dumb shit. But at the end of the day, guess what? One thing that we do know for certain, he the one that did this, and he the one that ended up in this situation. Now, when it comes down with Nolan, it is going to be a deciding factor. If there is water in his lungs, he definitely drowned.
Yeah, that's it. That's the key.
But if he drowned and he has bruises on him, are they physical bruises from fists, from human beings, or did he just crash up against the rocks?
5 white boys hold you down. 5 white boys hold you down up in that water.
In Michigan, we just had, and actually the crazy part is, JT, watch this shit. Did you hear the story about the dude that jumped in the girl that jumped in the water to save her niece or nephew?
He ain't trying to take his life.
I heard about it. I don't know the whole story.
I went to school with that dude.
You talking about way back like 90s?
No, but now this is recently happened.
Oh, okay. You're not talking about the one jumped off the bridge.
We have at least about 11 drownings already, dog, in Michigan. We got about 11 drownings already. Don't nobody know what the fuck happened to none of this shit.
Yeah.
So here's the question: is it black on black drownings or black and white incidents, or is it just?
It's a very difficult thing. This is the thing about Detroit.
That makes a difference.
It's a very difficult thing for us to be talking about racism. What it is, it ain't. You ain't got. It's not a question. It ain't a fucking question in Michigan. It ain't a fucking question, especially in Detroit.
So it's mostly black. That's why I don't get that.
Not mostly. Dog, I had a high school I went to was all black. The only two people I ever seen in that school, they was in our yearbook, and I've never saw them in my school. 100% black. That predominantly black shit? No. 22 high schools?
He graduated in 1976.
Well,
Hey,
right after you.
I graduated in 2008, and we had two white boys that went
2008.
We had two white boys that I graduated late.
So it's way more. There's
we had two white boys that went to our school, and like this is how I knew that these little dudes was crazy. It's summertime in Detroit. We can get up to like 80 to like a high 90 to like a low 100. These little two boys coming to school in leather trench coats. I knew to leave them alone. You see what I'm saying?
Fuck alone, yeah.
You don't mess with them. So
I get it, man.
Hey,
you grew up in degeneracy, Sal. That was your
absolutely.
So I can understand where you come from.
Hey, Sal, we're gonna do a show about it, dog. We're gonna do a show about that shit. We're gonna do a show about that shit, yeah. Because motherfuckers be talking that shit. I'm telling you, it's motherfuckers be talking that shit, and they be talking that. And the Rockstar, I definitely gonna invite you too. Motherfuckers be talking that street shit. Let me tell you something. I guarantee it's very difficult and everybody been trying to do documentaries on Detroit and all that shit. You can't do it. It's not going to be a good documentary. It's just not going to happen. Not in the D.
Yeah. No, it's not.
You can't. It's just certain places that even if they say you can go, you ain't going.
People
got to see Detroit for themselves. That's my opinion.
You do. If you tell one aspect or a story of Detroit, you're lying because you're not telling the other side. You see what I'm saying? We can talk about East 7 Mile, but if you ain't talking about West 7 Mile, then we ain't talking.
We ain't talking about that.
You can talk about Van Dyke, but we ain't gonna talk about Jefferson. You ain't talking about nothing. You see what I'm saying? So it's too many. It's the only way to properly have
niggas are the same.
The only reason why we say that is that we have a more of a balance of what racism
all you niggas
is.
think y'all rock stars.
No. It ain't that.
It ain't
Trust
that.
me. It ain't that. It's
traumatization.
It's certain shit. Let me tell you something. When we leave Detroit, we gone. I'm never gonna come back here. I stay close to it, but I will never just go sit my ass up there and in certain number streets and none of that stuff. So what I'm saying is that we have more of a balance of when we talking about racism. That's why you would hear us say, "Oh man, we got way more degeneracy with us than anything else," because we see it. Not only because we stay in Detroit, but even when we go to the Chi is bigger than Detroit. So it's all different types of ways. Even the Chi is nothing like that. The closest thing I can say to Detroit would be certain parts of Louisiana.
New Orleans.
Here's the thing.
Memphis
is very close.
It's very, very close.
Yeah. The problem is like last year when I went up last year to go visit my parents, and I ain't gonna lie, I ain't been home Detroit in like 2-3 years, but last year when I went up there to visit my parents, everything you saying about leaving Detroit is true. Yeah. That drive, once you go through Ohio, once you see that ugly ass blue Detroit sign,
that's when the potholes start.
Hey, Scam, watch this. I didn't know how messed up I was by the city until I got to the city, and the first thing I saw was a concrete building. I know it sounds dumb, but I'm just being honest. I saw a concrete building coming into the city, and my father's house prior to him dying, it was right there off 75 and Clay. So I came up on 75. First thing I saw was a liquor store, and I seen a police raid. There's about 60 police. This is 1 o'clock in the morning when I pulled up. It's like 60 police cars out there. I see abandoned buildings, niggas walking around, and I'm just like, I gotta get out of here. Like seeing an abandoned house messed me up, and that's how crazy it was because I know what mentality. That's povertyism. That's what that mentality is. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm trying to go to sleep. You got niggas walking up and down the street, listening to music, shooting guns, drinking. And I'm thinking to myself, it's a culture shock to me because I'm just like, I ain't uppity because I know what it is. Yeah. But also, since I've been so far removed from it, now that I see that people, I left Detroit. The first time I left Detroit was in 2008.
9 when I went to the United States Army. And when I left Detroit back to last year when I went to go see my parents, and it's still the same mentality. I said, bro, niggas is still out here banging.
Yeah, it's
in
like
the
that.
city.
So, yeah, it's like that.
That's what I mean about the mentality. So when I hear about crazy shit going all over the country, I'm just like, oh, that's just crazy shit, bro.
Yeah, because the people that live and never left Detroit, this shit that they be hearing ain't shit.
Yeah,
like literally, this is how fucked up it is. I'll let you go. But let me just say this: you ain't seen hood until you see at 2:00 in the fucking morning, bunch of motherfuckers with hoodies on walking in the street, right? Or you see a nigga, you know he's over 60 years old, riding a motherfucking bicycle. You nigga, these niggas be
on a stroll. No,
on a
like,
fucking.
The crazy part is you be listening to the news and you hear 6 Mile in Woodward. You know what 6 Mile in Woodward is.
Oh,
you know
no. But y'all seeing what happened in other cities and during the same time.
It ain't got shit. When I tell you, it don't got.
Listen, man, listen, y'all from Detroit, y'all know Detroit is gutter, right? But again, there's major cities across America who have the same effect on people who stay in those cities and never get away.
Yeah, it desensitizes you.
Detroit multiply it times 2 or 3. It's another month.
But you can say that though, right? You can say that though. But any city that anybody that's going through it doesn't matter what Detroit is doing. It's all similar. They've all had that experience. I've seen police raids where they just running through kids.
Trey Ferg. No, I'm saying
no. There's hold on. No other city had the Big Four. The Big Four was
Big Four was something different.
They called them stress. You know what stress is?
No, what is that?
What stress and the Big Four used to do was they will pull up on you. They'll put you in the car, take you around in the alley, beat your ass, take you around, drop you off, circle the block, and then arrest you. Say that you was out there causing a public disturbance.
Okay,
they
had something like a movie. It was something that led to it. It was called Detroit. The movie
Detroit had corrupt police,
but it wasn't a real thing.
Back in the 70s and 80s, Detroit always had corrupt police. That's why y'all had that type of experience, right? So even with that experience, right, did they delete brothers or they just send them through the penitentiary?
Well, our mayor was a legit gangster.
Okay, so he was
I'm about to get out of here.
So he was a gangster.
Right. I sent you my email in the back chat.
I got you, bro.
Salute, man. Let them know, man. Light skin on God, man. Let them know we gods, man. We here.
All right, Coach Rockstar.
Hey, Ferg, you're from Dallas, right?
No, man. I'm from a slave state. And it sort of plays within the context of what everybody can experience,
where you from?
Right?
Where you
I'm
from?
a slave state, man. I was born and raised in
Louisville,
Kentucky.
Yeah, I don't speak the blackety stuff.
But we don't speak the blackety stuff either, right? Because man, I just said it. JT, Louisville, Kentucky.
Okay,
that's where I'm born and raised, man. Slave state. No, I can take you where they had slaves coming in under the docks. I can take you there, right? So
I'm just saying about. Go ahead.
I'm just explaining, right? Those circumstances play true with a lot of people over the period of time. Scam said, Sale said he graduated in 2008.
Mm-hmm.
Nigga, 2008, nigga, I was a grown man. Sale, but from 30 years before that time, almost, man, the way that they really put the attack on us, it almost devastated us, almost wiped us out. Now, what YouTube is doing is a mixed bag, right? Because you're seeing, in a sense, it ain't gonna be no quick fix for brothers. What you're seeing the behavior of, again, it's a lot of recklessness, a lot of fatherless raised children who are now adults. This is what you're seeing acting out, right? I don't know if you have a son or daughter that's young, right? The opportunity that can be granted for the future is right now. It's right now. And then people have to, like JT said, if people are not willing to give, to say, okay, this is what we doing. The videos show, okay, this is the behavior some way you can't fall into this trap of what they doing. When you outside, you can see. I can show you all the videos you need to see. Don't do that shit. Don't do it. And it's going to come from the father and the mother and the family in a sense. When are we able, or do y'all think we going to ever get to that just because we ain't the best of relationship and we have sex, because niggas going to have sex. I don't care what you're talking about.
To answer your question.
Can we be a father? Can we be a mother for that future?
To answer your question, there is a point that we will eventually be at where we stop looking at things with a racial ambiguity. The problem is we're not there yet, because every situation, whether it be black on black, white on white, black on white, or indifferent, the problem is we're always going to include race into it. If two niggas get into it right now and one of them end up dead, we're going to be like, that's some nigga shit. If two white people get into it and one of them end up dead, they're going to be like, oh, that's white people shit. But if a black and white, whenever it's that interracial craze, that interracial thing, if you're a black person, it automatically, I'm not saying that this is 1,000%, I'll say it's 80% true. When it's a black person and a white person, black person is always, it divides. The black person is innocent. The black person is innocent, or you like, man, that he was probably out there being a nigga. He was probably messing with them white folks. But then the other side is say, nah, man, he was out there he was just doing his thing, living as a black man, and them white crackers was messing with him, and it's just like, okay.
Wait, and then somebody sit back and say, no, because I got the facts, and then they get offended. Like, you a coon, you a coon.
You hate yourself. It's just like, you see, I can see back in y'all time. That's what y'all. I'm not gonna say that's what y'all had to do, but that's what was expected. There was a sense of unity even back in those times where, we may have a problem with each other, but if these white folks come in here, hey, everything that we got a problem, we gonna put that to the side because we gotta be together. Nowadays, man, they ain't with that, bro. You on your own.
Do you think you'll see that in your lifetime?
They can't work the same. Back in the day versus today can't work the same.
Hold up,
absolutely.
Yeah, because we're talking about family. So y'all saying because it's under y'all
no,
niggas'
watch. I'm talking about the racial thing. Okay,
but even with
back
race,
in the day,
I'm sorry.
No, I'll explain it. The neighborhood I grew up in is black. It's really nice homes, brick, well-built, still standing 2-car garage homes. Black neighborhood. The thing that they act like never exists on these panels. In the 70s, it wasn't that. It was Ned Smithers and Dan Flanderton and all of his people in there. A couple of blacks moved in. They tortured them. They stayed. More blacks move in. Next thing you know, over time, it became a black neighborhood. That black sticking together thing in the 60s, 70s, or whatever, 70 time frame was necessary. And that environment warranted that. The environment of today doesn't warrant it like they say it does, and the fakes stick together, it's BS. Everybody knows it's junk, and you can't trust these dudes telling you stick together because of black.
They be the first ones to leave you behind.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, it'd be a trap.
But it's kind of like we want to throw the jersey on when it's some potential racial thing. So I understand exactly what you're saying. Because if it wasn't that,
people saying that won't do the very thing that they saying that they're trying to get you to do. I'll crash out if this happened. No, you won't.
So, but that's why I understood Sale went out, because I was looking at you on the panel with Izzy and on what's the thing, and I don't think that they really understood what you were trying to say. And it just comes from the way that you look at things, and I kind of like look at it the same way, because I'm like, damn, when we're talking about all of this shit, bro, it's kind of like motherfuckers try to act like us as black folks don't do shit wrong, and it's kind of like, wait a minute, god damn it.
Not only do we not do shit wrong, but this is the thing that I hate the most, right?
We don't even scrutinize it to say, okay, well, it could be another. I'm sorry, man, but we don't even scrutinize it.
Right.
We don't even get to a point where, like, that's what our pain was doing tonight. He was like, look, I'm gonna bring this up. I'm gonna ask some questions, and I'm going to scrutinize it. And you can't. We're gonna just keep giving each other too much fucking pushback over just the scrutinization of these things, because we're trying to put them in. we're trying to compartmentalize them, and it's very difficult to do it when we just fall in. You know what I'm saying? On one side instead of trying to be in the middle.
The biggest problem is this is the biggest problem that I have with black people today, right? And this is something that irritates me the most. Why is it that when it's black on black, everybody tough, but when it's black on white, we automatically assume to be the victim?
Yeah.
That's the biggest irritation. It's like, these white people are so dangerous. These white people are so evil. It's just like, so niggas not evil.
But that's easy way to not take
not even black people don't have and don't have the ability to be evil, don't have the ability to be conniving, dangerous, all this, that, and the other. So I don't automatically victimize or put black people in a position to where we always seem like the weaker vessel or the inferior ones. But I understand why people feel like that. And it comes from that whole entirety of, back when our Payne and Coach Ferg was kids. That's what they had to do. You got to stay away from them white folks. They evil, yeah, okay. But then the next thing you know, the niggas putting hands in your pocket. Got stick up kid. I'm like, what we doing?
No, we didn't have to stay away from them. They respected our move.
Hey, Sal, the back check.
Sal, question. Do you think Carmelo Anthony? I know you're gonna say Carmelo Anthony. The altercation, was it race motivated?
Do I think it was? Do I think it was? No, I don't think it was.
I said no, and people don't like it, and I'm gonna stand by no. If it's a white dude and we arguing about a parking space, that argument is parking space motivated. If we're arguing about an ugly woman, it's woman motivated, regardless of race. They were arguing. The confrontation was about being in a tent, regardless of race. Now the court, way after the fact, yeah, maybe some race played, but that altercation was not race motivated.
The whole thing about the Carmelo incident was it was never supposed to be about race, but for people to sensationalize the whole entire situation and give it national attention, they wanted to make it about race. They needed to make it about race.
Yeah, when I was in basic training, the first person I was going to beat up was white because he called me out on some BS. Like, man, we ought to get him. We ought to get. Like, all right, how about you do it? How about you throw the first shot? What you got? He didn't do nothing. It wasn't race motivated. He happened to be white, and he called me out, and I had to hold my own.
Mm-hmm.
The next one was a big Asian. He'd have knocked me out in about 2 punches, but he called me out. I had to hold my own. He was Asian. It had nothing to do with race. Then there was a couple black dudes, but it was an altercation. I agree. We got into it about something specific. Just because they're of a different race doesn't mean it's racially motivated.
Yeah, but race eventually.
Trayvon, a little different. Trayvon and Zimmerman, that's a little different.
Yeah, but
I wouldn't say that was a little different. I say like
I say he profiled him. This dude looks. I say he was profiled.
Oh, Trayvon Martin.
Yeah, I'm going to tie race into the profiling.
Yeah, he was.
Dude.
He was definitely profiled, but I don't think that had anything to do with just his race alone. For me, I can
agree with that, but I'm gonna put race in there.
Well, absolutely, you have to. But the thing is, right? The perfect case of someone that was literally racially profiled is Ahmaud Arbery, who they hunted him down.
That was racially motivated. Yes.
That was 100% racist. There was no question whatsoever about that. Even in the ideas that these people that was within this neighborhood, how they coordinated the whole entire thing against him, like even the text messages that came out. You know what I'm saying? From that whole entire incident, that was 100% racially motivated. When you look at something like Trayvon Martin, that was just Zimmerman being a nosy asshole, and
I'm gonna probably a lot of race too. Profiling, I'm more than likely going to put race on it.
Absolutely, but you know who profile? You know who profile?
Okay,
you know who profile black people the most? Black people. They just don't want to admit to it.
So tell me why I'm wrong. I would like to know when it all changed for you, when you sort of started to really look at the
mirror. You're talking about mirror cellular
as a destructive place in a whole. Say, I'm talking about. Yeah, was there an incident in your life that sort of shocked you in a sense? Not to get personal, but just
no, you're good.
Like
Coming out of
that shit.
coming out of middle school, so I was always the in the house kid. Yeah, I played tag in the neighborhood. I went to my cousin's house and stuff like that. But I was a video game head. I was a nerd. You had to beat my ass to get me off the game.
Okay.
But coming from middle school into high school, there was a culture change for me because I'm not a young teen no more. I'm going into my prime teenage years. And what happened was the first thing I understood when I got to high school was you better act accordingly or then you're gonna get jumped. Because that's what I understood. I went to high school at Charles F. Kettering High School right on Van Dyke. Van Dyke was prime for gang activity. You had the 50 Zone Boys, you had Van Dyke, you had 7 Mile, you had all of these different. And to me, high school wasn't even about high school. It was about which gang had the most control of the territory.
You wasn't bullied or nothing, were you, by black folk, were you?
So I was when I was in my middle school years, I was extremely skinny. A lot of people don't know. I showed Raw my baby pictures, my kid pictures today. I was extremely skinny. But the thing is that when I got to the 9th grade year, the first thing I ever seen was a shootout in front of my school between Van Dyke and 7 Mile, and we all the way right. So I understood then. I'm like, oh, I got to be prepared for these Negroes. You see what I'm saying? Then on top of that, my family pretty much they ran Mac and Bewick, which is like the drug. I'm not gonna say drug capital.
Mac is in Mac Street.
Yeah,
we saw it in your family too. Some of the crazy stuff. Like,
absolutely.
Dang. Okay.
So then, when I was in the 10th grade, that's when I started boxing. I started playing football. And I start understanding that I got to be an animal in these streets because if I'm soft, I'm gonna get ate up. So that's what the coaches. And then on top of that, we had this guy by the name of Blade Icewood. Blade Icewood was loved by the city of Detroit. He was a 7 Mile rapper, but Blade Icewood got killed by 7 Mile people.
Okay, so that affected your young teenage years, like somebody you looked up to who got taken out.
Right, and then on top of that, the east side of Detroit, where my family was. It was just nothing but just a drug neighborhood. But then I started going downtown where Cass Tech High School was, and right down the street. Right down the street
went to Cass.
Yeah, right down the street from Cass Tech, you had the NSO, you had the Detroit Rescue Mission, and that was just nothing but just a homeless. It was a war zone out there. It was.
You talking about Cass Corridor, the neighborhood?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it looks like Baltimore. Yeah,
absolutely. Right.
Black
exactly. Bro, it's crazy. So, and understanding the fact that people in Detroit kept to themselves. So when some crazy shit was happening, don't nobody stick their nose in it. So it definitely shifted my worldview because it was just like, why are we okay with this mentality? Why are we okay with this destructiveness of ourselves? And it's just like, man, that's just what we do. No, that's not just what we do. It shouldn't be accepted like that.
Hey, Trey Ferg, one thing I don't agree with. One day the narrative, black people are all degenerate, and we go pick a Mac Street in Detroit and say, look at what these black people are doing. The next day it's Black History. Every black man got a suit on and is working 80 hours a week as a post office manager. Then we talk about black women. We go get all the pregnant ones and say, look at all of them as if they got each other pregnant. Like they take a 1-bit piece of something and say, this is what's going on in the world. Look at all of them. We can't do nothing about it. Like there's Dusties, there's average, there's doing all right, there's crazy, there's everybody's still eventually going to be an individual. Like it's not a collective and it's not a convenient collective when pushing a narrative.
Yeah, I just think it's
That's
two
where I
sides.
get the trolling.
No, I understand the trolling because it's two sides to the coin. I think through our pain and myself, we was probably the last ones that sort of experienced it in a way that gave us balance, and that's with our families, right?
Experience what?
And, the family life and being able to be communal, because even going outside was sort of communicative for me, especially during my teenage years. We did a lot of things.
What makes you think I ain't had that? Just because I'm young?
Yeah,
what makes you think I ain't had that?
Listen, whether you had it or not, that's not important because I look at you as a senior spokesman in a sense, right? And I'm sure that there's a lot of young people that hear your voice, and it's sort of, and it could be a difference the way you approach them in YouTube, because YouTube, you like to say you troll, but giving young people a victim mindset is going to be detrimental.
I don't do that.
So, but in YouTube, you hear a lot of the worst of the smallest of us, the group of us, and they're grabbing so much attention that people who haven't even given themselves an opportunity to have success are sort of boxing themselves in based off of what somebody else is allowing them to do or not to do, even though they haven't even set forth in trying to excel in whatever natural gift they have, learning something, learning a study of something in school, learning those tricks of the trade about just taking care of yourself in life, being able to balance different facets of life, not taking friends and things so personal, not taking humiliations, and I guess it's okay sometimes to start at the bottom level, as long as you're not, you know what I'm saying? Just because you didn't grow up with all of these fantasy island things, there's ways that you can address it in your own life at a certain point to where you can achieve those things later in life with a little bit stronger vision, with a little bit more determination. And I think that's where we are in a sense. It's a lot of negativity that's pushed to people who haven't even had a chance. And once I believe those people have to get out of the way and allow our future to be a future. And
well,
that's
Trey Ferd, I've seen. Oh, there's some back. I might be a troll, but I'm not a bully.
No,
I can understand there's somebody who's at a level 2 or a level 1. I don't go up and say, well, how come you're not making $100,000? You're a dead man. You were raised by a single mother. You're hopeless. Like, I don't do that. Now, if they get the dusting, I mean, it's fair game. But I believe that we need to get better at meeting people where they are. It's something I'm still trying to get better at, which I didn't understand 10 years ago. But I understand everybody ain't come up with what I had. Everybody has been looking at me. So they're not going to have the same results and be able to do the same thing I do when I do it, or say what I say, how I say it. But the person that they are, they can be a better version of them. They can be better next week or next month than where they are right now. I agree with eliminating certain things where it's convenient when anytime something goes wrong and something don't go the way they want, they can reach in the sky and throw a single mom in the sky. Well, single mom did it. Or throw a white man. Well, you know how it is. I'm black and the white man got me. Those need to be eliminated or reduced to where it gets to the point where, like, look, man, where you at? Oh, you stay in Arizona? Okay, what's going on in Arizona that you can be a part of? What can you do to improve yourself? What's your confidence level? What's your attitude? Who are you around? What are you doing in the next 60 days? So we're 60 days later, it's not the white man, single moms, white man, I can't do it. The government, the system, because they're going to keep using those crutches and throwing them in the sky to deflect from the problems that they're deciding not to resolve. And there's a community sitting and coddling them. Yep, you know them white men, you know them single moms, letting them keep being these same goofs and spinning around these same circles. And some of these people got kids. I'm just saying. But aside from trolling, that's something I really believe. People can be better than
you need to spend more time speaking like that then. That's what you need to do.
I get cut off and thrown into this junk. So then I got to dust.
You need to spend more time speaking that way and less time throwing. That's what I would say.
Oh, so, no, I'm going to get some dust off. I'm going to.
Well, maybe on the second round you get to go. That's when you do the trolling. You come in trolling. It's like, what the hell's going on?
Because people don't let me finish my point half the time. Then I got to dust.
You got plenty of air time tonight.
Well, let me say this, Arpain, man. I appreciate you. This is the first time I've seen you have your own show for 5 hours.
Yeah, man. I didn't have it for 5 hours. You guys had it just for 5 hours. You know what I'm saying? You know,
the first time. He got it first.
I didn't plan it that way. You know, hey, man,
Salute to you, though, man.
Listen, people having a conversation, man. You gotta let it go.
Yeah.
You know, it's funny that Phil came up because this is the first time I saw his video earlier that I used in my part of this live, and I've never seen his channel before.
Yeah, just tag him, man. Whenever, man.
That's So when he popped up, I said, "Wow, you know, I never seen him before."
What we doing is, I think we just building the lines even more, man. Because there's a lot of people that watch us. We watch them, and it's just dope when we can come out here and we get more and more people to come and link up with us. Because we have conversations that needs to be talked about, and you know, it is what it is, bro.
Yeah, that and BMU prohibited me from playing any of my AI music.
One more point. Oh, go ahead. One more point. We can't let people tell us that we got to be some kind of superhero just for them to listen to us, when we know that the very thing we're saying is right. Well, are you married with 18 kids? Did you make $4 million last year? Do you got 3 PhD? Look, are you going to take the good information and do better or not?
Yes.
Information is information. Better is better and worse is worse.
Yeah, and that's why, listen, I appreciate this real Pain. I don't know if I'll say it. The fact that you have those tough conversations, man, and you're not afraid of them, man, I appreciate that, man. For real. I that's something I admire from brothers like you and BMU. JT, I'm gonna laugh with JT. Hell, he try to be serious, but once JT get telling me the stories, it's a different thing. For me, that's just my experience. But the conversations need to be had. We've seen over our lifetime, it's been a bunch of garbage that we had to pick through. Some of us were able to pick through it and say, okay, and it's like a lot of people are just still throwing trash outside. And very few people are waking up in a sense to want to be better, but in being better, it's creating more individualism.
Mm-hmm.
And in the prime of these adult lives, JT, you've been a career man. You looking at the other side. Our Pain paid his career. It's a lot of people not even sure which direction to go to. Late 20s, 30s.
Hey, can you go more into the individual part? You're saying,
I mean, everybody's becoming more since Chicago. Shout out to Chicago, but he brought it to my head. Sensational individualism. Everybody wants to be a rock star and not allow anybody to help them, or because everybody's in a mindset of being scammed or scamming. Everybody's in that mindset of just not even thinking about future endeavors and not even thinking about what some of the dumb shit I do today could affect me 10, 15, 20 years down the road. But people are still trying to party more, turn up more, niggas ain't shit more, women ain't this more, instead of saying, let me sit back a few months, a few weeks, years, whatever it takes, and get my shit together. But then when I come to the world, there's people that we know specifically that are bond with us in a positive direction. And YouTube, I said about this, if you want to get some stress relief, YouTube is that space. But when you go in real life, you have to be intentional. You have to be intentional, because I've always believed in current events. When that world is moving, if you're not moving with it, at some point they're going to cut you off from it. And you don't want to be 50, 60 years old trying to know where you're going to lay your head at, trying to know where you're going to get your meal at. You want to have all that sort of settled in already.
No doubt. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, most definitely.
All right, man. So listen, man, I don't know if, Sel said he might be coming back, but I don't know. He might miss it. So we could do some final thoughts, man. Hopefully he'll get back by then. So it's 5 hours. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So basically, we just need to continue the conversation. I do got to say this. I don't know. Where was I at, man? And we were reviewing a video that JP was on, right?
Okay.
Prince was on. Pop the balloon shit. You know, it's always funny. But I had to say, I said, God damn, Jay Prince learned a lot from these panels, right? Because he was eating their ass up at that damn Pop the Balloon shit. They could not even, they couldn't touch his ass when it came down. It was on this panel, wasn't it?
I saw that. I know what you're talking about.
It was here. So so we learn a lot from one another. We learn a lot from even how we even communicate with each other, right? That's why Jay Prince be like, JT, he liked me for real. I ain't got no problem with that brother, man, because he still be learning some shit. It's just he like a snail when it comes down to learning shit. But my final thought is this, man. We have to start being a lot more practical when we are talking about not just talking, but living our lives. One of the things I'm seeing with the young folks is that they're not practical. It's funny that, you know, a lot of these young folks, they think that they're supposed to be rich right off the rep. 22 years old, no, you're going to be broke. The majority of y'all going to be fucking broke. And if you keep on with the same shit you got going on, you're going to be a 36-year-old, 22-year-old because you wasn't thinking practical. I think it takes guidance, but we right now are back to an uphill battle when it comes down to the next generation. And I'm talking about not just, like I said, I'm 53. And, you know, our pain is 100 and and Coach Ferg is 93. And the thing is that we pretty much done with all that trying to teach and all that shit from a heavy-handed standpoint. We're pretty much like the senseis. Don't lie to you. The way we you know, people getting out here and you in the streets and all that crazy ass shit, we ain't doing that shit. At the end of the day, you better take what we can offer you right now, because we did that with our own children. But as far as us out here teaching practicalities, it's going to be the 30-year-olds that's teaching their kids that. And if y'all don't do it, your kids is about to be, they about to be, we already in the land of Babylon right now. And it's going to be even worse for them. But this is the upside of it. Once people get tired of suffering, they're going to do something about it.
Not true.
That's real. Hey, force is a motherfucker, bro. Force, when you talk about force, you either going to do it this way or you going to do it by force.
A percentage, she got time.
A percentage will, though.
That's all I'm saying.
I don't need no percentages. I need everybody. I need
the troll, so she got time.
Yeah, I got time. Yeah,
oh, Lady D.
Ravish. Yeah, she a woman. She gonna take her light skin in a camp and they gonna ravish her ass.
Lady D been around since the security boss days.
But thanks, RP, man, thanks for not shutting this shit off too fast, because you ain't got no problem with it. RP be like, God damn it,
Listen, I'm retired, man. I got all day. I'm like 24/7.
I hear you.
You know that.
What you got? Go ahead, Coach, man.
Man, good show, man. That's all I can say, man. Good show. You know what I'm saying? I think the topics, man, getting different opinions, different ideologies, man. I've always expressed to myself and others, man, especially there's nuggets in all capacities. If you ever grew up with a father, nigga, you've been yelled at by a man, right? You've been told to do some shit by a man, right? And I think a lot of brothers that didn't experience that, it's a different ideology to hear men say, hey, there's ways you can do stuff. Nobody has the perfect way, but there's different ways that you can get. And now your own way and add them all up can be a new way for you. And I think, you know what I'm saying, for me, that's been one of the things I've pushed with people in the worst of conditions. It's one thing to talk about people in those conditions, But when you actually working with those people and they looking to you for guidance and advice and information, there's no time for play. There's no time for feelings about it. There's no time to be second guessing yourself or them. And I think for anybody who has that opportunity, whether it's with young sons, daughters, those are things that can transcend their lives and not be be a part of the. You can be a part of the conversation, but you don't want to be the conversation of the worst of who we are. That's the way I see it. I don't want my son to ever have to experience the worst of what I experienced.
No.
He's going to go through his own experiences. And as long as he's doing the right things based off what I talked to him and sort of taught him about, then he's going to be okay. Because I didn't even make $20,000 at 23. He's making over $60,000, $70,000. He's saving $20,000 right now. So I salute that in the sense that at least I didn't talk in vain. I didn't show him in vain. That's why I love working with young people, because once I give them that little then the rest is beyond me. So salute to y'all, man. Salute to the conversation. Scam, I know you work in that field. Don't be giving them that old feminist mindset, but they'll be all right. Don't be giving them that old Al Sharpton mindset.
Salute to the feminists. Shout out to the feminists.
All right, man. So we going through final thoughts, man. So I know you just popped
My
back.
bad. I had to go get the kids together. They was acting the fool.
That's cool. But go ahead, Stam, and let Sel have the last word.
Yeah, I ain't gonna keep y'all long. Behavior is a taught thing. Some of it's programmed, some of it's systematic, some of it's taught internally. Some of it is from neglect or from the lack of teaching. So if you're trying to correct behavior, we can't just hold some fake standard in the air and say, how come you people ain't doing this? Because you're supposed to be doing this because I want you to do it because I'm black. People ain't buying into that. Ask people or get to the answer of why people are who they are. If you can fix the why and get them to buy into something that's bigger or better, you don't have to do any more correcting. They buy in, then they get information, they'll take off on their own. Everything else is discipline, focus, motivation, and positive reinforcement. Things that I barely ever hear people talking about. This get them, y'all are doing wrong, somebody ought to get you, it doesn't work. That's consequences, it's negative, and it tears down people's hope, dreams, and self-esteem. It's fear-based. The other side needs to come out. Belief in other people. Belief that they can at least get from where they are to 2 feet ahead of 2 feet, $10,000 more dollars, whatever it is. Then teach them how to repeat that very process. Hey, remember when you was ugly and now you're actually average looking? Show them how to do that again and again and get them to buy into that formula. Then have them teach the people around them. To make better people, we got to start with something a little bit more positive, more influential, and something for them to buy into. Some of them know that a lot of stuff is wrong and they just don't know how to tell you. But that's a whole deeper conversation. That's feelings and stuff, and I know y'all don't like that, but it's still real. People are who they are. I forgot what my other point was. Oh, the crutches got to go. The white man did it. Yep, he sure did. Now what you gonna do about it? Single moms. Yep, they're single and they're moms. What are you gonna do? And you're ugly. So what you gonna do about it? We can't change the things that we can't change. I can't stop something from happening in Mississippi or Arizona, but I can stop something that's happening right here where I live, where the people that I know that I talk to every day. So let's start with the things we can do. Then eventually, actually, if you focus so much in that, you ain't gonna be thinking about what's going on in Arizona. You're not. You're gonna be taking a trip and going partying in Arizona, celebrating what you really did do. But anyway, that's all I got. Y'all see me trolling somebody else, maybe tonight or tomorrow. Somebody's getting some dust.
Give somebody a break tonight, man. You're going out good, man. Don't ruin it, man. So what you got there?
It's an old school song. It's a Detroit song. It goes, "Boss up and get this money. If it ain't about making my money, If it ain't about making me my money, I ain't doing it. Nah. It's a lot of things that a lot of people want to subscribe to and tie themselves into. I always say do what's in your best interest, not in the group's best interest, because you'll find out that the group may have an agenda on the individual level. And when you depend on people to be by your side, you blink once and then next thing you know they're gone. So always set yourself up to be able to proceed and progress and strive and be successful. When in today's day and age in 2026, it's a lot of things that people could be doing. Instead of being one of those people that could be, just do. Don't wait for somebody else to give you an upper hand. Don't wait for somebody else to bring it out of you. Just recognize within yourself that you have the power to change things around you and in your immediate vicinity. And don't wait, because when you wait till it's too late, now you sitting around complaining about what everybody else doing and what everybody else ain't doing when you could have been did yourself. So don't wait to be successful. At least give yourself a chance. Don't wait for somebody else to give you a chance, because you never know. You and your ethic and your work ethic and how it is that you carry your strides, somebody may open the door for you. And just, have basic human decency. That's all I ask from people. Just be a better human being. It ain't always got to be about black. It ain't always got to be about white. Sometimes it just got to be about, man, I want to make it back home. And I don't want that other person, not to not see their family. But if you respect me, I'm gonna respect you. I'll always give respect first. But when I get disrespect, you can't be upset about how I dish it back out to you, especially if I'm coming with that hothead shit. So just be respectful, give respect, and each what Hawk used to say, eat your vegetables, nigga.
That's cool. Yeah, man. Listen, I appreciate everybody coming up, man. As far as I was concerned, one of the things I'd like to see, and I don't know if I'm gonna see it in my lifetime, I'd like to see us as Black people lean into more of being American citizens. Mm-hmm. Taking ownership of this country. I mean, we're the people who have receipts that we put a lot of this shit together. And it's so funny how it seems like we're so fast to give that away. Like we don't belong. Like we're looking on the outside and America is over there. If you're a Black American, you've been born here, generations here, you don't got nowhere to go. You're not African. You're not this, you're that. This is your home. And we need to take ownership of that, because I think part of it is that we get so trapped in all the bullshit they keep telling us, victim this, victim that, this and that we forget that if there's fruits to be had in this country and we want to pursue them, we have every right to pursue them just like anybody else. You know what I'm saying? And that's why through slavery, through Jim Crow and all that, we're still standing, because inherently I think we believe that. But we got to find where it's more that we don't just define ourselves through the color of our skin all the time, because everything ain't about us and everything ain't about color, and sometimes we just got to stand up to be Americans. And here's one of the things I really believe, that if there's good policies and good governance, which is hard on any party, so I know that's part, but if the country's working right, and the policies are working right, and the ships are rising, it's going to rise for us too, as long as we want to ride on them. You know what I'm saying? Well, what's the saying? A rising tide lifts all boats, or whatever like that. And we don't. I think we see ourselves disjointed from where America is going. I think that's a mistake. I really do. I really think it's a mistake. I think it's like a Achilles heel that we have. Like somehow we're on the outside looking in, and that's bullshit. It really is. So, because if we had that pride, I think we take care of our communities and stuff a lot better than we do. And each other, by the way. So I don't know, man. This is my feeling about it. I just think that, being independent, like I said, just like most of us, I was born into the Democratic liberal bullshit until I kind of woke up. But I woke up kind of late, and a lot of people a whole lot younger than me. I'm not saying you need to be a Republican, but I think being an independent thinker is where most of us need to be. I really do. And I think we need to work on that. So that's all I got, man. So thanks for you guys coming up. And I'm here every Monday, man. I don't know. It's funny how these shows come to me. I don't. At some point, I'd be like laying in the bed or something. That's oh shit, I want to talk about that.
Facts.
And then I guess that's how it happens. You gotta. What's your channel? Is Terminated Cell? Is your channel? What's your cell?
It's Cellular. I changed my name to Terminated Cell because last week my channel got terminated. It got terminated because I was up there talking about from everything that I've been talking about this whole Carmelo case, the Carmelo Anthony camp is specifically his father on the TikTok live stream. They all came together and signed a 3,000 signature petition to get my channel deleted.
Really?
Get out of here.
So I woke up at like 6:30 in the morning and I went to check my emails and stuff like that. And I see an email from YouTube like, oh, your channel's been terminated. I'm like, what? So I logged on to YouTube. Legitly, my channel was terminated. So after going back and forth with YouTube for about a good couple of hours, eventually I got my channel back. But then somebody sent me a clip that was like, you should watch this. So I listened to the clip, and the girl and Carmelo Anthony's father was like, yeah, this is for Carmelo. We need as many signatures we can get. He's spreading too many lies and all this, that, and the other. And I'm like, wait, huh? And so they legitimately signed a 3,000 signature petition to get my channel terminated. But I'm like, y'all complain about me and lies, yet I ain't gonna say no channel names, but it's a multitude of people out here with channels, and they talking about everything except the facts when they come to Carmelo. They channel was still like, it's like, oh, okay, all right.
So they giving you a channel back because usually, man, YouTube gonna listen to nobody.
Yeah, 4 hours. 4 hours. I got my channel back.
Oh, that's great, man. So
I sent the message to Team YouTube on Twitter, and eventually I got in contact. I was able to send them an email. You only get one chance though to file an appeal. So I filed an appeal. They reinstated my channel temporarily. That way I could have access to the YouTube chat, and from there I was able to send them the clip that this was a false flag operation. I sent them the clip and I sent them the website with the signatures. And they was like, yeah, we're gonna go ahead and put your channel back up.
All right, man. Well, hey, listen, I'm glad you got your stuff back. All right, bros. Hey, man, thanks for coming up, man. Coach Ferg. Great to you, brother.
Most definitely.
All right, and everybody else.
All right, Sal, I'm gonna get with you, bro. You get with me, man.
So you better be nicer to us, man. You better be nicer to us. You better be nicer, man.
All right, fellas, man. We talk to y'all later.
All right, man. Y'all take it easy, man.